Okay, ready?
Little listeners have a new space to get all their favourite podcasts.
Hooray!
Like exclusive new episodes of Bluey Listen Along.
Let's dance to celebrate!
Create a kids profile today by heading to the Kids tab on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Boy, we're going to have some fun.
The AFL in 2026 on ABC Sport.
And the siren sound. Here we go. Listen to the roar. It is showtime.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Right to the goal line. Jamie Elliott, the man who gravity forgot.
That's why we love AFL football.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
From 45 and drives it all the way home.
An ambitious effort. Unbelievable.
The left foot is a goal. Oh, yeah.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Throws it, kicks on goal. The prancing pony.
What a goal.
He's off and running from 45 to get the party started.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
It's bouncing, it's through. Bailey Smith, he'll want the cameras on him right now.
Night camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
Spins around and buries it. Loads up from 55. That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out, snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Baker goes square, goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
Don't get better than this.
100% pure footy.
Every minute of every match, all season long.
Gathers, snaps, goal.
It's just football at its best.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Kick on goal, dribbles it through. What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of this.
Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier.
Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot, his kick is good.
Inside 50, off the step, turns and goes bang. And snap.
And goal.
There's some bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that? What a goal. He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
On radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
For footy fans, it's as much a part of Easter as hot cross buns and a chocolate coma. It starts at the Gabba with Brisbane and Collingwood as we welcome you to another weekend, a long weekend of AFL football here on ABC Sport. Great to have your company on this Holy Thursday. Quentin Hull is my name. Relax, enjoy the action from the Gabatoir where the Lions will do battle against the Pies, the two-time reigning champions, finally getting their account open for 2026 last week with a victory over St Kilda. While for the Magpies, they've won 2 of their 3 games played so far. Pretty good win over the Giants at Docklands last week. But this is a fixture which always has us engaged because, well, of the growing tradition of it, and particularly around the narrative of 2 clubs that have been very prominent at the back end of the last couple of seasons. Start of the night, I'm leading early. The loser of this night has gone on to win the premiership for the last 3 seasons. There you go. I've already got my co-commentator, Michael Price, reeling in his chair. I'll formally introduce you in a moment. Michael, what a gorgeous night it is for football here. And a big shout out to you if you aren't a regular listener, but you've been able to take a small personal loan and put some petrol in your car and you're driving somewhere for the Easter weekend, you're tuning into the footy, keep your eyes on the road and ears on the radio. Take it quietly. And we will keep you entertained here at the footy. So if you are one of those road trippers, great to have you on board tonight. You can get in touch on 0437 774 774. That's the SMS line. Love to hear from you. What you're up to for the Easter weekend. Any thoughts on footy? 0437 774 774. The opening ball up's an hour away. To get you there, we're going to have a chat to the relatively new Chief Executive Officer of the Brisbane Lions. We know his name. Haven't really spoken too much about him, though. Sam Graham's a guy that's been around footy for a long time, but he just slid into the slipstream of Greg Swan heading to Dockland. So it'll be great to have a chat to him shortly. We'll get into the Pies camp as well and chat with Senior Assistant Hayden Skipworth. So all that and a bit of the team news as well, with a big weekend of footy to come, 2 games tomorrow. Michael, good to have you on board. Michael Price.
Oh, thank you.
So how about that stat? The loser of this night for the last 3 years has gone on to win the premiership.
That's a little bit more flavoursome than my boring Collingwood have won the last 2 here. Alliance, but
so what was it, 2023 Brisbane beat the Magpies?
Correct.
They played each other in the grand final. Collingwood won, and the Magpies have won the last 2 Easter Thursday games here, but Brisbane's won the last 2 flags.
And it's not the Gabatoir as it used to be. It's become a little bit more visitor friendly. And look, I'm an outlier here, but I love it when the Pies come to town because they bring the crowd, they bring the noise, and this is an occasion in southeast Queensland, not just Brisbane. We've got people coming in from everywhere, sold out, beautiful night for footy, 25 odd degrees. Can't be better. Yeah, before the bandwagon had fans falling off it, this was still a big night. Absolutely. And it's even bigger night now when you're dealing with, as I say, 2 clubs that have won the last 3 premierships between them. Your experts this evening: former number 1 draft pick, All-Australian, Melbourne club champion, and now known as Kalani's dad. How are you, Jeff White? Nice to have you on board.
Thanks, Q. Good to be here. I love this night. It's a special night on the calendar, this one. I love it. And interesting stat about that you come up with, Q. Start off the bat. Very well played. And a man that knows what it's like to play on this night, built a career, and this club was built around his triple premiership feats with his teammates. But I welcome you, Jason Ackermanis, the 2001 Brownlow medalist. You were a part of those early games. I know St Kilda was a part of one of them here. Richmond and Carlton have had their little dabbles at the start of the Easter weekend at the Gabatoir, but now it's Pies time. It always seems to be the start. How are you?
Oh, I'm all right. I mean, it's just fantastic. It really is Thursday. I was born on Thursday. It's my favourite day of the week. And this game, it's great to see it because it wasn't there for a bit, was it, Q? And g'day, Pricey, doing nothing but giving us sugar, and Big Jeffrey. I haven't seen you all year.
Well, during the Siberia period, as I called it disappeared.
It just went, understandably.
Because no one wanted to watch the Lions.
No, and they were rubbish. Now they're a powerhouse again. But can I say that I did witness something that I haven't spoken about, which was the prelim final. Lions versus Collingwood, or Collingwood versus Lions at the MCG. I have got to tell you, I will never do that again. They are the scariest fans I have ever seen. There was 80,000 and there was 80,000 Collingwood supporters and 8,000 Lions supporters. I said to them, I was separated from my wife and other daughter, and I had the middle daughter, and I said, listen here, sweetie, if this goes bad halfway through the third, we aren't just getting out of here. We are running. And I could tell you the looks I got. I'm glad that no one sort of noticed me too much, albeit I was sitting next to Justin Leppage's mum, who had a Collingwood scarf on.
Well, that being said,
that'll never happen. I'm never going when they are horrible, they were.
They were probably more there those times than when you beat them in those grand finals in 02-03, because people forget the MCG was only at 2/3 capacity during those grand finals because they were rebuilding the members' side of the ground.
In fact, I had to kick a goal, Whitey, and this part of this pocket where I kicked those 2 crazy goals in 2005, I had to kick it and let the wind carry it through so it would go through, because there's no bloody stand at that stage. So that was an interesting time, because they were all down that end, and I let them know about it before they all went home with tears and, crying into their beers. But they are some formidable. They're the best team if you are, I suppose, say you're Fremantle where you played. Anytime Collingwood comes down, everyone just remember, everyone who's not based in Melbourne, and even if they are, they always ask the AFL, please give us a Collingwood game, because we make the most money when they come.
And what have we learned in the 3 weeks we've seen these two footy teams? Just an opening thought or two before our guest, the CEO of the Lions, Sam Graham, joins us. Jeff, I'll start with you. Brisbane 1 and 2, Collingwood 2 and 1.
Yeah, I think Collingwood really good against St Kilda, and they sorted them out with a chip mark against the Saints. Saints went back, they folded back. That's what this ironically.
He always does that, doesn't he?
But that's what they ended up doing last week against Brisbane. And Brisbane just chip mark in the last quarter, and game was over. So, yeah, look, Collingwood has, they were a bit flat, I think, the following week. But geez, they were sharp last week against the Giants, weren't they? And they just got their game going. They were the slingshot footy, which a lot of clubs are trying to do, obviously with the man on the mark. But Brisbane's last quarter last week, wow. Wasn't that awesome to watch?
Yeah, I just thought last week the Lions just kept doing what they'd been doing. They just maybe a little bit more, like an extra half a gear, but they just kept going at their normal rate and their normal standard, where St Kilda had just dropped off. Both teams, ironically, have played St Kilda. St Kilda have been quite competitive. That said, Rossi Lyon always does it. Tonight will be another instalment, and I can guarantee you the game plan that won last year, they haven't really been doing much of, Collingwood, that won on this ground. So it's going to be a cracking night. And it's going to be, as it always is, Jeffrey, the first quarter will be a battle of our tactics, and then we can get on with the bloody game.
I'm really looking forward to those tactics, though, because if you're talking in chess pieces, we got very used to seeing what Brisbane and Collingwood would do against each other, but it's like both teams have had their queen taken off the chessboard tonight in key midfielder, key backman. So Pendlebury and Moore not there. I think it was 36 possessions for Hugh McCluggage in the preliminary final, so he's still not there, and Harris Andrews isn't there. So both teams are missing a huge part of the tactical game and
captains,
the key men that can generally be the winning and the losing on any given day for their footy clubs.
And a lot of the clubs set up behind the ball now, that slingshot footy. So Darcy Moore's out. Harris Andrews, as we all know, is a fantastic player. He sets it up as well. So, yeah, big chess pieces that are out tonight. So it's great. Good to see.
Yeah.
Well, our first guest has arrived.
Oh, he's a big guest. I know he doesn't like the limelight, but unfortunately he's got to come in to the ABC box and put up with us.
Well, he doesn't have to, but I put in a request because...
About time.
We're sort of so used to have had Greg Swan around here, and Swan by name and by nature, but now, of course, he's down at Docklands, and
he's upgraded himself.
As we were talking about, this is now not only a two-time reigning Premier club, but again, they're struggling to get enough seats for fans, and we're back to the point where the Brisbane Lions are indeed one of the big footy clubs in the competition. Mind you, they've been there, and then things sort of changed.
Yeah, but a whole generation has gone by.
Yeah.
And now all those fans have kids, and they all can afford to come, amazingly. So it just keeps growing. Oh, my God. I bet you this gentleman we're about to get on, he can't wait for the new stadium, because finally we can actually grow and have a massive intake of all our members for once.
A welcome that only Jason Ackermanis can give, Sam Graham. Nice to have a chat to you. Welcome. How are you?
Thanks, Acker. Really good, thank you. Yeah, really good.
We've been talking about this being, across the years, well, the headline night, and for a long time it was one of the only times that the eyes of the footy world really focused in on the Gabba. It's a bit different now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great. It is traditional Easter Thursday blockbuster. Really is a marquee match to start our season. Such interest in it on the national stage. Collingwood have been fantastic. They've really lent in to this. Maybe 10 years ago you guys were talking maybe when the club wasn't going as well, but the Pies really lent in and to this fixture, and now it's become an annual event which we really love to kickstart our season.
And look, you've been around the footy club as Chief Operating Officer, and you've had quite a story in football, parts of state footy, a bit in Tassie as well, and around the place. So what's it like now that you get to sit in the chair that's been vacated by Greg Swan? What's behind the curtain?
Big shoes, surely, big shoes.
Well, absolutely. Swanee's got big shoes to fill, and Greg did a terrific job with the turnaround of the club over the last 10 years. But I guess my focus, and I've been at the club for 3 years now, is really to think about the next phase of growth and how do we grow into the future. And there's lots of exciting things around that. Obviously, on field, we're having some success, and we're very fortunate to have Chris Fagan and Danny Daly as our two key lieutenants in footy that are doing a terrific job. So it's about supporting them, but also what I talk about across the club. You have had a little bit of success, but our focus is staying humble. Where premierships give you a bit of confidence, as Fague says, but I talk about right across the club that we've got to stay humble. And yes, we have had a bit of success, but now it's about thinking and planning for this next phase of growth.
And we're 20 years on from the three-peat and the 4 grand finals in a row, but then, of course, the club dipped after that. I'm just wondering, is there, it's part of your job to future-proof this footy club, learning from history, premierships and success on the field, while it seems rosy at the time. I remember coming to the footy and there weren't many others coming, and you'd struggle to have people talking about the Brisbane Lions when we got to 2008, 2009. A little bit of a bobble when Vossi got into the finals in 2010, but then there was a bleak period. So
we've all forgotten about that, Q.
Some of us haven't.
Left it gone.
Some of us haven't. Is that a part of what is in the back of your mind and in the back of the footy club's mind?
Absolutely. And you said you do need to learn from history, but I guess I'd say a few things to that. As I said, it's all about not taking it for granted. Yes, we're having some success, but we've got to be humble. We've got to work hard. In terms of giving back, that is a massive focus for us over the last 2 premierships, how we give back to the fans, and whether that's presentation of cups. We did a cup tour that went over 6,000 kilometres right across Queensland, and it's still going right around the nation as we play this year. And so giving back to the fans is really important. The other parts in terms of the growth of our game since then, and Aka, I think you were touching on, we got 90,000 participants here in Queensland now in terms of people playing our game at grassroots level, and that's
what you've got now is a massive women's footy movement that you didn't have 20 years ago.
Massive women's footy movement. The 90,000 participants, give you some context, that's where Queensland's now only second to Victoria. So Queensland's gone past South Australia, gone past Western Australia in terms of grassroots fans playing the game. Back then we were sort of 20 odd thousand members. The Suns came into the competition, and that took about 6,000 or 7,000 members from Brisbane, and so the Lions went back as the Suns got up and going. So now we're at about 75,000 members. So we hope going forward that I think the floor in terms of where our participation and supporter base is at a much higher level. So if touch wood, it doesn't happen, but if footy does drop off, I think the base, our investment and engagement in our fan base, we think's at a higher level, and I think commercially as well, where we've had some success, our balance sheet is much stronger, where we had 3 years ago $18 million in debt. That membership growth, the focus on capitalising on field, where our sponsorships increased, our hospitality, and all our key revenue lines, where we're now in a much stronger position financially as well, that hopefully if there is that sort of drop off in a football sense, the club is strong off field to withstand that.
You're hearing from Sam Graham on Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport, the Brisbane Lions chief executive. By the way, no late changes to the 2 teams here. Got a couple of other questions, but I know Jason.
I'm ready.
You are? What have you got?
Samuel, just tell me this though. Have you actually rung Greg? Have you rung Swanee just in the period when he's gone now? Is he just too good for us now? Doesn't think and doesn't even care about us? Or is he actually pretty good to deal with? I know he's great to deal with, but have you rung him?
Absolutely. We... I worked with Swanee very closely in the 3 years before he went back to AFL House. In my role, naturally, there's things that you cross over on and chat regularly. As I said, Greg did a terrific job turning around the club, and he's someone that we still talk to a lot. He has jumped the fence though to AFL House, and there's talk of changing rules and making it harder for us up here. So I'm into him about that.
He should know certainly. Is it more the academy you're talking about and the father sons? That's what you're worried about? That's change,
It's on there, isn't it? It's what can you see happening?
Oh, look, there's a bit to play out, but I guess all I'd say is the academies in Queensland and in New South Wales, they are fundamental tools for the code to grow, and we've seen that. And what I mean by that, every year there's about 900 boys and girls that are in the Lions Academy. Only a very, very small portion of those are lucky enough to get drafted. You look at lists, so 10% of AFL lists are of men from Queensland and New South Wales, only 10%, but it's 54% of the population from New South Wales and Queensland. So we've still got such a long way to go to really have that national footprint. And even in the Lions list, like in our 2024 grand final, we had 3 academy players. 2, Jack Payne and Harris Andrews, were in the pick sort of 50s and 60s and wouldn't be playing the game if it wasn't for the academies. So there are some changes that are coming and have changed in the last couple of years in terms of the DVI index and making it harder for the clubs in the northern markets to access the talent. But I understand that from a competitive balance perspective that there's some tension there. But I think the AFL are just looking to see whether they can tighten that up a little bit more as they have the last year.
Dare I be as bold to suggest, and Whitey, you know this because of your ties with Melbourne Footy Club, and I know Kalani finished his school on the Gold Coast, but there was a chance for him to potentially go and finish his schooling in Melbourne. But look now at perhaps, is it time you look at the way that the academies have produced footballers in the non-footy states, and we continue to see the rising percentage of basically private schoolboys that get drafted on AFL lists. So am I drawing too long a bow to think, well, hold on, doesn't this shine a spotlight a little bit on grassroots footy in Victoria to produce more draftees, not where you're schooled? It's, maybe it can be a bit more about footy clubs doing better to prepare young men to become AFL footballers in the traditional states? Yeah,
I think everyone's got a role to play, and you only look at Tassie, right? We've got a new team coming in 2 years. We need more talent. And so whether that's the academies, whether it's the private school system in Victoria, whether it's the Coates League and what's happening there, whether it's community clubs, I think everyone has a role to play. And as I said, we need more talent, not less. And the academies play an important role of that. And in Victoria, and I guess with the NGA academies that other clubs are now investing in, I think they're great tools as well to get people from different backgrounds onto AFL lists as well.
I think the thing that the academy has taught us, and Jeff, you know it better than any because Kalani went through the Suns Academy. If anything, it's about having 14 and 15-year-old young men exposed to a bit more professional footy set up early, which, of course, the private schools can provide a lot in Melbourne, but not as deep in certain other areas. And
well, Sam can elaborate on this, but the access that the kids have to quality coaches is so important. I mean, the coaches that Brisbane Lions has down there at the moment, not only from the men's but the women's and the academies, is superior. It's great and a great environment. And the other thing I want to ask too, Sam, is Springfield. That has played a massive role in both the men and the women's program. I was a part of that last year, but the environment of Springfield, elaborate on that for our listeners.
Can I just say before you say how good it is out there, I've been out there many times now, but it's the drills, Whitey. They go from the drills to the academy, and if they're good enough, the 3, 4, 5 that go on, they get training with the senior team, and they go, okay, we're doing this drill, and they go, yep, no worries, they're already there. And that's the difference, and that's why the academy system works amazingly for us.
And look, having moved up to this market 3 years ago, and I've got young kids, if you go to a junior footy club in Melbourne, the coach there has lived and breathed the game, grown up with it, has done all the coaching courses and is ready to go. If in Queensland we're still at a point where it's a little bit hit and miss as to who's coaching and it's a dad that's been roped in, that's why the academy can really elevate. To your point around Springfield, it's an unbelievable training base for our club in the Western Corridor here in Brisbane. Since we've been at that facility, here's a stat for you, Whitey. The Lions haven't missed a grand final. That's a little bit of a boast. That's across men and women. And we think it's a great facility. It's a whole of club approach out there where it's equal between the boys and girls. And, there's lots of learnings between programs, and it's been one of the really important pieces for our club over the last period.
Lions CEO Sam Graham's with us. I've got a couple that we need to tick off before I let you go and do your pre-game commitments. Thanks for coming in. look, let's do the question about opening round. Is it still as important for this footy club? Because I think more and more, I mean, the chorus has always been outside of New South Wales and Queensland. Is there a talk beyond the 4 northern clubs that it may not be as important as it was a couple of years ago?
Look, there's ongoing discussions about that. We see, and I know certainly in Sydney, the Giants and the Swans, it's such an important leg up for us when to start that season a little bit earlier, have standalone games.
Is the opportunity cost becoming too much for you guys now?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
And we understand the other clubs that want to be involved and other markets that miss out. I totally respect and understand those views, and I guess that's the tricky thing for the AFL to balance, is to work through. And there's a good trial this year, I guess, with the Pies and Saints on that Sunday, and then obviously there's the test, the cricket test next year, which I think will sort of impact things as well. So yeah, we'll see how that plays out.
And I think it's without being too disrespectful to the Giants and the Suns, we could always see, particularly when opening round started, Brisbane and Sydney had very good record of getting crowds to the Gabba and the SCG. It was always going to help more so the Giants and the Suns. What does it say about Headhouse that you guys cannot get on the Adelaide Oval for Gather Round? You're up in wine country again next week. You've played in the last 3 grand finals. You've never played on the Adelaide Oval during Gather Round. Is it something that you need to see rectified, that the Brisbane Lions play it on the Adelaide Oval?
They wouldn't care. They win every time they go down there. So it doesn't matter. I mean, you do want to play at Adelaide Oval, but fair dinkum. Anyway, okay, over to you, Sam.
We will play wherever we're fixtured. As Zach has said, we've had a good record, and yeah, we'll play where we're fixtured any time, any day, and we're okay with that.
You're okay with it? Okay.
Well, we just remember, though, when Andrew Demetrio was the CEO, they didn't play Good Friday. Because it was more because
things changed, but
so things have changed and they continue to change.
Well, I mean, with respect, was it 2 Saturday afternoons? No, it was last year. Carlton and West Coast was the one of the feature games, and we know why. But at the same time, I'll redirect. Is it time that the fixture has a little bit more to do with football performance rather than club size at Gather Round?
Yeah, potentially. But again, I know the South Australian government have a big say in all of that, as they should. They put in a lot of money to host the event. There are a lot of competing factors. If the opportunity arose, we'd love to play at the Adelaide Oval, but at the same time, as I said, we play anywhere. We are relaxed about it. I know Greg Swanee had a bit of a penchant for the Barossa, so maybe that's a bit of a legacy.
I somewhat flippantly said when the draw came out again, Lions fans are too busy spending their money on going to Melbourne in September than being able to go to Adelaide at this time of year, because luckily enough, the club's been able to have 4 weeks of extra footy. Now, you're going to have a spanking new home of 60-odd thousand in 7 years' time.
Could be bigger, Q. Could be bigger.
Well, yeah, 60 to 65,000. Just a little one on the stadium. What can you tell us about how you've been engaging with Brisbane 32 and the opportunities it presents for your footy club?
It's a great question. It is, in my mind, the single biggest growth lever that our club and certainly the code in Brisbane and also Queensland in this market has. We are heavily engaged with the government and the different agencies that are responsible for the build. We're working with them on making sure, clearly it's got to work for the games, and that was the catalyst, but as the legacy tenant, for 50 years with us in cricket, it really needs to work for footy cricket, and it also has to work for other events and concerts and the like, because that's a key driver of the economic model of the stadium. But for us, we're working and thinking about it every day, as well as what gets built, but also how we build our pipeline of fans. We know the Gabba is at capacity, and so how we get more people through here, engage them in different ways. New Oz kickers, I talked about the participation growth. How do we get people access to our club, whether it's at the Gabba or through AFLW or digitally, so that when the new stadium comes, 63,000 seats at Victoria Park, that we can fill it on day one. That's our goal. There's a lot of work to go to do that, but it's a really exciting opportunity for our footy club.
Yeah, it is indeed. Sam Graham, thanks for coming in. Good luck against the Pies tonight.
Thanks, Quentin. Good to be here.
Really good to have a chat to you for the first of hopefully many times. Sam Graham, the relatively new Chief Executive Officer of the Brisbane Lions, with you for Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. No changes, but it must be said, Nick Dacos has got a lot of strapping on that calf, and it'll be a real watch to see how the Pies champ goes about the early stages of the round 4 opener.
Exciting, rule-breaking, shaping who we are.
When the song was released, it was banned.
Inspiring arts in When the War is Over, Take 5 with Zan Rowe and the new season of The Piano.
It's fabulous.
Creativity and so much more on ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Sport.
AFL. On ABC Radio.
On digital. And ABC Listen.
Look for the AFL button.
If you're joining us for the first time, welcome to the Easter long weekend of football here on ABC Sport. You're at the Gabba. My name is Quentin Hale. Brisbane and Collingwood will kick off round 4, this round which will run all the way through to Easter Monday, where Geelong and Hawthorn do battle at the MCG. As far as the team news here, there are no late changes, but plenty of vision going around of a very heavily strapped thigh for Nick Dacos, and just hearing word that the Magpies coach Craig McRae was on one of the TV broadcasts, not speaking in all that confident terms as to how his star's going to go about tonight. So that's something that will really keep us engaged, certainly in the early stages here. Brisbane with their first win of the season last week against St Kilda at Docklands, so 1-2 for the reigning champs, and Collingwood made it 2 wins from 3 by getting over Greater Western Sydney. And if you missed the news at selection, Darragh Joyce and James Tunstall come into the Brisbane team with Darcy Gardner out for potentially a couple of months after copping a very heavy bump from Liam Ryan last week. So that AC/shoulder injury is a mid-termer for the veteran defender, and Noah Answorth is in the concussion protocols after the young flying Viking Alex Taru got his knee in the back of his head taking a mark last week.
They always heard that.
Yeah, so Joyce and Tunstall in, while for Collingwood has been big in the headlines. Darcy Moore couldn't get through the game with a hamstring injury last week, so he's out for a couple. And Scott Pendlebury, well, managed/Achilles. I don't think he's 100%, but I don't know whether a trip to Brisbane would have been a part of his original plans for 2026. But Lockie Sullivan and Will Hayes come into the team for Collingwood. The conditions are going to be perfect. I'm calling with Michael Price, Jason Ackermanis and Jeff White. We'll get inside the Magpies camp in just a moment. We had a chat with Hayden
I don't reckon
Skipworth.
Dacos is going to play. There's no way.
Do you reckon there's going to be a late out?
Yeah.
Jason, you've been watching the vision. I've sort of been trying to keep an eye on things here.
I was just there training, had the exact same problem, and I'm looking at what he's talking, a little bit of lip reading. There's no way he's playing.
That's a guaranteed 37 possessions down the drain if he doesn't.
He's not playing. He's too sore. He's really proppy. And you can't deaden your calf. That's the other problem.
Just before we move on to this footy game, it was always simmering underneath the surface after it came to light last week. We've been waiting for an AFL reaction to the Lance Collard situation. I will quote a media release from the AFL which has just come out. The AFL has referred a charge of an alleged breach of AFL Rule 2.3a, brackets, conduct unbecoming, against St Kilda player Lance Collard during the Round 2 VFL match against Frankston to a disciplinary tribunal hearing which will be heard next week at a date and time to be determined. End statement. Very brief. So this, again, is around an alleged homophobic slur from Lance Collard. So he is set to have his story held and his fate decided by a disciplinary tribunal hearing. So not quite sure when. They've just basically said we're going to get this, but still don't have a date and time, so that's breaking news of late. We chatted to Hayden Skipworth a short time ago. I'll bring you that chat in a moment, but Acco, your eyes are fixated on the vision inside the Collingwood rooms of Nick Dacos. You know what it's like playing through injury.
He's not playing.
You don't reckon?
It just came up then, so he's out, and I just missed the name. It was Ed someone is in.
Allen.
Ed Allen's going to be... Okay, so we originally had scratched Ed, and it still hasn't updated on the champion data?
Well, the reason why we see that is because all the players are going up to Ed Allen and shaking his hand.
Okay.
And he must have been the emergency.
Yeah. Great work. Okay, well, we'll use that segue to get to our chat with Hayden Skipworth. We did have this chat pre this news around Nick Dacos, so chatting about a few other things. Jeff and I chatting to the senior assistant of the Magpies a short time ago and asking him about the preparations for a familiar start to their Easter weekend.
Yeah, obviously Brisbane have been the benchmark the last few years, and we've had some really good games against them, and I think the last few times we've been lucky enough to get the points up here, so hopefully it's a copy of the last few times.
It's a pretty settled squad, but you're learning all the time in footy. Love to know what you've learned about your boys the first 3 games.
Yeah, we always used to start a year as feedback, and then we evolve as we go. So we never stand still. We're very much in the growth mindset. So I guess the feedback early was around some of our centre bounce stuff wasn't quite there. So Matty Boyd's done a great job getting the works of that. We had a really good result last week. I think it was 4 goals forward and no score. So we've had some little tide outs, but we've also known that our defence has been really strong for the first bit of the first 3 rounds. So I guess that's probably where a lot of our strength in the team lies behind the ball and with our team system defence. So we'll lean on that tonight.
It's part of why I requested to have a chat to you, because of that being your brief and our man up in the box who loves to speak about centre clearances. Jeff, I know you're itching to ask Hayden a question or two.
I am, Hayden. It's Jeff White here, mate. How are you? Over the pre-season, a lot of homework gone into centre ball-ups, we call it now. More than last year, more than the previous couple of years?
Yeah, as you know, mate, it's like momentum in a game when you've got it. If you can win centre bounce, and the flip side, if they've got momentum, if you can win some centre bounces to I guess, curve influence has been important. And I think that's why you saw Oscar Steen play last week. He's our best jump at the club, and he gives our mids first access, so we can run some more plays through him. Obviously, the jumping probably hurts, Darcy Cameron a little bit. He's more of a, step across the line guy. So we've definitely keep playing around with it. We're not sure what we look like, back end of the year, but we're exploring the 2 rucks at the moment. We had some success last week.
And that's obviously a bit of education sort of thing as well, that you need to find out where the hit zones are. I noticed that Oscar was using both his right and his left last week, which was really dynamic. So a lot of set plays involved around that.
Yeah, definitely. He's also got really soft touch. The good rucks have that sort of the soft drop or the teardrop coming down off their hands. So he not only jumps and explodes well in the ball, he's got really good touch. So yeah, he's a real weapon in there. So we're going to try and maximise him. His knock at the moment is just building his fitness, like a lot of young rucks do. So he's probably be limited game time, but when he's on there, we'll try and get him as many send bounces as we can.
Hayden Skipworth, the senior assistant to Craig McRae from Collingwood, is with us here on Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. And I just wanted to roll back over what you said about Oscar Steen. We saw him jump last week. We thought, wow. This is a guy that's obviously had a bit of grounding to get close to senior footy. Is it a matter of the rule change gets him a chance, or has he gone close enough to earning that without the tweaks in the middle?
No, we've seen development over his 4 years at the club, and we spoke about him last year. Obviously, the club list management decided to not recontract Mason Cox, so there was an opportunity there. But he's been building really well. I think the rule change definitely, added another strength to his bow with making both rucks jump. And I think we've had Greg Stafford come on board this year, and he's done a fantastic job teaching ruckcraft to our rucks. So I think a combination of all of that has lent to his opportunity. But he's certainly been a guy that's improved every year, and he's deserved his chance.
Can you take us to video review? At the start of the season, it's busy, but now you're doing this with new rules. As a fan, we're looking and thinking, has this changed the day-to-day, certainly at the start of the season, for you guys doing your tape and doing your coaching?
Yeah, certainly. We have, I'm in charge of the way we play, so we had workshops over summer around the rule change, how we can manage and exploit the rule changes.
What's the biggest one that you've had to work on?
I think like some of your ball movement stuff around mid-arc, we used to break the space and kick the ball wide. You've got to be mindful the ball doesn't go out of bounds now. The centre bounce, obviously, we hired a ruck coach and brought someone in to help us with that. Yeah, we just, and the stand rule, we were a non-stand the mark team, so, if you're caught in a contest now, you have to stand, so that affects how you defend as well. So they're probably the three biggest ones off the top of my head that we sort of had to workshop and work our way through. And like I said, we've got some plans that don't always work, so we'll evolve as we go on.
Are the players going all right at adapting?
They're pretty good. Yeah, we get the umpires out to training as much as we can to help clarify rules. We've sent stuff in to the AFL just to keep getting clarity and making sure we're coaching what they're umpiring. So I think all parties are working through it, umpires and coaches and players at the moment.
Whitey, one more from you on this, and then I just want to ask Hayden a bit about tonight, but I know you've got a bit more fodder here.
Just with the speed of ball movement, and that's an interesting one. But you find that because of the lasso rule that the rucks are playing behind the ball now, is that given a bit more freedom for the Darcy Camerons to sort of whip down and be behind the ball?
Yeah, I guess Darcy's strength is probably defensive area, Whitey. He's really good working with our key backs and getting them to anchor out and him marking third man in. So Oscar's a little bit different. He's more of an offensive aerial threat. You saw him last week. He took a mark right on the goal line. So we try and build a game plan around the strength of our rucks and the strength of our players. So we try and give license for Oscar to push forward, but definitely even with the guys throwing it in and balling it up more. If our rucks are behind the ball and can't get there, we've got plans in place for that, Whitey, as well, around who does a ruck. There's no point running up late, not getting there. So, there's some more strategy that comes in early in the year until you figure it out. But, I guess with the lower stoppages, you'll see more rucks sitting behind the play in transition because it's really hard to keep up with the speed of ball movement early in the year.
Pies assistant Hayden Skipworth with us. Just a couple more before we let you go. Both of these clubs, I think we can describe them as pretty senior and settled footy teams, yet the major chess pieces, there's a couple of really key ones for both teams missing tonight. So obviously you know Brisbane, they know you, but now you're not playing Pendles or Darcy Moore, and they're not playing Harris Andrews and Hugh McCluggage, and McCluggage went nuts against you guys last time they played. So have you had to do a bit of extra work than usual before this one, because big chess pieces are not there?
Yeah, obviously to lose experience when you travel against good teams is not ideal, but we're sort of very much a system-based team, as everyone knows, so we've got the next guy up in the roles.
The system involves Pendles helping you when you get in tight games against big teams. I don't know what system replaces that.
Yeah, well, we're going to lose that on-field coaching to a certain degree, but we've got a really strong leadership group, and the likes of Jeremy Howe and Sidebottom aren't even in that leadership group. So we back pretty deep. I think we're the most experienced or oldest team in the comp. So we're not relying on one guy, although it is a luxury to have those two great leaders of that club. I guess the thing is that there's a leadership void tonight, so we just got the next guys to fill it, and that's sort of been a motto all the way through. We don't rely on one person or one coach or anything like that, so it'll be a team aspect to get it done tonight.
Do you think that it gives your forward line a bit of a different way to move the footy with Harris Andrews not there tonight?
Yeah, he's a pain in the ass. Like he's. I know a lot of teams, and we're one of them. We try not to kick the ball to him just because he's so good, and he comes off and he reads the play. So it is nice not having him there, but they've got a lot of talent. They've got a deep list, so they've got some good players still back there, and a lot of experience in their team. So no doubt they'll be prepped well and coached well through Fags. So, but it is nice not having him there, and they're probably saying the same about Darcy Moore as well. He obviously comes off and intercepts the ball a lot as well.
Obviously, it takes everyone a couple of weeks to get settled. It's non-stop for you guys, but you feel now, getting to Easter, they're always, then Anzac Day's around the corner. It's almost like, yep, your teeth are into it now.
Yeah, it does. We've got a really tricky schedule as far as, with gather round and up here and stuff. So, and some short turnarounds in that and the Anzac Day. So, yeah, the next 3 or 4 weeks is really important for us to get right. And we've tried to, manage our calendar and our players as best we can. And we've had to buy already, so which is different as well. So, we've sort of got a really set way we want to do things. But, these next few weeks are really important for us.
Thanks for your time. Good luck tonight.
No worries. Thanks for having us.
So that was Hayden Skipworth, the senior assistant to Craig McRae from the Collingwood Footy Club. Jeff and I catching up with him a little bit earlier. Quentin Hull, Michael Price, Jeff White and Jason Ackermanis, your call team for Brisbane versus Collingwood. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Zane Bojak's down on the boundary. We'll get to him in a moment, but the confirmation has come through. Huge news, Nick Dacos is not playing. Nick Dacos is not playing. His calf was heavily strapped in the warm-up, and we know that he has been struggling with a cork. That's... Ed Allen's going to play, by the way, Jeff. So Ed Allen is the in.
I saw this, was it last year against Gold Coast? They put Josh Dacos in the middle and he went on a tear. That's what I reckon should happen tonight. He's been great in the back line, obviously, but put him in the middle.
Last year, in the preliminary final, Nick Dacos 27 disposals. In the round 21 game at the MCG, 29 disposals. In the game here last year, 38 disposals. So just in the last 3 games, I'll go through that again. Preliminary final loss, Nick Dacos leads all comers for Collingwood, 27 disposals. Round 21 MCG when Brisbane won as well. Josh and Nick both had 29 to lead for the Pies, and then in this game last year, Nick had 38 possessions.
And three Brownlow votes.
The first 3 rounds of this year averaging 36.7.
8 of the 9 possible votes he could get for the ABC Footballer of the Year, Nick Dacos. He's picked up 8 votes of a possible 9 in our Footballer of the Year. So
is that like losing the lead actor in a play just as you turn up to the seats?
We welcome you to tonight's showing of Jesus Christ Superstar, the role of Judas will be played by...
Unbelievable. Literally, he's a superstar, and you feel for some of the people, especially Collingwood fans, and there's heaps of them here that have come to see him play.
How does it change the game, gentlemen?
It does. He's their best player.
Yeah.
So it always changes something. It'll be some win, I've got to tell you, because what he does and how he links up and where he gets guys into the game, there's no one else that you can't replace him.
Yeah, you can't replace him, but I think that move for Josh Dacos into the middle, I know you're going brother for brother here, but just what I've seen, and I think a lot of the, and especially now with their setup with Oscar Steen in there, I think it provides more opportunities for that burst. When they need that burst player out of the middle. McQuarrie's been there as well, but obviously you can't replace Nick. But I would like to see Josh to go in there a few times tonight, just to give a little bit of dash out of the middle. Reads the play really well, as we all know.
He's so hard to tackle, Nick. This is what people forget. When you're an opposition coach, there's nothing worse broken tackles. Now, they happen, but he breaks more than anyone, I reckon.
Well, I think the other part of it that we haven't recognised is this is also Nick Dacos out of a Collingwood midfield that doesn't have its guru tonight as well.
Yeah, it doesn't have
Scott Pendlebury's not there either.
But it's now,
yes.
And as you know, like I remember a time where Dustin Fletcher was playing really, really well. Just before he ran out, news was Dustin Fletcher's not playing.
He's a fullback.
No, yeah, I know, but the
kicks at 80 metres.
Yeah,
no disrespect to the great Essendon fullback, but
the mindset of the playing group. So this goes back on to Brisbane now. He's the best player in the comp. He's their best. This is going to be interesting to see how they react to this. Collectively. Are they going to go? They're going to be ruthless, or are they going to feel, you know what, we're going to win this now because Nick Dacos is not in? So
yeah, well, they don't really tag, you see. That's the other thing.
Yeah, they don't tag, but still, it's a big out.
I know, it's big for both teams, but you're right. What's your mentality?
Here come the Magpies. Our side of the banner reads, long weekend is here. Happy Easter to all. Let's get the chockies. It's time to play ball. Zane Bojak's on the other side. He can see the other side of the banner. What to say there, Zane? Welcome to you.
Yeah, hello, Q. It says, congratulations, Bo McCreary, the bandied-haired or red-haired champion that he is, 100 games, and so that wavy locks are going through the banner right now. I can tell you what, there's a lot of deflated Collingwood fans in front of that banner. The cheer squad as almost a one. When the news came through that Nick Dacos was out, you could just see it was like a balloon being deflated. So unbelievable. And look, there's so many black and white jerseys here tonight. It's a great night for footy. 24 degrees. The surface looks superb. They're trying to win 3 in a row here in Brisbane, and they lost their great little champ. But I tell you what, Brisbane, they're missing some players down back to it, so it's still not going to be easy for the defending champs.
I'm impressed, though, that there was not one spelling error on that banner.
And by the way, our old friend Fran's on the text. She always loves chatting to you, Akka. She says on the SMS 0437 774. Thank you for the call. I'm a fan of you all. Akka, please don't gloat too much. If we lose tonight, go Pies. Have a happy Easter, Fran. Wherever you are, you can get in touch. 0437 774 774.
Can I send her an Easter egg when they lose and say, well, here you go. Let's suck eggs.
Laurel in Rushworth says, hello team, I'll be with you for the long haul this weekend. Happy Easter to you all. Good calling, thank you. 0437 774 774. Now, just before we get right into the teams, the Lions come out on the ground and we get into this game, just a quick look at tomorrow's two games with the teams coming through. Darling and Banch come in for North Melbourne with the Cherry out suspended and Dobson rested. That's for North against the Blues, who have got Dean out concussed, Williams out with his rib injury. Chess has been dropped as well as O'Keefe. For Newman, Dirksen, Boyd and Chera. So 4 changes for the desperate Blues against a North team that's made a good start to the season. Of course, that game starts at just after 3 o'clock local time in Melbourne tomorrow, and we'll be on air to bring that to you. 2 games on Good Friday footy tomorrow. Adelaide and Fremantle as well. No changes for the Dockers. 4 for the Crows. Couple of big ins. Dawson, Walker, O'Brien all in, along with Borlays. Jones and Nankervis along with Maley all dropped, and Butts out concussed. So those 2 games that we'll have for you on ABC Sport tomorrow. North and Carlton, the now traditional and hospital appeal game from Docklands tomorrow afternoon, and then at the Adelaide Oval, the Crows and Freo. The Lions are out there. Quentin Hull and Michael Price to call the action, with Jeff White and Jason Ackermann saying Bojack down on the boundary and Nick Dacos not playing. That's the late news if you are just tuning in. Gentlemen, take us through your thoughts as we hear the blaze of the hometown's song as they burst the banner. Easter begins on Holy Thursday at the Gabba yet again. It always is a great pleasure to be here, and it's great that this game, it seems, Jeff and Akka, that it's got substance about forming the script of the season.
I absolutely love it, Q, and to pencil it in the calendar. You know, you've got Anzac, you've got the King's birthday, all those sorts of things. You've got tomorrow with Carlton and North Melbourne. I love how the AFL are scheduling these types of events, and these games. This is a cracking one, and both sides are depleted with injuries, and this is where the depth comes into play. This is where, you know, the sides are trying to look for the depth. They're trying to work out the synergy. They're trying to work out, you know, where's the player, our roles, who plays the best roles, and this is going to be really exciting to see how now Collingwood, with Nick Dacos out, how is this the dynamic work? You know, Brisbane haven't had McCluggage, a key pillar to the midfield. We've got no Harris Andrews down back. So, as you said at the start, Q, the big chess pieces are out. So, let's, both coaches will be demanding a lot from the players that have come in, but also the players that have been there for a little bit.
It's going to be a cracker. I've always loved the midfield battles, the tactics. Is Craig, is for the Fly. I don't like him at the moment, as you know, because, you know, he's one of my great mates, except for this period when he's coaching Collingwood. Will not be talking to him. But a couple of years ago, it was the most exciting footy I've ever seen when his team was playing, and the Lions did too, on the counter, through the middle, 45-degree kicks. It was such shameless. You were talking inches. This the ball going over the top of the defender and out and running and playing on. Oh, man, it was exciting. What's he going to do tonight? Can he bring that back? Is he going to bring that back? And they know each other so well. This is a good history for many years now. This is going to be one that I know at the start of the season, Jeffrey, when you look at the calendar, you know this is coming. Every single player on both sides and the coaches, they just love it. They cannot wait for this game.
Yeah, and the biggest key for me tonight will be to see how it's operated through the arcs, because the way that Brisbane got back in the game, were able to destroy the Saints last week, was their chip mark possession footy through the arcs, and then they were able to go through and go into the forward line really, really quickly. And that's something they've changed this year. They've going really short kicks through the corridor.
Handball receive.
Away they go. So for Collingwood, if they can dismantle that through the corridor and then go back into their face, I think they'll go a long way to winning this game. But obviously, number 35 out, big hole.
Scary stuff. Last year I didn't call this game. I took a gentleman, Ed Gordon, who's he's great mate of mine now. He plays golf. He's actually from Switzerland. Always wanted to see a game. I'm like, you got to come to this one. He comes to this one, and we get beaten. It was very sad, but he loved it. And for a guy that plays ice hockey, he thought it was the best live sport he's ever seen.
So, just interested too with the Lions. Obviously, good win against St Kilda with that last quarter surge last week. Still, there's some major holes. Hugh McCluggage not there. Harris Andrews not there. Jack Payne's absence. The longer he's out, when you get an injury like a Darcy Gardner out of the team, and then you've got one of the young stars and Dan Annabelle out for a couple of months now with a shoulder injury. And I must admit, it'll be interesting to see Link McCarthy back on the Gabba tonight. It's the first Gabba game since, of course, the first of his knee issues. Sam Draper plays as a line at the Gabba for the first time.
Allen
tonight as well.
Yes.
Oscar Allen was there against the Bulldogs.
He was, but more that he's getting better every week, I feel.
Yeah.
So I think Collingwood's going to go, in saying that, they're quite small, aren't they, down back, Brisbane, for that perspective. Those key outs, and obviously Harris Andrews not. But on the flip side, they're actually quite tall up forward for the Pies. With Membry, good size, good overhead. McStay playing against his old club. And then they're going to throw Darcy Cameron and possibly Oscar Steen down there at some point. So there's three bigs that they're going to play throughout the night.
Well, we've got a ruckman and a midfielder here, and I just wanted to talk, Jeff and Jason, about the synergy of both teams having new ruckman and how the foot soldiers underneath take time to adapt. So, Jeff, of course, you were the ruckman. Jace, you were underneath. We've got Sam Draper getting used to the Ashcrofts and Neil and so forth underneath him, and Oscar Steen, who was just outstanding last week. But it's the engine room, and understanding there seems vital.
Well, Hayden Skipworth spoke about that when we interviewed him before the game in relation to trying to get used to the hit zones. And Jason will elaborate this on a bit more, but the synergy you've got to have with not only the mids, but the ruck's going against an opposition ruck who's going to come on different angles. He's got his strengths and weaknesses. Hitting it left-handed, hitting it right-handed. You've got to look at the you've got to look at the cue of the ruck, which angle he's coming on, and that was a lot of the things that Oscar Steen did last week that sort of maybe threw Collingwood mids off a little bit. Doesn't matter how much practice you do at training. In the game, it's a different story, isn't it?
It is, and what I would have loved to have Jeff White tapping to me, because I know Jeff's got the touch to get it. There's two things. He would put it out to space where I'm creating momentum, and quickly it happens so fast you don't even notice, where some of the other ruckmen, particularly the way that they tap really flat and really hard, and you've got to be ready. And they're the things that you're talking about. That's what takes time, of course. And then there's around the ground. There's not that many these days. There's a little bit that does happen with the stoppages, but it's more, they get in a bloody wrestle, and then where's it going to go? Where's his favourite? Because he just has, under pressure, they have the exact same, they go back to the same thing that they always do.
If you are just tuning in for the opening ball up, it's not too far away. Quentin Hull and Michael Price to call the action with Jason Ackermanis and Jeff White, and Zane Bojak's down on the boundary. There's not many spare seats left. They'll be absolutely packed out on Vulture Street and Stanley Street this evening, trying to pile in for the start of this one. Nick Dacos is not playing. He is a late out. Ed Allen comes into the team. Dacos struggling with the corky, and we saw his calf was heavily strapped in the warm-up. He has not been able to get up to play. Jason,
I'm just going to say, we talked about Josh. He may still go in the midfield, but I've been watching the warm-up. He has not been in the midfield group. He's been in the defensive group, so they're probably really happy with where he's at the moment. But that said, Fly has the option, which he will do at some stage, back half of a quarter, chuck him up on the ball.
The SMS number is 0437 774 774. G'day to Jared, who takes Pies are nothing without Dacos. Go Brizzy with a little line emoji.
Oh, it's a big call.
Yeah, that's a big call. But that's what the text line's about. And you know a thing or two about making a big call, Jace. Everyone's big calls are welcome.
I got one wrong last year, and you give it to me all year. Thanks, fellas.
Which was the one you got wrong?
I think I said it's over this game, and it wasn't.
Oh, yeah.
One of those games.
Was it the Melbourne game? I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's right. When the D's won here.
Yeah. You called it earlier.
And of course you would remember that, Jeff.
Of course, yeah. They walked out of the studio with a big smile on their face.
Yes. I was wrong. They should have won, but they didn't.
Yep. So 0437 774 774 is the number to get in touch. And, of course, if you happen to be out and about over the Easter weekend doing things a little bit differently to what you usually do, of course, ABC Listen has got the buttons that you need, the red and blue button for the AFL. Also, you can get closer to the action now with the rapid button. Basically, it's a shorter time delay, so even if you're sitting at home and you've got the pictures in front of you and you want to hear us with the call, just see how you go. It syncs up to a lot of TVs these days, that ABC AFL rapid button, so give that a try. Of course, the green button's got the NRL across the weekend. Up at Redcliffe, the Dolphins are playing Manly-Warringah tonight, so you can hear that. And we'll also have a call of Game 5 of that amazing NBL Championship Series with Adelaide sending it to Game 5. So keep an ear out for that with ABC Sport, keeping you up to date with everything moving in sport across this Easter weekend.
That is the best basketball on the planet.
For those of you just joining us on local radio through Western Australia, that's Jason Ackermanis, not aware that my hands were out for a network junction there. And
sorry.
Welcome. Good to have you at the footy. Better tell our listeners that have just joined us that Nick Dacos is not playing. He is out with a soft tissue injury, we assume. A corky. He had his calf heavily strapped, so Ed Allen is into the team. And Acker, I know it's tough when there's only a couple of minutes before the opening ball up. So Jason Ackermanis and Jeff White, your experts, final thoughts before we get into this one.
Well, I was going to tip Collingwood to win this.
What?
I'm still going to stick with them, actually.
Really? That is.
Yeah, it's a big call now with the Dacos out, but yeah, I'm going to stick to it. I think.
Brave man.
Yeah, a brave man. But I think if they can really negate the chip mark through the arcs for Brisbane,
good luck.
Give them an opportunity. But the only reason why I say that is if they win that through the midfield, I think their forward line's strong enough to beat Brisbane's backs because of the depletion. Over to you, Acker.
Yes, well, I think it's a 3 to 6 goal win for the Lions, and I say this because they last week played on the worst surface in Australia, which is the Etihad. What's it called now? Marvel. They come
You've
back.
never liked that place, have you, Jason?
I hate it. It's so hard. It's the worst you come off. So the only concern I have for the Lions is that it is a short week off the world's worst ground, and the Pies have a bit longer. That's the only thing I think. The energy-wise, they got that in their favour. But I still think the Lions at home, they want to win this one, I'm telling you.
Well, go Lions, Lou and Brizzy. She likes the team. Acker, Whitey, Pricey and Hully, top notch. Thank you. Richard from Geelong, he's tuning in while making seafood pizzas for the family.
Ooh.
Looking forward to a great game. Who'll manage to handle the big outs the best? Yeah, it's a big question.
Yeah, that's been the talk all night, isn't it, really?
One soldier out, one soldier in.
Yep.
That's the way it works.
0437 774 774, the number to get in touch. Your Easter weekend of footy at the Gabba starts now with Michael Price.
Umpire's going to throw it up in the middle of the Gabba. The Pies won the toss, kicking to the left as we're looking at it. Beautiful clearance. Straight to the arms of Will Ashcroft. Measures a pass beautifully to the edge of the centre square to find Cam Rayner, 70 from goal. He kicks it into the pocket. He's looking for Lohman. Lohman got rid of his opponent, took it in one arm, if you don't mind, in the left forward pocket. He's going to have a shot. 25 metres out. He's facing inboard, looking to curl it around.
That is a great start. Jeff White just held him off. One arm grab. He looks so much better this year. Obviously injury riddled last year. He's already looking like he's just a different player.
20 goals last year at an accuracy rate of 63.2. He curls this one around. What a start for the Brisbane Lions on this Easter Thursday occasion. One straight goal. The Pies yet to score or touch the agate. Only 1 minute gone in the first term.
But what I love about that, and I'm going to probably go to it a fair bit because I love this new rule of the rucks going at each other. What a hit from Draper.
Oh, yeah.
All the players got around to Draper, just jumped up into Darcy Cameron, palm with his left hand with Will Ashcroft coming from the blocker position, and Rayner on Dacos. Really, I like that, Matt. I like that because they're obviously going to probably try and isolate Dacos because they know he zones off, and that he was the linchpin able to get it inside forward 50.
And he'll be too big for him too in the air. He's got a better jump. That said, what about the daddy cool? They have thought about this, the players. Good work.
As Pricey mentioned, only 20 goals last year, but 36 the year before, but he started well in 2026. Ball back in the middle. Collingwood gets a clearance here. Side bottom with a hand pass to the wing where Crisp will gather for the Magpies. Runs around the attempted tackle of Berry. Gets onto his left foot. First inside 50 for Collingwood on Elliott's head. Punched away by Wilmot. Back out to the half-back flank for the Lions. Berry first to meet it. He links by hand. Ashcroft, a grabbing ball to the wing. Lohmann gathers. He's under pressure. Has support, though. Hands to Rayner. Kicks infield where Bailey marks for Brisbane. Just forward of halfway on the edge of the centre square. Bailey with a deep entry for Brisbane to the pocket. Looking for Cameron. Couldn't mark road by Morris for Brisbane. Hand pass infield. Lohmann's tackled by Quaynor as soon as he got the footy. And he's tackled high. It's a free kick going to Brisbane.
What an entry. One-on-ones. You just love that, Jeff. Obviously, great from Kyle Lohmann. Just ducked beautifully. Yeah. Got the heights. Shot there.
But I'm looking heavily at Rayner. He's been involved now twice going inside forward 50 with Josh Dacos sort of sagging off a little bit like he normally does. So that's a good strategy from Brisbane. They've obviously made that a ploy.
Oh, what is Kai doing?
Lohmann 30 out, right snap, punt. And he has 2 goals. And the Magpies are yet to score. 2.5 minutes in, Kai Lohmann has started brilliantly. The Lions have started brilliantly. Brisbane 2 straight. Collingwood yet to get off the mark. And if you are joining us late, repeating, Nick Dacos not playing. We assume with a calf injury, with that heavily strapped in the warm-up and struggling at training during the week.
Daddy cool.
Daddy cool times 2.
We could get a bit of that tonight.
Even if Nick Dacos was out there, he still wouldn't have been able to contain those 2 goals from Brisbane. They've been outstanding to start with.
It's just coming down a bit too easy if you're a Magpie fan. They have not been able to make many inroads with tackles or cutting off, or even that intensity's not there just yet, and the Lions are taking advantage of it.
Well, what a start for the Brisbane Lions. 2 straight goals in 2.5 minutes. Draper gets this one down yet again. It's handballed away by Neal, intercepted by Collingwood, but then Zorko pinched it. He lost it, picked up by Sidebottom for the Pies. Launches it inside 50. Beautifully read there by the late inclusion, Garrett Joyce, who came in for Darcy Gardner, playing his first game since season 2024. He peels it out to the right back pocket and finds Jasper Fletcher.
Kicks it to right half back. Neal takes the grab. Just beyond defensive 50. And happy to slice off a short ball to Joyce down the line. Darragh Joyce, 2-time emergency for a grand final.
Irishman?
Yep.
Yes.
County Kilkenny.
Yeah, very good hurler.
I did that after Mad Monday.
Chips infield to Gallop, who's back in defence again tonight, Ty Gallop. Marks and kicks to Wilmot, left half back for Brisbane. Uncontested possession for the Lions. He chips it to Bailey. Takes the grab edge of the centre square, left half back. Kicks wide on the 45 to the wing. Lester takes the mark. Plays on. Kicks to half forward, misses his target. Howe there to take the mark for Collingwood. Plays on quickly with a kick to the wing. Gives marked by Crisp. Hand pass to Maynard, whose kick goes out of... Was it on the full or... No, just last disposal. Out of play. Free kick to Brisbane at left half back. Lions with the first 2 goals. Magpies yet to score. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Leicester goes backwards. Finds Darcy Wilmot on the arc of 50. Back into defence and just willing to hold on to the ball. He chips it to the right. Hits Jasper Fletcher. Now he goes laterally as well. To right half back to find Reveal. The crowd love it.
Cornrows tonight.
He's got the cornrows in. He spent big. Oh, he tried to go lateral. It was intercepted there by O'Sullivan. Tap forward. Now gets to McStay. Revenge on his old side. Yes. Dribbles it through. Gets the Pies on the board on the back of a Bruce error. 2 goals straight to the Lions. 1 goal straight to the Pies. That's a 6-point difference with 6 minutes gone to the first term. ABC Sport.
What I said, Pricey, between the arcs, this is what Brisbane's trying to do. They try to do the chip up, short 45. They're trying to go through the corridor. Sullivan was onto that. So this is what Collingwood's trying to do. If they can do more of this is where their strength is going to lie, because they can get them on the foot side.
A bit of a gift there, but that said, Bruce Reveal, I think they're just going to say to him, you're an amazing kick. You don't need to go 35 metres. You need to go 20, 25, and then just make it a little bit more of a surer kick. But that said, that'll be the easiest goal to get tonight. If the Lions will be better with that, but they are spreading the field. They are playing one-on-one, and Collingwood have got to defend.
Cameron v. Fort in the middle. Cameron got the first finger. Doesn't find a rover though. Ball ricochets out of the bullseye. Picked up by Roan Steele for Collingwood. Hand pass to half forward. Sullivan hands to DeGoey, who's tackled and dispossessed by Coleman. Holding the ball. Zorko takes the advantage. Kicks to half forward. Bailey marks. Kicks into the corridor. Frampton intercepts though for the Magpies. Important mark at centre half back. Plays on with the kick to the wing. Will Hayes takes the mark. Kicks infield. And the Magpies now through Lipinski. He grabs, chips it out to left half. Forward flank, DeGoey 60 from goal. Marks and kicks to the pocket looking for the leader, Membry. Gets him on the half volley. Elliott comes in to help, but it's off hands and out of play. And a boundary throw in the left forward pocket for the Magpies. Lions 2 straight. Magpies 1 straight. 7 minutes played. First quarter in perfect conditions for Holy Thursday footy.
That was great by Frampton down there. They were out, Brisbane.
Yeah,
just come off his man at the right time.
Lucky too. He could have got exposed with another kick.
Throw in left forward pocket for the Pies. Off hands Fletcher. Tackled. Let loose the ball. Holding the ball.
It's a bit hot on that one. I mean, when it gets dislodged in a tackle when you've had a thousandth of a second to do anything, it's a bit stiff, I reckon. But
Great effort by McStay, though. He took the ruck contest and then laid the massive tackle. So he's up and about against his old side.
He's going to have a shot. 45-degree angle to the left. He'll have to release this one from just inside the arc.
Could go anywhere.
Well,
go anywhere.
What do we say? All 3 results possible?
All 3 results possible, and sometimes known as Dan McStray. Comes in. That is beautiful. The Pies equalise. 2 for McStay and 2 goals apiece to start this Easter Thursday clash. 8 minutes gone of the first term on ABC Sport.
The Lohman versus McStay shootout, isn't it?
Yes,
2 to Lohman, 2 to McStay. But yeah, great effort there from McStay. And I love that strategy, how they're going to... That's what they do when Darcy Cameron's in the ruck. Allows McStay to do the ruck work in the forward line. He can sit out, set up the wall or behind the play like he likes to do. I wouldn't be surprised, though, when Oscar Stern comes in, though, he will then take the ruck in the forward line.
He's a great mark overhead too, Cameron.
Yeah.
That said, they're not playing... They're not the best team at the moment, Collingwood, but they are certainly in this game, and albeit a little bit soft, a couple of goals, but, yeah, it's a long game.
2 for Lohman, 2 for McStay. As the ball's thrown up in the middle of the ground. Fort's going to win this one at ground level. He's over at the big Brisbane ruckman. Hand passes to Dunkley, hands it to Neal. Hand pass forward to Bailey. Chain of hands to Zorko. Runs to half forward. Deep entry to the goal mouth. Cameron's out the back. Lets it go. And it's gone through for a goal.
Oh, that'll be reviewed.
Was it touched?
It's pretty close.
Charlie Cameron's down, and a bit of concern being shown for him as well by Link McCarthy, who was over him.
I reckon he winded himself when he came down because he was trying to not mark it. He was trying to actually shepherd it. Yeah.
Well, certainly no indication on the big screen that this is being reviewed. Of course, they all are, but not a very public review. It's a goal for Dane Zorko. Brisbane 3 straight, Collingwood 2 straight. Shootout early here, 10 minutes played.
If you're happy with McStay, Jeffrey White, you'd be very happy with the second effort of Darcy Fort there. That's what set this goal up. And, Zorks, don't you love kicking a goal if you can? Oh, yeah, no, this is a goal. Wasn't touched.
You got to love ball up clearance.
Go back into the ball. There he goes. Whitey, you'd love that. Oscar Steen got up high, but he gave away the free kick. No, it was at the base of that pack. It's going to go to Will Ashcroft, who was dealt with. But that was a mighty leap from Oscar Steen, the youngster in his second game, as Ashcroft goes long towards a pack of players. Good body work. Steen was buffeted out of it, but it was nicely taken by Dan Houston. It was a good grab in the end. He has it with his back to his own defensive goal 45 metres away.
It's Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. He's Michael Price. I'm Quentin Hull. Great to have you with us at the Gabba. As the kick to left half back finds Long. Marks and hands it to DeGoey. Kick around the boundary line is good. Hayes takes the grab. Plays on with the hand pass to the late in Allen. Hands it off to half forward. Little fumble from Membry. Gathers it though. Hand pass infield turned over. Brisbane intercept through Dunkley. Gave it to Will Ashcroft who hand passed it into Lohman. Back. But it bounced back to Kid Wonder. Will Ashcroft kicks to half forward for Brisbane. Gathered by Morris on the bounce. He's near the boundary, about 70 from goal. Balks once, twice. Hand pass infield, doesn't find a target. Picked up by Hayes of the Pies, who started well. Hand pass to Maynard on the wing. Inside out, Torp to half forward. He didn't hit that well, Bruz. Marked by Leicester on defensive 50 for Brisbane.
He goes laterally to the left to find Kitty Coleman, already express pace on this game. He goes further left to find Levi Ashcroft, left half back, just standing on the arc. Crowd urging him to move forward. He does so. Just chips it there towards Gallup, who does well to pick it up around his ankles, then launches one beyond centre wing. Big fly from Morris. It was actually Oscar Allen. It came down to ground. Pies scrapping for it. Oscar Allen with the tackle. Ball stuck underneath several, and will get a ball up on the outer side where Zane Bojack is on the Stanley Street wing.
Yeah, and Charlie Cameron's made his way to the Brisbane bench and he's getting treatment. I think it's more of a hip problem that he's suffering, guys, but I'll keep you updated.
He copped a knock when shepherding that Zorko kick through. Ball rumbled over the boundary line from the stoppage, so a throw in front of the benches.
Wasn't very graceful, the landing. It's more of that big thud.
That's a hip pointer too, I reckon. He's in a bit of pain. You can see him. I can see on the bench in a bit of pain.
Sting with a clear tap down, but Rayner does the roving for Brisbane. Hand passes to Levi Ashcroft. Ineffective hand pass in traffic, but Dunkley makes good of it. Defensive handball out the back. Fletcher receives on the wing. Kicks Brisbane high to a packet attacking 50. Off hands. Collingwood first to meet it. Toe poke by Perryman to Allen. Allen puts it along the deck. Not a great kick to the wing. Fletcher first to meet it for Brisbane. Hand pass onto to Coleman. Tackle, but got his hand pass clear. Numbers around the ball for Brisbane. Bailey hands it out the back to Will Ashcroft, who chips. And Lincoln McCarthy in his return to the Gabba after a couple of knee recos. He has got the footy on the wing. He's been back at footy for a couple of weeks in the seniors. Pricey, good to see him back at the Gabba.
Free kick all the way down here in the forward line for Brisbane.
No.
Against them.
Yeah, against them.
So it's a referred free kick. It'll go to Collingwood. Instant turnover, and the Lions caught unawares. Lipinski chips it toward Hayes. Spoiled by Reville, who storms away with the ball. Chips it towards right half forward. Still inside the centre square. Oscar Allen to the pocket. Logan Morris. Double grabber. 35 out. Bit of a tight angle to the right.
Oh, it has been turnover city, and it's just a matter of millimetres at times. Just that turnover there, Bruce Reville just got a hand in, and all of a sudden the players are out. Even Allen, I mean, you want him to go. Good kick, but he had 4 one-on-ones. Don't you love that?
Great defence by Reville there to be aware that they were going to chip it. Great intercept.
So Logan Morris, you don't want to put the mocker on him, but he is a sharpshooter. 82-37 over his career, including a career high 53-20 last year. Comes in from 45. Oh, that's a beautiful conveyance. Logan Morris is on the board. The Lions have 4 straight. 4-0-24 to the Pies. 2 straight 12. We've played 14 minutes of the first quarter.
He is the Dan McStay that Brisbane didn't think they had a replacement for.
He's just such a relaxed...
Big Joey was probably what they thought.
Yeah. Well, and again, you think of this Brisbane team the last couple of years. I mean, McStay went in 2023 to Collingwood, missed that grand final with his injury, and gee, haven't found one here.
Yeah. Oh, that is as soft as you'll come on Loman and Quainer.
But great defence there from Reville. But the second and third efforts from Logan Morris, he was on the other side when they gave away the free kick in their forward line, and then he was able to be the one that received it and kicked the goal.
Charlie looks all right. I reckon Charlie will be back. He's just had a couple of those magic pills.
He's on the bench. So 2 goals to Brisbane, answered by 2 goals to Collingwood, then 2 goals to Brisbane. 4 goals to 2, Brisbane in front. Will Ashcroft with a little toe-poking clearance in the centre. Doesn't gain much ground. Won by Steen of the Magpies. Hand pass to half-back where Quainer torps it from D50 to A50. And it's marked by Howe. 55 from goal. Doesn't go deep. Decides to slice off a pass for Long. That's Steele. Rone Steele who takes the mark. 60 from goal at left half forward for Collingwood. Kicks it to full forward. Draper's in the hole. And Big Sam Draper takes the mark for Brisbane at fullback.
Great mark. He could have gone earlier there, Steele. He had a one-on-one with Elliott. He won't like that. You've got to go the skinny side. Easier to defend, and he was on.
Draper drops one just short of centre wing on the outer side. Off hands Loman. Went without it. Chance for the Pies. Maynard on the left foot. It's a wobbler inside 50 back in the Draper direction. And that was a bit of a mismatch with Elliott. At the ground level, though, Gallup has it. Hoiks it back towards centre wing, and once again, it's going to come back. The Pies have it. It's with Cameron. He just puts it to the left, just forward of the centre circles. Houston has got a runner. It is Howe. Onto his left foot inside 50 to the goal square once again. Draper.
Free kick to Elliott.
So Elliott, well, they didn't need to hold him out because fair dinkum Sam Draper had the height advantage and the number advantage. But it's going to be a free kick to Collingwood directly in front of goal.
It's just some soft.
Actually, it's
Wilmot.
just an
Darcy Wilmot.
Yeah, errant hand from Darcy Wilmot. Just wrapped it around the waist. Unnecessary. Crowd don't like it, but it was there. Easy for the umpire to call. So Jamie Elliott won't get an easier chance tonight. Comes in, pops it through. Pies have had 3 on the board now. Straight shooting. The Lions 4 straight 24. The Pies 3 straight 18. And in the first quarter, we've played 17 minutes.
It's how you defend. So if you're on Schultz, you know that he's really good on the ground. So you got to check him. But he's so hard to match up on Elliott because you know he can jump in the air, he can jump on the ruck's head, and that's what Wilmot was worried about. He was worried about the movement. He couldn't find him. Great awareness there from Elliott, but that's why he's so hard to match up on.
And what Collingwood are doing, they've got a spare behind, so they're trying to get that spare with the handball receive, which, of course, if the pressure's up, the kicks are going in long and high. Draper's been fantastic. That one there, they've had 3 pretty soft goals. I don't think they'd be too worried, Brisbane, but it's a game of games already. How much are we going to get scoring?
Jason Ackermanis and Jeff White with you. Ball up in the middle. Cameron first hand for Collingwood, but kicked off the ground by Bailey. Gets it inside 50 for Brisbane. Fort gathers on the deck. Hands it to McCarthy, who slots it onto the leading chest of Oscar Allen. And the new Lion takes the mark 40 metres from goal.
What about that? One step, if you don't mind. Lincoln McCartney, Jeffrey White, that'd be your special, just a sizzler.
Yeah, great. And once again out of the middle.
How much are they? What are they up here? Who's dominating? Surely Brisbane are up by 3 or 4 out of the middle.
The centre clearances, it's 4 each, actually, James.
Yeah.
This is where...
So here is the number 4, the man that now wears the number that the Collingwood coach wore during his great career here, Craig McRae. Allen just to the right of centre. Nice strike from 45. So we've had 2 goals to Brisbane, 2 goals to Collingwood, 2 to Brisbane, 1 to Collingwood, 1 to Brisbane. So it's now 5 straight to 3 straight. And I tell you what, there are pistol cartridges all over the dirt at this saloon here because the shootout's on, baby. All we need is Clint Eastwood.
And their set
Great
shots.
watch.
Brisbane's set shots have always been a little bit average. Last week they were no better, but tonight, just bang, bang, bang. It's been good to watch.
And even though a few of them have been through the corridor, I mean, Logan Morris was 45-degree angle, and then Kyle Loman's kicked one from the boundary. So it's a shootout now.
How about the goal efficiency for Brisbane? 7 inside 50s, 5 goals, 71.4%. The Pies not too shabby, 37.5%, 3 from 8. As we go back into the middle, out of the guts, it's Draper who drops it onto his foot, kicks it into the path there. Her big Darcy Ford, who did well to get down around his ankles, pick it up, but he's tackled into the ground, and it's going to be a quick ball up from the umpire with about 20 players around him. Fort versus Cameron. At ground level, Bailey explodes out of the pack, gets it onto the right shoe. It's going to bounce towards the boundary line, left forward pocket. And I think Howe was happy to escort it there by the Pies, and it's going to be a throw in.
Very interesting that Oscar Steen was in the forward line. He went and did the centre bounce. Now he's gone forward to relieve Darcy. So they rate him a lot in the centre.
Throw in, Brisbane in attack. Cameron got the first hand at ruck time. Rode by Long, hands it to Maynard, hands it to the pocket to Allen. He was the late in for the injury to Nick Dacos. Hands it to DeGoey at half-back. Kicks a turnover. Fletcher intercepts, gets in the way for Brisbane. Won the footy, hands it to Berry. Hands it to Levi Ashcroft from 60. And the fly from Bailey gets over the top of Frampton to take up... No, it's not Bailey. It is Jimmy Tunstall. Tunstall has flown to take the mark. 20 metres out, directly in front.
Have a look at this kid. What a jump, I must say. Lux of Fortune, just a turnover again. The Goey with the short left. But, can I say, how about that hairdo? It looks like an accountant.
But he looks like Bailey.
That's a bit, yeah, in the air.
Oh, thank you, Jeff. Makes me feel a lot better.
He does.
Well, Jimmy Tunstall, he was the man flying. He's taken the mark. 30 out, misses the kick to the right. Slewed off the edge of the boot. And it's the first behind.
Here it comes.
After 21 minutes, Brisbane 5-1-31. Collingwood 3 straight 18.
It's contagious kicking behinds. This is the problem. You've got to keep going.
Well, it's 8 goals and 1 behind so far, Rakasi.
No, that's where I'm worried.
He does go early, Jace.
Houston plays on quickly for the Pies, kicks it towards centre wing. Off hands beautifully roved there, front and square by Ashcroft, but the handball was awful. It was chopped off there by Crisp. Handball forward to Cameron, then to Steele side bottom on centre wing outer side. That's a lovely weighted pass to find Crisp, who kept running. He's at right half forward, wheels around onto the left foot and kicks it close to the boundary line. It's out of bounds on the full. In fact, Lockie Schultz did take it, but about a metre over the line, and that doesn't count.
And Kadeen Coleman is going to inbound for Brisbane from the left back pocket. Kicks it right across the face of goal. Zorko in the opposite pocket with space. The veteran Marks runs to defensive 50 and slots it to Berry on the wing. Quainer closed down, but Berry did well. Knock it to the advantage of Loman, who'll keep it in before conceding a lasso. And now he weaves his way around the oncoming Maynard. Steps infield, chips it back to Berry, who marks 55 from goal. Plays on with the stand rule to his advantage. Goes deep with the right boot, and it's gone through for a goal. I think. Was it touched on the line? There were men around it.
What was Draper thinking?
Draper touched it.
Did he touch it?
Yeah, I reckon he touched it with his left hand.
Bloody Ruckman.
Hold on.
I reckon he's touched it with his left hand as he's gone up. He's running out to his position, so
all he had to
that's
do
a fair
was
sign.
Not do that.
Yeah, he needed to do what Charlie Cameron did.
He has touched it.
By the left hand of the Brisbane attacker. Decision on the scoreboard.
It's a point. Brisbane 5-2-32. Collingwood 3 straight 18. Zane Bojack on the boundary.
Yeah, talking about Charlie Cameron, he's taken those painkillers. He's been on the exercise bike. He's ridden halfway to the Champs-Elysees and he's about to come back out on the field.
Zane, I'd love to see you on a bike, big fella.
14 points the margin in favour of Brisbane, 23 gone first term as Collingwood bring it back in. Shorter centre wing on the outer side. It's nicely picked up by De Goey, immediately onto the right foot down the line. McStay competes well. Off hands, Crisp. Tackled over the line by Kadeen Coleman. At right half forward for Collingwood, there will be a throw in.
It was sharp too.
You're going wide a lot, Collingwood. That means that Brisbane is owning the corridor at the moment. So good signs for Brisbane.
I think that's the way they'd like it too, Whitey, as the shallow throw-in happens. And Cameron did well to get rid of Fort. Got it onto his boot, though now at ground level. Oh, Membry picked it up. It was stripped of the ball. Darcy Wilmot, full the lines, picked it up and taken by another Darcy and Fort at left half back on the point of the centre square.
Kicks it towards the wing on the head of Dunkley. Takes the mark despite the late arriving pressure of Frampton. Plays on with a hand pass to Wilmot. Chip pass to Draper. 70 from goal at left half forward. Kicks Brisbane into the pocket and Tunstall is all by himself. Takes a chest mark near the boundary, 35 metres from goal.
He started well, Draper.
He
started really well.
They had players out everywhere. Collingwood's scrambling defence actually couldn't even keep up with two of them. So it's worrying signs for Fly at the moment. They're coming down. There are too many inside 50s, and they've been super accurate, as you said, Pricey.
So only 3 games last year for James Tunstall. His 14th career game. It was an emergency for the grand final. Has never played a final, though. So he's a periphery man wanting to up his status at the Den. He's pushed that across the face. Tunstall, it's a behind. Brisbane by 15 points at 5-3-33 to 3 straight 18. 25 minutes played. It's Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Isn't that a cricket umpire's name? Was that Tunstall? Is that
a pretty good full forward by Jay Dunstall. It's close.
That's not even close.
On the way out to the outer side, off hands, back close to the boundary line. There he goes again. Tunstall takes it over at left half forward.
You're thinking of the former Commonwealth Games Supremo, Arthur Tunstall.
Yes, that's him. That's him.
Who was at the headlines, remember Kathy Freeman and the Aboriginal flag in 1990?
Yes.
Among the headlines of the Arthur Tunstall reign.
Well played, Q. Throw in across the arc of 50. Perryman, nice hands to De Goey to steal side bottom. Then to Josh Dacos. Tries to measure a pass, and that's a beautifully weighted kick to find Membry. Just forward to centre wing on the Vulture Street side. That's the commentary side as we're looking at it. Running forward, Ed Allen. He ignores him, kicks it into the pocket, makes a contest of it. Spoiled by Wilmot against Elliott. Wilmot butters up, grabs the ball. Subterranean handball to Berry. Hooks it around his body. Oh, good contest from Darragh Joyce. Fisted to the ground, though. It was a tough spoil by Membry. Picked up by Oscar Allen holding the ball. Free kick, Josh Dacos, 70 from goal at left half forward.
And tonight he's just Dacos. There is no Jacos because Nikos is not there. Dacos, number 7. Josh, deep entry for Collingwood and 2 bites the mark for Daniel McStay and a big crack in the pocket.
Oh, they're running.
Daniel McStay, that's a good grab.
That's a great grab.
And now, well, someone's going for a blood rule. I think it's Ned Long who's been sent to the bench.
That's where Draper needs to kill it. You smash it out. That's what the Western Bulldogs are doing really well at the moment. It's when it goes inside forward 50, they smash it out.
Claret watch, Zane Bojack.
Yeah, there's blood right underneath that left eye on Ned Long. And, of course, they got those white jerseys, so he might have to get that changed as well. Q as he's going off to get treated.
The traditional white with black stripes, not the change to home strip of black with white stripes. So what used to be the home strip is now the away strip. But it's white with black stripes tonight. Well, I know it's confusing. Now, Dan McStay, left forward pocket at the Gabba. He's done this a few times across his career. 161 game line. He's hooked that one near. It's a behind. And his first miss of the night, Collingwood's first miss of the night. Lions 5-3, Magpies 3-1, 27 first term.
Ackermanis is a genius. After 8 straight goals, we've just witnessed 4 straight behinds.
And he called it after the first
You
one.
did. You saw it coming. Nostradamus Ackermanis. There's so many syllables, but there we go. Kadeen Coleman from the left-back pocket for Brisbane kicks it beautifully. That's a long kick towards centre wing, outer side, off hands. Draper gave it to Darcy Wilmot, looping handball. Went to nobody in particular. Oh, Link McCarthy made it look good. He grabbed it on the half volley and then was tackled over the line by Howe, right in front of the Collingwood bench on the Stanley Street wing, outer side, Lions by 14.
He's Michael Price. I'm Quentin Hale. You're Jason. Yes.
Is Cacophony going to come out tonight?
Not yet. Maybe in the third quarter. Particularly if Collingwood have a comeback. Then it would be a Collingwood cacophony, Jason.
Yeah.
From the boundary throw-in, free kick going Collingwood's way. And it's Cameron who hand passes to Dacos. Josh Dacos from centre wing, kicks the half forward. Lester flies the pack to knuckle it away from the intended target of McStay. Off hands and out of play for a boundary throw-in. At attacking 50 for the Magpies. They're running to the left of your radio dial down to the school end. At right half forward, getting late first term. Brisbane lead by 14 points.
Throw in, shallow yet again, and it's taken off hands. And by Steele Sidebottom has scored it over the boundary line where the arc meets the boundary. Actually, it's going to be a conference. Did it come off anybody's boot? I think it did. Yes, it did. It came off a Collingwood boot. I didn't quite see it. Steele Sidebottom says no. Umpire said yes, and he wins. So it's Lockie Neal who gets the free kick. Chips at barely the required distance to Will Ashcroft. Gave it back to Neal. Handball off to Zorko. Standing start. Outer wing. Target was Draper. Fisted forward. Off hands Morris. Sold his mate Levi Ashcroft into a dump, who got a beautiful handball away to the running Neal. Chipped it to left half forward. Cam Rayner, 55 from goal. Neal kept running. Rayner hit him. Great running from Lockie Neal. Takes the mark, 40 metres out. He's on a very tight angle on the boundary in the left forward pocket.
Yeah, that was awesome there. He just broke the lines, got through, but then lowered his eyes. He didn't blaze away. He just picked out and then kept on running the line. So really good offensive running there from Lockie Neal.
Great work rate. Obviously, Lockie's had some kind of off-season. That said, if he can start kicking goals as a mid, I tell you what, that is a bonus to the universe. Never renowned for his goal kicking, of course, but
hasn't got one this year. He has now. Oh no, hit the post. Called it too early there, Acker. Just a little bit above the padding.
Hey, how many points in a row since Jason said
5?
Watch out. So we had 8 straight goals, and after the first point, Jason says, oh, it's contagious.
Yeah.
5 points in a row in the game since then. As Houston runs beyond the goal mouth. Long inbound for Collingwood, but it's into the hands of Draper. He has looked good tonight, Jeff. You're nodding your head. Sam Draper marks for Brisbane. Forward of the wing. He bangs the Lions back into attack. Deep entry to the pocket. Frampton fists the pack. Ricochets to Morris of Brisbane. Ineffective hand pass. Rayner's at the bottom of the congestion. He's immediately tackled by Perryman. And the ump calls for a ball up.
Yeah, they got it. He's setting up really well behind the ball. Draper's he's setting up extremely well.
Link McCarthy crashes through. Hold on, whistle. Brisbane free kick. McCarthy had got boot to ball there, and Cameron has given away a free kick to Oscar Allen. And this is only 30 metres out, slight angle to the left.
Sidebottom had lost his shoe, so he's now got it back to him. But that said, this is what I was talking about, free kicks. These ones, you hate it as a coach. Coach killer.
So, Jason.
Yes.
We've had 5 straight points after 8 straight goals. What's Oscar Allen going to do here?
Well, this is the one I tell the players all the time. It's your chance. You've got to steel yourself. You've got to get it there, be nice, relaxing yarns, and kick it hard. That's how you get over it. You kick a goal.
Okay. Jason Ackermanis with the instructions for Oscar Allen. 35 out. He kicks it hard. He kicks it straight. And the Lions get their 6th goal of the opening term. Brisbane 6 goals, 440. Leads Collingwood's 3 goals, 119. We've played 31.5 minutes of this first term. It's Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Your experts are Jason Ackermanis and Jeff White.
The pressure's been there from Collingwood. It's definitely been up. It's definitely lifted halfway through this first quarter, but they're finishing off quite well at the moment. And yeah, just an arm over the shoulder there from Darcy Cameron. So
yeah, that's a little soft, let's be honest. But anyway, there's had a couple of soft ones tonight. I suppose it does even out at the end. That said, good work there. You need your players, your good players, let alone a star recruit, just kicking those ones you need right in red time. There's only not long left in the quarter. Very good goal. 2 goals now for Oscar Allen.
Lions by 21 points. Draper gets high up in the middle. Cameron got it. Kick smothered, picked up by Neal, inside 50. Well done by Howe. Beeline the ball, got there first in front of Charlie Cameron, then chipped it forward to find Jordan De Goey. Still inside defensive 50. He flares it out to the right to find Crisp. Crisp chips it up just short of centre wing. And Lockie Schultz releases the ball as the siren goes for quarter time. It's the Lions by 21 points in somewhat of a first quarter shootout. 6-4-40 to Brisbane, 3-1-19 to the visiting Magpies. Your goal scorers, Kai Lohmann's got 2 for Brisbane, Oscar Allen's got 2, and singles to Logan Morris and Dane Zorko. For Collingwood, a couple to Dan McStay early, and Jamie Elliott has their 3rd.
Thank you for that, Michael. You can get in touch on the SMS 0437 774 774 is the number. Kev from Bendigo, he texts, I hope Charlie's injury, it happened very similar to Gary Moorcroft when he took that screamer, which finished him. You know,
that Charlie didn't get Mark of the Year, mines.
No, thank you, Kevin. And thank you to another Kevin from Shenton Park in WA. I live in Perth, but my favourite ABC footy team's the Brisbane Crew. Good on you, Kevin. And do you know a Marg in South Australia, Jason?
Probably.
She says, Jason Ackermanis, Daddy Coolest, easy listening. What a champ. That was... Who had the Kai Lohmann's got the Daddy Cool, hasn't he?
Does, finally.
His
kids are getting it.
Kids are getting it. Brisbane 6-4-40, Collingwood 3-1-19. You can keep those messages coming. 0437 774 774. Your Easter weekend of footy starting here at the Gabba on ABC Sport.
You meet the most interesting people on Sunday morning.
Driving through this hotland full of dust and smoke, this little commie fella feels like a true blue Aussie bloke.
Join the rest of Australia right here on Sunday morning.
Australia All Over, Sunday mornings on ABC Radio.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Beautiful clearance, straight to the arms of Will Ashcroft. Measures a pass beautifully to the edge of the centre square to find Cam Rayner, 70 from goal. He kicks it into the pocket. He's looking for Lohmann. Lohmann got rid of his opponent, took it in one arm, if you don't mind, in the left forward pocket. He's going to have a shot. 25 metres out, he's facing inboard, looking to curl it around. 20 goals last year at an accuracy rate of 63.2. He curls this one around. What a start for the Brisbane Lions. Throw in left forward pocket for the Pies. Off hands Fletcher. Tackled. Let loose the ball. Holding the ball. All 3 results possible, and sometimes known as Dan McStray comes in. That is beautiful. The Pies equalise. 2 for McStay. And 2 goals apiece to start this Easter Thursday clash.
Chain of hands to Zorko, runs the half forward. Deep entry to the goal mouth. Cameron's out the back, lets it go! And it's gone through for a goal!
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Conditions could not be better for fast-flowing football at the Gabba, and that's what we're getting. Welcome back. Quentin Hull is my name. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport, where the two-time reigning premier Brisbane has a 21-point lead over Collingwood at quarter time. The Lions 6 goals 440 to the Magpies 3-1-19, with news still filtering around Magpies fans that Nick Dacos cannot help tonight. He was a late withdrawal with a soft tissue injury, so Ed Allen the late in for the Magpies, destabilising somewhat, you'd think, but, well, let's get the look at the half hour of football with your experts, Jason Ackermanis and Jeff White. Thoughts, gentlemen, please, at quarter time?
I could say what you should be saying, Jeffrey, which is the rucks have been amazing. Because they
what?
Except for Raper's stupidity, he touched the goal that was going
Asterix.
Unbelievable lack of awareness there. But that said, this has been some game. I thought that the Pies, to be honest, had a couple of really soft goals that has kept them in this contest. They haven't looked like they are dominating anywhere of note. Like they're not. The pressure isn't better. Their movement isn't better. They've got a spare off halfback. They're trying to get a handball receive and then get it long. Their one-on-ones up the field, it's been quite difficult. It's coming in long and high. So I think Craig will want to just change that and try and get maybe either a shorter kick coming off that handball receive and just try and get more one-on-ones deep forward, Jeffrey.
Yeah, well, contested possession at the moment, they're up. Brisbane 30-19. Uncontested possession 64-47. But one of the things I'm looking at tonight is the marks, and they're up 35-21. So it shows that they're moving the ball quite well. The chip mark that they like to have. So I think from Collingwood's perspective, they want to try and calm that down a little bit. They don't want that to get out of hand too much, because that's how they get their ball movement happening, particularly from the back half through the corridor. They've owned the corridor already in this first quarter, Brisbane Lions.
They are struggling with that forward handball. They are doing a good job, the Lions. They have exposed a few of the deficiencies of their team defence.
Yeah.
Inside 50s, Brisbane +1 at 14-13. Disposals, though, overall, Brisbane +27 at 96-69.
Yeah, and that's because they're even though the inside 50s are similar, Brisbane's going through the corridor, so it's obviously the shortest way home, and it's forcing Collingwood to go wide. So I think that's what they've got to address. Collingwood got to try and go through the corridor a bit more. Even when Howe won it on the back line and got an intercept mark, he immediately went wide. Wasn't even looking through the corridor, so...
Will Ashcroft and Lachie Neale, 8 possessions each, lead Brisbane. Best for the Magpies. Houston has 6 and DeGoey has 6. Thanks to Kanga and Dave from Rappinyup from their message. They're enjoying the footy. Good on you. Annie says, I hope Dara Joyce goes well. He's never been given a good run of games at either St Kilda or the Lions. Good to see Link back as well after a horrid 2 years. End of long message from Annie. Wasn't that long? Thank you. 0437 774 774 is the number to get in touch. And I'll just give you an updated score too from the NRL across town tonight. The Dolphins are playing up at Redcliffe, Dolphin Oval, their traditional home. They're playing Manly Warringah, who sacked their coach last week. No score as yet between the Dolphins and Manly. You can hear that on ABC Listen. Second term, Michael Price.
We're back into the middle.
Yeah.
Steen got it down beautifully. Jeff White loved it down to DeGoey. DeGoey put it in front of the path of Jack Crisp. He was worried off it by Levi Ashcroft, who did well. He still got it, Levi. Well, shares and share alike with his brother. He chipped it back inside defensive 50 to Will. He kicks it to outer wing. Juggling effort from Kadeem Coleman. They put the pace on again, the Lions. Handball, Neale. Well done, Zorko. Then to Will Ashcroft. Into the pocket, Logan Morris. That is electric pace. Morris takes it 45 out. He's on the boundary at right half forward.
That was Lappin to Black, back to Lappin to Ackermanis.
But you got that kick. That's off the side of the boot from Will Ashcroft on purpose. He could see that Howe was zoning off. Put it in the favoured side of Logan. That's an outstanding kick at pace too.
So Logan Morris is got his backside against the advertising fence, just outside the arc. He'll strike it from where the arc meets the boundary. Gets onto the right foot, launches off the side of the boot. It slews away for a kick out of bounds on the full. It's going to be a free kick to Collingwood in the left back pocket.
A second game that we've had at the Gabba this year, and I know good teams make footy look slicker, but Boy, the two games that we've had so far in these sort of good conditions have been very quick. Nice inbound.
Like even that kick.
Yeah.
How that was 45 minutes.
How to mark by to go. He gives it off by hand to Lipinski, shares it by hand with Maynard, left half back, kick around the boundary line, and Crisp presents to take the mark. Crisp kicks around the boundary line on the bounce, gathered by Long and the Magpies. His rush kick under pressure inside 50. Out the back is Darcy Cameron, spoiled the pack, couldn't mark. Hand pass from Leicester for Brisbane. Ends up being gathered by Charlie Cameron in the back pocket. His kick smothered out of play by Elliott. So a boundary throw in. Charlie finding himself at the defensive end. And
looks all right.
It'll be a throw in with Collingwood deep in attack. No change to the quarter time score. Magpies trailing by 21 points.
Throw in. Fort versus Cameron. Cameron double hands it down. Ends up with Long, who's back on the field. He tried to just edge his way through traffic. 3 players around him. No prior. The umpire says, I'll ball it up, and does so quickly. The throw up. Ford in the rear position, got it down, bounces off Reveal, back to Ford. He gets it onto the big right shoe. That was good body work from Logan Morris to get rid of Maynard. Couldn't complete the mark. Off hands, it goes over the boundary line. It's off
the toe of Loman, yep.
It's going to be a free kick from the last disposal. It's coming back in. Here it comes from Crisp, and tried to deliver a sizzling pass. It was easily cut off there by Kitty Coleman in the right back pocket.
Decides to kick it all the way back to Leicester, who's near the point post. Most defensive man on the field, Ryan Leicester. Only missed one game last year, Ryan Leicester. 16th season in the AFL. It's a floating right foot sack out of bounds on the full with that clearing kick. That was one of Froggy's worst.
Oh, boy.
Free kick to Collingwood, and Frampton's waiting for a patron to chuck the footy to him. That's very kind.
Yeah, usually they... What about last week?
Yeah,
don't give it back.
That was the Adelaide Crows fan a couple of weeks ago. Frampton decides to kick back to full forward for Collingwood. There's about 10 in this pack. Off hands Fletcher, Rose for Brisbane. Whacks it clear, and it's a fortuitous exit. Morris dropped the mark he should have taken, has time to regather. Hand passes to Will Ashcroft, who hands it wide to his brother. Levi at right half back for the Lions. Chips 20 metres down the line. Morris takes the mark and then drops the footy when running into Josh Dacos, hoping for a half-hundred, but that's not going to happen.
Yeah, he tried to milk that, man.
Yep. Brisbane have got it. They've got the lead. 21 points is the margin to the Lions, and we've played 4 minutes second term.
It's an aggressive lateral kick. Goes into defensive 50 to find Darragh Joyce. He over to left half back to Fletcher. That releases Bruce Reveal on the wing. Fletcher honours that lead. The crowd respond in kind. Right in front of the ABC commentary box, the Corn Road, Bruce Reveal urges a lead to come forward. Oh, that's a beautifully weighted kick to find Link McCarthy at left half forward. 60 from goal. Wheels onto the right foot. Kicks it into the pocket. Oh, he got absolutely monster. Darcy Fort with the big spoil from Frampton and Steen over the boundary line. Throw in beside the point post coming up in the left forward pocket.
Not a bad result. They do love defending in their forward 50, and this is just typical Brisbane.
Lions deep in attack. Allen wins the ruck tap for Brisbane, doesn't have a rover. Oh, Houston has to kick it off the deck. Was he outside the goal square? He was. He was beyond the 9 metre of cushion there. It's a free kick for a deliberate rush behind against Dan Houston.
Oh, it's ridiculous. He's got to take it on the world stuffers.
Why?
I'll give it to him right out front. That's where it's supposed to be. I have to check that rule.
Yeah, and he's on the angle here, Kai Loman.
That is the Mal Michael end, can I say, that stuff.
Loman opens up, left foot snap, misses near side. So it's a point anyway. Brisbane by 22 at 6-5-41 to the Magpies 3-1-19. Zane on the boundary.
Very frustrated Ned Long on the bench here. It's opened up again, that wound, and he's bleeding again. He's pleading with someone in the medical staff to fix it up so he can get back out there.
A cut on the eye. Is it there?
Under the eye.
Just below, yes.
Yeah, okay.
The inboard from Collingwood just turned over there. Fletcher at ground level through the hands of Reveal to Bailey. Bailey short pass. Missed his target there in McCarthy. He's still got a hand to it, but now it's in the hands of Collingwood. DeGoey at centre half back. The handball to O'Sullivan sold him a dump. An absolute hospital hand pass in the old vernacular. 3 Brisbane tacklers bring O'Sullivan to ground. He's 70 from goal at the traditional centre half back position. Thrown up, and it's with Reveal by Fist inside, attacking 50 for Brisbane. Charlie Cameron toes it off the deck. Oscar Allen back to Charlie. He's corralled, chips it. Centering ball. Centering ball finds McCarthy. It was sublime from Charlie Cameron. In, out, and beautifully delivered. The Lions will have a shot at basically 20 metres in front directly.
That's some pass. Whatever they've given him, Charlie's looking a whole lot better, moving well, although we were hoping he was going to kick it. But that's unselfish. Top of the goal square. Link, he'll love this.
So Link McCarthy. The crowd are just loving the fact that this man is back playing footy. They love him at the Gabba. 1 goal for the year, make that 2. He's got 1 tonight, and the Lions get their 7th. 7-5-47 to Collingwood, 3-1-19. And we are now at a 28-point margin. We've only played 7 minutes of this second quarter, Jeff White, Jason Ackermanis.
Yeah, such a clever kick from Charlie Cameron, because you put it up high, creates opportunity for the defenders to get there, but because it was a bullet, that was probably my height, Jason Ackermanis, and it was a burner, and it was a great kick, and it gave no time for Collingwood to actually have an opportunity to spoil that.
I'm happy to see Link back. I'm not happy with his choice. Don McLean, come on.
His music.
At least it's singable.
It's got too many memories of
Mason Cox.
Yeah, American Pie, that's right. No, not in the Pies anymore here. Not the Collingwood Pie now. Centre clearance free kick is going to.
How was that a free kick?
I thought Draper did that one
against Draper. So the second gamer with a high, hoping inside 50. Wilmot gets under for Brisbane, can't mark.
Free kick.
Top of the arms.
Yeah.
Free kick to Darcy Wilmot, just forward of full back. Top 5 of the best and fairest last year. Such a durable player since making his debut in the finals a couple of seasons ago. Short pass there to Reville, and Bruce Reville takes the mark. Interesting. It was a guy that sort of got a couple of games at the start of last year, missed the mid-season of it, and hasn't missed since coming back into the team round 22 of last year. Long kick from Reville to the wing. Quaynor punches away from Allen. Off hands and out of play. Yeah, Bruce sort of only played 6 games up until he got back in the team in round 22 and then played all games, all finals, and has been a fixture. The Cornrows have been there ever since, Michael Price. Lions by 28.
Yeah, the hair budget went right up, didn't it? Throw in, commentary side, beautifully done by Draper. Bailey tackled high, still got the handball away to Bruce. On cue, kicks it inside 50. Morris worked his way to the front, well spoiled by Frampton. Front and square was Maynard. Little left foot chip was nowhere, but Crisp goes back to make it good. Chased by Berry. Crisp on the left foot, kicks it out of bounds on the full. It's going to come back. Free kick. Who's grabbed this one? Is that Froggy Lester?
Yes, Lester.
All the way down to right half forward. A rare foray forward to Ryan Lester.
Draper.
Kicks it inside 50. Draper, the big fly. Jeff White called it before acceptances. Now what's going on here at ground level? It's going to be... It's going to be a Brisbane free kick, is it?
Yeah.
Now, it's Oscar Allen at ground level, and they played on. So Oscar Allen at the top of the goal square. Can anybody say why he got it? He doesn't care. He's got 3 on the board, and the Lions have got 8 now. 8-5-53 to 3-1-19. All of a sudden, it is now a 34-point margin. Did anybody see what that was for?
So Frampton, not only was he not looking at the ball, he had him in a full bear hug. He couldn't move. It was the easiest free kick for the umpire, the spot. You'll see it on the replay here. Silly from Frampton.
So not allowed to get to the marking contest.
So restricted him.
If you watch here, Frampton's not even looking at the ball, and he's wrapped him up.
Yeah. He's back to the play.
By the way, Jeff, have you ever thought of being an air traffic controller? Because you are the most aware person that takeoff is imminent when it comes to big marks.
I can always see when a player's winding up and they're coming at it, I know exactly.
You hear the Jeff White, particularly when it's a big ruckman.
Well, he nearly got it.
Collingwood needs something here. Last 4 goals in the game going Brisbane's way. Back in the middle, Steen first hand for Collingwood, but Draper does the roving. Little toe poke at a half forward, not all that effective. Houston Rose for the Magpies. From half back, hands it to the wing to the advantage of side bottom. Runs 5 metres, hand passes to half forward. Roan Steele gathers near the boundary, 60 from goal. His infield kick, well volleyed on the half volley by Elliott. Hand pass through long, back to Steele. Banana from the pocket. Ron Steele finishes a brilliant Collingwood passage of play to break the run of goals for the hosts. Nice little right foot banana from the right forward pocket.
Great goal.
What about that pickup from Elliott? It was a half volley running at full pelt. He had someone right on his hammer and he'd be able to get it up, clean, give the hands off, and great finish in the end, though.
It wasn't a great handball in the first place from Steele side bottom over to Steele, and that was a horrible kick. So in the end, he's the beneficiary of this, albeit he's a very bad, poor kick.
So that, as mentioned, first goal for the Magpies since the 17-minute mark of the first quarter. We're now 11 into the second.
They haven't registered it, though. Is it still?
Maybe the scoreboard's a little sleepy. 8-3-53 to 4-1-25. That's why I still bring my scrapbook and pens, Waddy.
We're back into the middle.
Old school.
Umpires have decided it was a goal. Off the hands of Steele side bottom. Cam Rayner pinched it. Handball to Levi Ashcroft. Back to Rayner. To Bailey. Bailey from 45. Lucky to hit foot. Got one behind. 54 plays 25. The scoreboard now registers. It's 29 points at the moment.
Kai Lohmann is filthy. He was running on the inside. He had no pressure on him. Quick little handball. Would have been away. One gone begging there.
Jeremy Howe's indecisive with this inbound. Now decides... he's kicked it straight to Bruce Reville. He drops the mark. Luckily for him, though, it ricocheted to Allen, 60 from goal. Brisbane back inside 50, kick to the corridor, fisted away by Frampton, but Dunkley Rhodes on 50, hands it to Will Ashcroft, Levi it was, dumped in the tackle. Play on, Magpies shunt it to halfway. McCreery picks up for Collingwood. His kick is a spear, marked by Elliott, 60 from goal, wants to move it quickly, does chip inside 50, 2-on-2 contest. Great courage from a couple of lines going back with a flight to knock it away. Steele tries to keep it in the boundary. He does. Hand pass to Cameron. Cameron to Sullivan. Lockie Sullivan kicks it. That's 2 in a row for Collingwood.
Oh, wow.
Now, score first. Brisbane 8-4-54. Collingwood 5-1-31. And that's Dunkley, who was slow to get up. He was the one going with courage back with the flight there in that 2-on-2. It was a bit of collateral. He's up, he's okay. Pies chant around the Gabba, and the Woods needed those couple of goals.
The irony is, Jeff, that all he had to do was kick it in there, Dunkley. He ended up handballing it, pretty much forced, great tackle, I think it was McCreery, forced the turnover. Then he had to run all the way down the other end, and his man was about to get it. Super courageous, but that said, keep the ball alive, the Pies, and that's another one you just don't expect.
Well, that's another one that Steele's been involved in as well. Kicked one before and then he's involved in there. Great play going forward.
He's causing problems.
So we're back into the middle of the Gabba, and it's the Lions by 23 points. Pies with another clearance, exploding through. It was McCreery, gave the ball off to Long, inside 50, free kick.
Oh, no, they called it Shepherd.
Yeah, it's a free kick. He went straight in.
Kadeem Coleman was dealt with by Jamie Elliott in the first instance, so Pies fans don't like it, but umpire was right there. Kadeem Coleman in the right back pocket.
Didn't have to do that.
Chips it, left foot, onto the arc, finds Ty Gallup, the young man who won a premiership, only his 6th game now playing in defence.
Academy.
Long kick down the outer side. That
was touched.
Good contest. It was taken by Lockie Neal. It was a good mark, but that's a good call there, Whitey. Touched on the mark, so the umpire's going to ball it up between right half-back and the wing on the outer side.
Darcy Cameron taps down, but it's rowed by Berry of Brisbane. Hands to Neal, hands to Fletcher, hands back to Berry. Now attacking side of that contest on the wing. He's kicked a half forward. Bounces close to the line. That's out of play untouched. No, there was a touch there. So it's not a last disposal free kick for the Pies, which would have been handy for them. It's instead a boundary throw in right half forward for Brisbane, left half back for Collingwood. Brisbane led by 21 points at quarter time. They got out by 34. It's 23 the current margin in favour of the hosts. Shallow throw in, fought first hand for Brisbane, but Dacos roves, hands it to DeGoey, immediately dispossessed by the Dunkley tackle. Play on, picked up by Quaynor, who kicks Collingwood from half back towards the wing. On the head of McStay, knocked away by Gallup towards the boundary line and out of play.
Great spoil from Gallup then. He was out position, but he used his body really well in the air to spoil that.
He was galloping. Nearly galloped straight over the top of McStay. That's a good defensive act. We love those.
The throw in right in front of the Collingwood bench, and it's a rare sight seeing Craig McRae so animated and intense. He's usually got half a smile on his face at least.
He's worried.
The throw in, and there's a man who knows him very well in Jason Ackermanis at ground level. Lock Neal fights for it, but Darcy Cameron did well to get right down and dirty with Neal, and it's going to be a ball up. On the logo, wing outer side. Darcy Ford against Darcy Cameron. Ford wins. DeGoey overran it, flicked forward there by Bailey, picked up there by Neal, shot a handball away towards the boundary line. McCreery got it, the handball back into Ned Long. Or was it? No, there was advantage there, and the umpires dragged it back because it was a last disposal free kick. It's going to... I don't know how it goes to Brisbane because it was their handball that went over the line.
Yeah, and one umpire was saying to Long, you can take the advantage, but then the other umpire said, no, you want to bring it back.
It's like kids footy.
Well, we're close to a cacophony of Collingwood fans there, Jason, as it's chipped forward to centre wing, and Kid Coleman.
Coleman among the cacophony. Short pass, and which Ashcroft does that. That's the more bushy-haired Levi, the younger of the two. Will's a bit slicker. He's got a little bit of mo going too. Will, not Levi, not yet for him. He runs around the man on the mark. Sold Schultz a dump. Now a long kick towards the pocket. Good positioning from Collingwood's Cameron. And Darcy Cameron in front of the pack takes the defensive grab for Collingwood in the left back pocket. He's got Josh Dacos wrapping around behind him. Feeds the hand pass to him. Not far from the pocket where he kicked goal of the year in 2020. He's kicking it the other way now. Kicked it to Elliott, who marks it shy of the wing. Hands him field to DeGoey. Hands it to Perryman, running through half back. Perryman's kick to attacking 50. The target is McStay. Gallops in front. Neither can mark. McStay first to meet it at ground level. Harassed off it by Coleman, who picks it up and runs away for Brisbane. Hand pass to the wing. Jasper Fletcher has 1 and 2 bounces around the Stanley Street side. Kicks it to the pocket. Rayner marks. Plays on. Dribbles. Into the posts. The padding of the post has cruelled an early contender for team goal of the year because it's a point. He dribbled it into the post for a point. Brisbane by 4 goals.
They had 2 on 1 then too.
They were out. That was a goal every day of the week.
He could have run that in.
24 points the margin. Pies bring it back in. Billy Frampton inside defensive 50. That's a well-measured kick to find Elliott on centre wing, commentary side. His left foot central is good. Finds his target. That's Sullivan. Gives the handball to Crisp. It's like a training drill as Crisp puts the left foot into it. It's dropped on the line. Mark might have been taken there by Membry, but Gallup put enough pressure on him and it went through for a behind. In fact, it was Dan McStay.
Crisp should have gone. He was on his left. He should have gone through. Had a shot then.
Yeah, why would you pass it?
Yeah. So 23 points the lead to Brisbane, 8-5 to 5-2. Will Ashcroft receives the inbound. Long kick to the wing. Draper. 2 grabs. We're starting to see why this man was so keenly sought after by the Lions.
You could see it. Imagine his life.
There is an Oscar in the ruck tonight, but it's not the big O.
It'll still be at Essendon.
Of old times. He's playing for Collingwood. Draper kicks down the line. Off hands, close to the boundary line. Says it's out of play. Yeah, so Sam Draper, who missed the first game of the season, but...
Yeah, the talk was he was flying too. He's looked really sharp. Yeah. The boys are really impressed with his pre-season, so it was a bit of a shame he missed that first game.
He's present tonight. Here he is in ruck against Darcy Cameron. Cameron won the tap there for Collingwood. Taps it, advantage side of the pack. McCreery gathers, runs to half-foot. Hand pass intercepted by Wilmot. What a read. Like an intercept in rugby league. He kicks it towards the wing. Rayner's the target. Can't mark. Hassled off it by Maynard. That pair battle on. Rayner taps it in field. Foote kicks it off the ground and inside 50 for Brisbane. Met on the half. No, not controlled by Morris. Cleaned up by Bailey. Centering kick, hoping for Reveal. But Jack Crisp is there to mark in the last line of defence for Collingwood.
How about that contest? Rayner versus Maynard. You pay money to watch that alone. The outboard kick for Collingwood is out of bounds on the full. That was from Perryman. Quainer the target. He overcooked it. So Kadeen Coleman, the prodigious left footer, he kicks it so close to the boundary. It was easy for Perryman to lead Tunstall to the ball, and he took it over the boundary line. Where the arc meets the boundary at left half forward for the Lions, the umpire's going to throw it in, and every player forward of halfway here at the Gabba
Here's McCreary's been good at this quarter, breaking the line.
Speed.
100th game for Bo McCreary as the throw-in happens. Again, short. McStay got there first. Sorry, Cameron. Picked up by Will Ashcroft, though. He towed it forward. Cameron with the handball. Will Ashcroft with a roller. An early contender for goal of the year. Will Ashcroft has done it again. It's not just the wavy blonde locks. This kid is Prince Charming here at the Gabba. 9-7-61, 5-2-32, 21 and a half minutes gone. The second term, ABC Sport, and at Easter Thursday night.
Non-preferred foot, deliberate left foot roller along the boundary line from the left forward pocket.
So to paint the picture for the listeners, it's exactly like he kicked against Richmond last year at the MCG on his right foot, but it's with his left foot on the left side.
Oh, the sharp hand.
It's no fluke. He does this all the time.
Yeah, that is Ackermanis like. But what about the little handball?
Hey, just because he works for us doesn't mean the most appropriate comparison shouldn't be used.
That's fair call.
I thought it was bloody obvious.
Back in the centre. The Magpies stemmed the flow a bit, but now they're down by 29 again. Kicked out of the air and into attack for the Magpies, but no one's there. And Darragh Joyce in the right back pocket mops up for Brisbane. Kicks down the line. Reville was the target, well spoiled by Allen. Hand pass to Long. He shares it with Schultz at half forward. Hand pass inside 50 looking for McCreary, but he couldn't gather under pressure from Wilmot. Wilmot's hand pass to half back for Brisbane. Congestion there. Schultz has got a piece of it for Collingwood. Pies ball. Hands it to Long. Ineffective hand pass among the chop. Now a Brisbane lock applied by Neil.
He's a heater.
No pun intended. Allen absolutely got locked.
Looked like it was high.
By the two-time Brownlow medalist, and lucky not to give away a free kick.
He just raised the arm and just sort of promoted the hand up. That's the only out I'll give the umpire there. It was right around the jaw. It's the umpire comes in, throws it up, left half forward for the Pies. Off hands, Bailey tackled off it. McCarthy at ground level. Handball back to Darcy Fort, out wide of the Zorko, onto the right foot immediately. Measures a delightful kick to find Lachie Neale in front of the Collingwood benches, looking a little forlorn at the moment. On the outer side, centre wing. He kicks it in the direction there of Link McCarthy, who follows up his own work. Got the handball out to Levi Ashcroft, then back to Lachie Neale. Forward to centre wing. He launches a right foot inside 50, Draper. And Whitey called it. The big man got there early. He flew. He took the mark 40 out. 45-degree angle to the right.
Yeah, he's just making the backs accountable. He's no zoning off. He's becoming dangerous. I love his work ethic. Not only in the ruck, but also going forward and just going for his marks. Because if you go for their marks, even if you don't mark it, you bring it to ground. You're not allowing the opposition to mark it.
Outside of the most outrageous hairdo I've ever seen on this ground.
It's plenty of party at the back, plenty of business up top and on the sides. Problems. Sam Draper from the arc of 50. He just sprays off the outside of the boot. Out of bounds on the full. Free kick, Collingwood left back pocket.
Brisbane 9-7-61, Collingwood 5-2-32. You're hearing Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport from the Gabba. I'm Quentin Hale. Michael Price calling with me. Jason Ackermanis and Jeff White, your experts, with Zane Bojak on the boundary, as Josh Dacos with a long inbound from the pocket to a pack. McCarthy flew to knuckle it away, but rode by Schultz of the Magpies at left half back. Kicks to the wing, marked by Membry.
Got no one to go to.
Yeah, has to hold it up immediately. Does Tats Membry. Kicks it infield. Maynard takes the grab. Just forward of the logo on the far wing. And Braden Maynard chips infield, marked by Dacos. Dacos now kicks to the pocket. A precise entry read by Fletcher. Got on the head of the target, long to punch it away. Roved by Levi Ashcroft. His hand pass was too hot for the hands of Zorko. Fumbled it over the line. So a boundary throw-in will take place left half forward for Collingwood.
I know that was a shocker from Draper set shot, but the field kicking for both sides tonight has been outstanding. The way they've been able to really weight the ball and put their teammates in a position has been awesome.
So skillful.
Disposal efficiency 75% apiece just about, Whitey. As it comes off hands, Will Ashcroft yet again launches it into the middle of the ground. Frampton with a little bit of help there from Howe, got rid of Darcy Fort. Frampton took the mark, flared it out to the right, found side bottom. The handball received from Quainer. He's chased by Charlie Cameron as he releases the kick, and it's a nice one, and it finds the man in Roan Steele. He's 70 from goal, right half forward. He goes back inboard to Jacos. Josh Dacos delivers a pass, and it was too thin. The man on the lead there was McStay, and it was a good effort from Dara Joyce, the Irishman, to basically dive in front and punch that over the boundary line for a throw-in front of the small scoreboard. 29 points it reads in favour of the Lions.
He looks like that guy that's actually on the Guinness series. He's fair dinkum. He looks like that actor.
As Dara Joyce is speaking about, shallow throw in, and there's a free kick going which way? There's a Shepherd against Cameron, so Draper's going to get the free kick. He's looked good tonight. Sam Draper kicks across the face of goal. Joyce gathers on the bounce, has to turn backwards. He's got support though, hands it to Levi Ashcroft, kick towards half-back. Almost a mark to Leicester from behind, but it brought to ground by Membry. Play on. McCreary comes in for Collingwood, can't control it close to the line. And once again out of play, about 55 from Collingwood's goal at left half forward for the Magpies. Right half back for Brisbane. Lions led by 21 points at quarter time. Currently the lead is 29 at 9-7, 61 to 5-2, 32, late second term.
Umpire throws it in. Draper took it out of the ruck. Handball to Zorko, back to Bailey, and then a slick one over to Will Ashcroft. He measures a pass to Lohman, who dropped what he might have taken. That might have been because Maynard was right on his hammer. He misses the ball, does Maynard. It goes back to Will Ashcroft. He's a magnet for the Sharon. He kicks it towards McCarthy. McCarthy's hands got to it just before it went over the line for an out-of-bounds call. It's going to be a throw-in between the wing and right half forward for Brisbane on the Stanley Street side of the ground.
Latecomers, not hearing Nick Dacos' name because he's not playing. He was a late out with a calf injury. Ed Allen coming into the team for Collingwood from the stoppage. Rayner with a hand pass forward to no one in particular. Maynard picks up for the Pies. Hands it to Dacos, who kicks it wide to the wing. The advantage there of Membry gathers. Tries to hand pass to Roan Steele. Leicester's outnumbered 2-on-1. But Froggy's made it a 50-50. Did enough for Berry to arrive in time and neutralise.
Team defence.
Yeah. Amazing from Ryan Lester.
And he had to go off. He was right on. He was following Membry, but he had to come off Membry to make that spoil. Well played.
No Collingwood ruck, so Fort taps down easily to Neale for Brisbane. Hands it to Fletcher, hands it to Dunkley, just shy of the wing. Dunkley a poking pass to Tunstall, who takes the mark. Just a little bit of Jed Adcock about that hairdo for Jimmy Tunstall too, isn't there?
Insult him.
Come on, there's a little bit of Jed Adcock about that hair, I reckon.
It's an accountant. That's all he's got.
Tunstall from the wing, kicks to half forward. Big pack, Rayner Rove, 60 out. Indiscriminate hack to the pocket, bounces out of play. Throw in, Brisbane in attack. Down at the school end, in front of, what do they call that now? The terrace, the veranda area?
Don't you call it
fan house?
Yes, it's the fan house. Well, that's where they used to have the pool before COVID was sort of put death to any further things like that. Yeah.
Throw in left forward pocket. Draper got rid of his man, put it on the right boot, semi-smothered, picked up by Josh Dacos. Weaving through traffic. His handball missed the target there in Howe. He's under pressure, so he looped a handball out to Ed Allen in the left back pocket. Quainer ran to help. He received. Handball forward. Steele side bottom got absolutely crunched legally by Kitty Coleman. He dispatched the ball, picked up by Ashcroft. His kick smothered off the ground. Coleman inside 50. And Charlie Cameron appealing for a free kick. Levi Ashcroft from the right forward pocket. He had a ping trying to emulate his brother. It was thin and one behind. And Steele side bottoms on the ground. Zane Bojak's on the boundary.
He's in all sorts of pain. He got absolutely smashed under the ribs by Kitty Coleman, and he's still feeling it. He's winded, but I think he might have a rib injury as well, Steele. He can't get up.
That is the perfect hit from Kitty Coleman.
Yes.
His hands were in the air, exposing the vulnerable ribs, trying to get the football, and Kitty has absolutely given it to a man who's thinking at 35 years of age and 18 seasons in, I'm too old for this, so-and-so.
As you look down there, Zano, he's up.
He's got some breath back into those lungs, but he's still struggling. Hands on hips. The trainers are saying, look, we'll carry you off if you want. He's like, no, I'll just struggle off here. But I tell you what, there's a bit more sweat on that bald head of the great man.
We've done a dozen games at Lang Park already this season, Zane. You haven't seen a tackle as good as that until now.
I've got to be honest with you, Q, that's one of the best hits I've seen at this ground. Magnificent by Kitty. He absolutely launched and got him.
That'll be the next clip after the Voss on Richardson bump. Did you play on that in that game, Akka?
I certainly did.
Yeah.
Scary. That said, that is a Trevor Gilmister special.
So let's hope that he's okay. Zane will keep an eye on it. Meanwhile, plays back underway. Dan Houston's marked a shallow kick in. Collingwood has it inside defensive 50. Bullet kick on the 45 towards the boundary at left half back. Allen takes the mark for Collingwood. Brisbane lead by 5 goals. Allen's kick around the wing.
There's 2 on the mark there.
Did it take a touch? Well,
I thought it was touched.
Schultz sort of got the footy, then looked at the umpire, plays on, kicks to half forward. Marks taken by Hayes, 60 from goal.
Long.
Ends it up, giving to Long. Long has a kick on goal, it's a cross face.
They need that with a minute to go.
Yeah, it's a behind. 9-8-62, plays 5-3-33. Brisbane by 29 points, close to half-time.
Steele just went straight off, didn't he? And he just lied down. I think it's like he's just gone to hospital, the poor guy.
Zane Bojak's on the boundary.
Yeah, just confirming what Jason said. He's gone with the doctor straight down to the dressing room, trying to get some early treatment prior to the half-time break.
Very late in this second quarter, and the Lions are in board, and they've exchanged 4 possessions as it gets to Leicester at left half-back. Shorter centre wing, commentary side to Berry. Berry now measures one to Tunstall. Right on centre wing, James Tunstall. The in this week with a couple of injuries to the Lions. He chips it in board to find Darcy Wilmot. They're very happy to retain possession here, Brisbane. Chip forward to Lincoln McCarthy. And there it is, half-time here at the Gabba on Easter Thursday. And the Brisbane Lions, who led by 21 points at quarter time, now lead by 29 points at half-time. 9 goals, 8-62. Plays 5-3-33. Your goal scorers for Brisbane, Oscar Allen's got 3, Lohman's got 2, and singles to Zorko, Ashcroft, McCarthy and Logan Morris. And for the Pies, it's an easier equation. Dan McStay got 2, all in the first 8 minutes. Jamie Elliott's got 1 and Lockie Sullivan has 1. Roan Steele with a nice one as well.
Thank you, Michael. Michael Price with you, Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sports. So Brisbane by 29 points. Jeff White and Jason Ackermanis. A thought or two from you, gentlemen, before we do our halftime housekeeping. But the first order, as always, is to get the analysis from your learned minds. What are you seeing? Why are Brisbane nearly 5 goals in front at half-time?
I thought the pressure, I think the pressure from both sides has been really, really high class. Just at the end of the day, Brisbane has been more polished, especially going forward of centre. They're the ones that have been able to get marks inside forward 50, convert their goals, scoring opportunities. They're winning the clearances quite easily at the moment, pretty even in the ball ups in the centre. But their contested possession, uncontested possession is way ahead of Collingwood's at the moment. And if we go to the stat with the marks, they're 22 ahead in marks as well. So that's contested, uncontested possession. So they just got a bit more poise at the moment. Brisbane Lions, they could have had a few more on the scoreboard as well. They had Draper had that set shot, didn't even score. So, but Collingwood's still in this. They're playing really good footy. I think you would know him better than anyone, Akka, but I reckon he'd be fired up with the Kitty Colburn. It was all legal, all fine, but going after side bottom, I reckon Fly McRae is going to give him a bit of a pump up at half time, but still in this Collingwood, great game. And I'm really impressed with the foot skills. The foot skills have been unbelievable by both sides.
Well, that's half-time wrap. We're going to get 2 minutes, don't we?
No, you can add...
Can I? Oh, yeah, well, all I'm going to say is Jeffrey White is spot on. But what they're doing is they're having a spare at the contest Brisbane, and they are just working harder on the outside. They're cleaner, they are moving faster, and they are hitting targets. Collingwood are playing some good footy too. But anything they're doing at the moment, they are getting not just beaten, but well beaten. Their effort, everything else is that they need, their intensity is just not there. And Brisbane are taking full advantage of it. And you're right, Jeffrey, they had 2 out in the full. Could have been way worse at halftime.
And the quick question is, OK, well, Nick Dacos was laid out. Is that shown on the scoreboard?
Oh, well, possibly. He's so good around the ball. He's their best player by a mile. Of course he helps, but he's not there.
Of course he helps, but is it part of the area of the game that Collingwood's getting beaten?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, you can't replace him. But I thought McCreary was really good in that quarter. Broke the lines, got through. He was able to. Josh Dacos, he only had 4 to quarter time. He's up to 13 now, so he had 9 in that quarter. So a little bit of spring footy there, getting it through. But that's what they've got to keep doing. They've got to press up. They've got to try and minimise. I keep saying it. Minimise these chip marks, get the turnover through the arcs, and then they're able to go through it. But they're still in this Collingwood. There's still a lot to play out, obviously, but they're not out of this by any means.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Thank you, Jason. Brisbane by 29 points at half-time. You can get in touch on the SMS 0437 774 774. 0437 774 774. Craig in Canberra says, "Hi team, I know he's not playing, but Nick Dacos still gets the 3 votes." That will be an administrative error if that happens tonight, Craig. Thank you. G'day to Beth, who texts from Singleton in New South Wales, loving the call queue and all. Fremantle will be enjoying this as they prepare for gather round clash with the Pies. Yes, thank you, Beth. Of course, Freo start their sojourn to the Festival State tomorrow with a game against the Crows. That's the evening game after North and Carlton play. And just before we go to the news, I'll give you those team ins and outs for tomorrow. So Darling and Banch come in for North Melbourne with Sherry out suspended, Doveston arrested for the Kangaroos. 4 changes for the Blues. Chesser and O'Keefe dropped. Williams out with his rib injury and Dean out with the concussion, so the young kid's not playing. Newman, Dirksen, Boyd and Chera come in for the Blues. And for that Adelaide Freo game, no change for the Dockers. Couple of big ins for the Crows, though. Dawson, Walker, O'Brien, all in, along with Ball-Aids. While 3 dropped for Matty Nix. Jones, Nankervis and Maley dropped. Butts out under concussion protocols. But both of those games, indeed all of the games across the round, available for you here on ABC Sport. Around the grounds this evening, there's one game in the NRL. Half-time at Dolphin Oval. Sack the coach, win the game next week. Doesn't always happen, but boy, Manly Warringah. 6 days after sacking Anthony Seibold 3 games into the season, they've got Kieran Foran as their interim coach, who was playing for the Titans this time last year. Manly 28 lead the Dolphins 0. Manly Warringah 28, Dolphins 0. That's a bizarre scoreline up at Dolphin Oval. You can hear all the NRL action. Brett Spriggs on the call tonight. Green button on ABC Listen is where you can catch it. Here, Brisbane by 29 points over Collingwood. It's half-time at the Gabba. We'll be back for more Holy Thursday football after the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News, hello, I'm William Howard Evans. Federal opposition leader Angus Taylor has continued to criticise the government's handling of the fuel crisis during a national address of his own. In his response to the Prime Minister's address last night, Mr Taylor says Australia needs to be drilling for more oil and securing its own future. He's also taken credit for the government's decision to halve the fuel excise and accused it of being too slow to respond to the international crisis.
And Australians deserve 2 things in this difficult period. You deserve clarity and leadership. Regrettably, both have been absent from our government. Initially, the government denied there was a crisis. Then, after admitting there was a problem, it failed to act with urgency.
Iran says it will step up its military actions following repeated threats from the US. John O'Wakely has the latest.
Tehran says it will press on with the war in the Middle East until the US and Israel face permanent regret and surrender. The threat follows a national address from US President Donald Trump, where he said he would hit Iran hard in the coming weeks and that the country was essentially decimated. An Iranian spokesperson has hit back at those assertions, saying US and Israeli assessments of Tehran's military capabilities were incomplete. He added that Iran plans to step up its military actions with more destructive attacks against its adversaries.
Accommodation providers say bookings for this weekend over Easter are down compared to previous years. Some hotel owners have had cancellations, while others still have rooms available when they'd usually be fully booked. Business groups are using this opportunity to urge people not to cancel their travel plans. Brooke Bauer is the owner of the Golden Reef Hotel in Bendigo, Victoria, and says it's a difficult time.
Normally, Easter Thursday, the town would be well and truly booked out, especially for Easter Saturday. But this year's a bit different, so it's hard when you have last-minute cancellations and you're trying to fill them.
3 more communities in Western Australia will be able to access disaster recovery assistance in the wake of ex-severe tropical cyclone Narelle. The state and federal governments have agreed to extend support for the shires of Ashburton, Upper Gascoyne and Yalgoo. That's in addition to the shires of Exmouth, Carnarvon and Shark Bay, where support has been available since early in the week. The Northern Territory's Shadow Attorney General says it's taken far too long to investigate the use of force by Northern Territory police officers who were involved in the death in custody of Kumanjaya White in Alice Springs last year. In January, the ABC revealed prosecutors were waiting on input from an unknown interstate police force before deciding whether to recommend laying charges. Today, NT Police has confirmed the review was received and is being assessed before a brief is provided to the Department of Public Prosecutions. Labor's Chansey Payak says the matter needs to be treated with urgency.
It's causing significant distress, anxiety and hurt for many people across Central Australia, particularly the family of Kumanjaya White, who continue to search for answers into the death of Kumanjaya White.
NASA says the 4 astronauts it sent into space on the Artemis 2 are feeling good. The spacecraft is now orbiting the Earth in its first crewed mission to the moon in half a century. The high-stakes mission marks NASA's boldest step yet towards returning humans to the lunar surface later this decade. NASA's Director of Flight Operations, Norm Knight, says the astronauts on board are adjusting.
At Flight Day 1 and Flight Day 2, you might not feel like eating a lot, and that's just part of it. Your body is acclimating to 0G, so right now they're working hard. They are doing what they need to do. They sound great on the loops. That was really a good signal to us that they're feeling well.
To sport, West Coast have made 3 force changes for Saturday's clash with Sydney at Perth Stadium as they chase a 3rd straight win. Small forward Matt Owies comes into the side for his first game of 2026, along with key defender Sandy Brock and forward Malachi Champion. Elliot Yeo and Jacob Newton are injured while Devon Robertson is suspended. Fremantle have named an unchanged side for their trip to face the Crows, though Adelaide have recalled several big guns, including forward Taylor Walker and captain Jordan Dawson. Plus, Australian basketballer Dyson Daniels has starred for the Atlanta Hawks in their big win over Orlando in the NBA. You're up to date with the latest ABC News. More news is available at any time on ABC Listen.
Stay up to date with the latest news in less than 2 minutes with the ABC News Top Stories podcast. The biggest breaking news stories of the day and why they matter. The ABC News Top Stories podcast on ABC Listen or wherever you get your podcast.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Toes it off the deck. Oscar Allen back to Charlie. He's corralled. Chips it. Centering ball. Centering ball finds McCarthy. It was sublime from Charlie Cameron. In, out, and beautifully delivered. The Lions will have a shot at basically 20 metres in front directly. 1 goal for the year, make that 2.
Rome Steele gathers near the boundary, 60 from goal. His infield kick, well volleyed on the half volley by Elliott. Hand pass through long, back to Steele, but order from the pocket. Rome Steele finishes a brilliant Collingwood passage of play to break the run of goals for the hosts.
Picked up by Will Ashcroft though. He towed it forward. Cameron with the handball. Will Ashcroft with a roller. An early contender for goal of the year. Will Ashcroft has done it again. It's not just the wavy blonde locks. This kid is Prince Charming here at the Gabba.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Easter weekend begins once again at the Gabba. It's great to have your company here on ABC Sport. Quentin Harlan, the team in place. Perfect conditions for football, an absolutely packed house. And it's the two-time reigning premiers, Brisbane, with a 29-point advantage over Collingwood at half-time. The Lions, 9 goals, 862 to the Magpies, 5-3-33. It was a 21-point lead for Brisbane at quarter-time, so extending by 8 points in that second quarter, where Brisbane kicked 3 goals 4 to Collingwood's 2 goals 2. Nick Dacos hasn't been a part of the action if you are late to the broadcast. He's got a corky calf issue, and he went out there, was trying to get through the warm-up. He looked lame and had a big bandage on his calf muscle, so they decided to bring Ed Allen in. So big late change for the Magpies, who come here with 2 wins from their 3 games. Brisbane, of course, opened their account last week against St Kilda, so only the 1 game from 3. And still a half of footy here to decide who will go to gather round with the win behind them. Interestingly, by the way, Brisbane have got North Melbourne. So we've got the traditional clash here, and it's almost the traditional Brisbane v North Melbourne gather round game. I know they played the Bulldogs last year, but I think that's 3 out of 4 now.
That's from Old Gold down to Board Lollies, isn't it, really, when you consider it?
Well, hey, look.
And out in the sticks.
North have started well.
No, indeed.
Might knock off the Blues tomorrow and be 3-1. Going to gather round.
Actually,
even better.
Good Friday game, absolutely.
Yeah.
Gas again, will they? Surely not.
And Collingwood's got Fremantle at the Adelaide Oval. So just a few, that's next week, a few of the numbers here. By the way, I cannot escape that K-pop Demon Hunters song.
Golden.
Can you hear it? This is the Academy Award-winning one, right? Oh,
my daughters won't have a bar of it. I'm more into it than they are. How scary is that?
Oh.
That is super scary.
You know when you just, anytime you hear something at the moment and it just grabs your attention, I'm sorry, listeners, but we work in audio, don't we?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. And we do songs here at the Gabba.
Is that the song you'll play if you kick a goal?
No.
I'd love to hear it.
Please. I think you know me a bit better than that, Jeffrey.
Oh, boy.
Man.
Okay, Jeff White and Jason Ackermanis, help us out with this stuff. Will Ashcroft, 18 possessions. Levi Ashcroft, 15 possessions. I know they've only got half the power tonight. Ashcroft Inc. v. Dacos Inc. Mind you, Dacos has got 13. But Ashcroft's combined 33 possessions, 18 to Will, 15 to Levi. And then best mate Jasper Fletcher, 14 possessions. There you go. Father-son wingers can get going.
Hey, can I...
Ashcroft W, 18. Ashcroft L, 15. Fletcher J, 14. I saw Adrian here earlier tonight, actually, on the way into the ground.
Good. And the kicking efficiency for Jasper Fletcher, 100%.
It's handy.
He's a star.
He's
a star.
And it's been across the board, isn't it? 69% for both sides, kicking efficiency for the game, so it's outstanding.
They're doing it at ground level, but what the biggest problem Craig McRae has got, the best player on the ground has been Draper. He's been causing all kinds of grief for them, and he's running forward and just putting the Collingwood defence under just that much pressure because he's jumping at everything. He's marking most of it. Amazing.
Lockie Neal's got 14 possessions as well. Zach Bailey with 14. Josh Dunkley, 12. And Kitty Coleman, 11 disposals and 1 takeout. Illegal takeout with that rib-rattling injury that he's put on Steele's side bottom. So we'll keep you close to that. So Josh Dacos, 13 for Collingwood. Houston, 12. Crisp, 10. DeGoey, 10. And they're the only Magpies with double-digit disposals in the first half. Brisbane's owned the ball with, quick maths, 44 and 9 is 53 more disposals at 209 to 156.
Domination there.
I don't like maths.
And you just got to defend when you've got that much disparity. That's a lot of energy.
Did I get the math?
No, you're fine.
I got the math. Don't.
Should be an auctioneer.
I am one of those people who does have self-doubt when it comes to maths very quickly.
Why?
Oh,
because I'm in your past, Veggie.
Because I pursued a career where English was required and not maths. I'm not very good at quick maths. Anyway,
it's got numbers everywhere.
Can I ask a silly question
there are no silly questions.
The Lions are leading this obviously by 29 points. They're dominating most categories. Is it any concern that they've laid only 14 tackles for a half?
Who Lions? No,
Collingwood's played 24, by the way. That's 10 more.
Well,
when you have the ball, can't tackle.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
Yeah,
the whole point.
Yeah, well, but I go back to my point that I've raised throughout the first half is that Collingwood need to stop those chip mark. That's
still side bottom's warming up, by the way. Sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, no. That's good to see. Good to see he's back out there.
He's strutting. I'm not sure he's got a crack rib, but he won't want his teammates to set him up like that again.
Yeah, heavily winded. But
sorry on the text. Robin Greensborough 0437 774 774. Q. I'm not someone to criticise someone's taste in music because it's yours alone, but please take a good hard look at yourself with that K-pop Demon Hunter stuff. I'm not saying I like it. It's just that I can't escape it. I thought coming to the footy, I might be able to escape.
Oh, you know what's the worst, though, Q, is when you wake up tomorrow morning and that's the bloody song in your head.
It's in your head.
Oh, I've had Ed Sheeran in my head the last 2 mornings after watching his little doc.
We haven't had John Denver. I sort of want John Denver now to get that out of my brain. No John Denver's tonight for Charlie Cameron. By the way, 3 goals to Oscar Allen, 2 goals to Kyle Lohman. So the key forward recruits kicking goals. And Jeff White, if I could, first time I've seen Sam Draper in the flesh this season, because he didn't play the first Gabba game. Obviously seen him in the other 2 games that he's played. But, boy, impactful.
Yeah, and it's not only, as Aka said, not only in the forward line where he's just jumping at his marks, and that's what you want from your rucks. You get it at its highest point. Doesn't matter whether you mark it, you bring it to ground. Got such great small forwards for Brisbane. But he's been doing it in the back half as well. Been able to kill the ball, but his ability to actually win it in the centre ball-ups and also around the ground, that's where he's been impactful, and I think it's been a great addition. He's had 11 possessions, so great for a ruck, and his second and third efforts have been there, so been a good first half from him. Need to continue that for this second half.
Well, Aka, he's certainly a different look for ruckman in this Lions team, which has had, with no disrespect to Oscar McInerney, but he doesn't have the same athleticism as Sam Draper.
No, and that's the modern game. You've got to be able to jump now with that new rule change. Imagine Jeff White in this.
He'd be all over.
You'd be the best ruckman in the comp every week, most weeks. Don't worry about Gawn. But yes, anyway, is Zane alive over there?
Yes, Zane Bojack on the boundary.
Yeah, Steele Sidebottom's going to start on the bench, guys, but as Aka said, he's running freely. Looks like he's either had an ejection or been strapped up. He's right to go.
Let's play this second half. Collingwood 2 wins from 3. Brisbane just 1 from 3. Lions by 29 points.
And Will Ashcroft started this half the way he finished the first. He got the clearance. It flares out to the left onto the wing. Kyle Lohman gathers, wheels around, handball backwards to Berry, then to Jasper Fletcher. His kick towards Will Ashcroft was semi-smothered. Ashcroft made it look good, got it back to Fletcher, and he got tackled by several holding the ball. Yes. Well done to Crisp and McCreery. It's going to go to McCreery. He's got a handball receive in Perryman. Onto the logo, outer side on the wing. Beautifully delivered pass to the lead of McStay. He's 60 from goal. Right half forward, the former Lion. The left foot to a dangerous spot. Not too dangerous, in fact, because it's Bruce Reville who takes the mark 30 out from his own defensive goal.
Kicks up the corridor to Neil at centre half back. Kicks to the bullseye for Bailey. Marks and has to hold up a moment. Now gives the hand pass to Lester. Hands it back to Reville, 60 from goal. It's a wobbler to the pocket which hits the chest of Morris. That was a Stephen Kernahan special, which had the flight trajectory of a wobble, yet it went straight to the target.
Well, he's actually going for the goal square where Kyle Lohman had gotten out the back and he was all on. And the irony is he shanked it that bad, it actually went to another guy who happened to be down there.
Yeah, you're right. I thought he just hit it and it looked ugly, but no, it sprayed off to the right. Morris is marked. He's already kicked a goal. Left foot snap. Hasn't curled it enough from 20 metres out in the right forward pocket. So that's a miss. Brisbane by 5 goals at 9-9 to 5-3 early third quarter.
Contagious. I'm telling you.
Collingwood bring the ball back in. It's with Dan Houston. Saunders out of the goal square. Long right footer towards the outer wing. Big pack flies. Off hands Draper in the role of rover. Gets it onto the boot. Oh, Rayner got rid of his opponent in Perryman at ground level. He's strong too. Perryman got back in there. Won the ball off him. Well done. Got the handball away. Intercepted by Bailey. Tackled by Houston. Now the ball's at ground level with several players on it. The umpire should ball it up. He's just hovering. No. Somebody's dived on it. The Lions are appealing. The Lions will win the free kick. The Collingwood player who dived on it. Let's see. Looks like it might have been Lipinski who's walking away. He didn't want to own that at all.
I've given it against Allen.
Ed Allen, okay.
Yeah, dragged it in.
Yeah, he did. The right arm dragged it in. You're dead right, Q. Well spotted. So it's going to be a free kick.
Lipinski.
And Kai Lohmann's going to go back.
Set shot.
Have a shot. And once again, he's going to go the drop punt this time, Acker. He's 30 metres out, slight angle to the left. Leans back on it, drills it. Kai Lohmann's got 3. And the Lions start the second half beautifully. 10-9-69 to 5-3-33. It's a game-high 36-point margin.
What do you say there, Jeff? And I told you how it's contagious. You missed. I don't even know what some players are thinking, this around the corner stuff. Just kick a drop punt. It's not that hard. You're 15 metres out from Logan. The next kick, the next guy has to steal himself. Back in Lohmann. That's what you need.
Yeah, be great forward pressure. That's what you want. You want the forward pressure. You want, yes, get it lace out. You want to take marks inside forward 50. But that in today's game, you know, if you've got your forward line structure set up, that's going to happen. But the forward pressure is what they want.
So how did Collingwood get back into this? No skipper at the back to steal it up. No master in the middle with Nick Dacos. No game manager in Pendlebury. This is a huge challenge for Collingwood now. Trailing by 6 goals at the Gabba. Another centre clearance for Brisbane. Rumbled to half forward, but Houston's on the end of it for the Pies. Hands it to Crisp. Hands to Quaynor. Kick to the wing. Goes beyond the target of McCreary. Fletcher's got it for Brisbane. Hands it through Dunkley onto Zorko. Floating ball to attacking 50. Morrison, Frampton tangle. Neither mark. Frampton over it. Shunts it to the advantage of Quaynor. Pies get to half back. Hands it through the hands there of Houston out to Allen. Allen kicks to half forward to Goey on hands and knees. Taps it to the advantage of McCreary. Clever hand pass to Sullivan. 55 out. Tries to cutes it inside 50 and kicks it out on the full.
Decision making at the moment by Collingwood has been really poor to start this quarter.
Pressure's good, but that's about it so far.
Yeah, the decision making is really poor.
6 goals the margin in favour of Brisbane. It's going to be 50. Now Jordan De Goey pleading his case, but he did just, I suppose, stammer by foot over the mark.
There was no REM.
He did not stand. That's how it works. Dara Joyce, a man from St Kilda and County Kilkenny, and you wouldn't buy real estate off him, would you, Acker?
Oh, my goodness, that is a short 50.
Short 50. He flares it out to the right, does Joyce, finds Ty Gallop. A long and direct kick finds Bruce Reville. Right half forward, 75 from goal. Little 45 kick back in board to Will Ashcroft. Disposal number 21 coming up, back to Bruce. The crowd get a second crack at the Bruce at the Cricketers Club. Long kick towards the pocket. Big pack flies at the front. Oscar Allen. He had his name written all over it, Oscar Allen. Does the chest bump with Cam Rayner. He's only about 15 out. He's on a 45-degree angle to the right.
No one checked him, Jeff White. That is such poor defence. Fly would be filthy. Coach killer. Not one of the Collingwood key defenders got anywhere near. He had a full run, good 4 or 5 metres and a jump.
That's where you like to see Jeremy Howard just go for it. Just jump. Usually, instead of trying to check someone else, just go for it.
Little bit of body protection there from Kai Lohmann in the contest, but Oscar Allen coming in and sprays it. One behind, just off the side of the boot. 10-10-70 to 33. It's a game high 37-point margin. 6 gone in the third quarter.
But because it's now 70 points, the Golden Arches freebie has been activated. That was the roar.
Free burgers.
There was a post up on the big screen. Long inbound from the Pies. Again, it's going to come back. Kadeem Coleman's got in the way of that long kick from Dan Houston. He's 70 out. Coleman kicks Brisbane back into attack. 2 Magpies spoil each other, but umpire says that Houston's going to get a free kick just as well. He and Quaynor went for the same ball there. So Houston in the right back pocket. His kick is over the head of Elliott, straight to the opposite number 5, Dunkley. 60 out, kicks Brisbane back to full forward. Frampton knuckles the pack, hits it out of play. They are on, dare I say it, Collingwood at the moment, the Magpies. They are just hanging in on this one. It's only 37 points. It's only 7 minutes, third quarter, but they're not looking like it at the moment, the Magpies.
They've got to switch direction. When the ball's coming in, they're just going back out the same way where all the numbers are. They win the ball, switch the play.
Throw in left forward pocket. Allen got the tap down. Houston grabbed it. He's tackled by Bailey. Handballed it straight towards the boundary line, and Howe got bumped over that line by Kai Lohman, and they come in to remonstrate with Kai. There will be a free kick to Howe.
Oh, they hurt.
They'll switch the play here.
Especially against those little LED lights too. They're little pointy things, as Howe in the right back pocket nicely flares it over to the left back pocket to find Maynard.
Just got a text from Jane in WA asking free kick count. That's Brisbane 11, Collingwood 10, as Maynard hand passes with Quaynard, gets it back, chips to the wing, Steele marks in front of Zorko, plays on quickly, 2-on-1 Magpies at half forward. Nice spoil though from Joyce to get it away from Membry. Rove though by the second man there. Schultz for Collingwood, kicks to the goal mouth. Gallup spoils for Brisbane. Rove by Coleman, who kicks a bomb up and down inside 50, and Oscar Allen gets underneath it to mark it.
Well done.
A bit of tempo here. What a mark.
Inside defensive 50, centre half back. Beautiful exiting kick out wide, and that's Morris who takes the mark on the outer side. Chip pass to Rayner on the wing, kicks it around the boundary line. Oh, he was a little lazy there, Jared Berry. Late arriving spoil from Houston, and Collingwood pick it up. Allen hand passes. Perryman receives, takes a bounce, hand passes to Dacos, runs to half forward, about 65 out, kick to full forward, Schultz at the front of the pack for the Pies, can't mark. Fort comes into Rove for Brisbane, hands it to Zorko, kick smothered, ricochet to Leicester, Brisbane still got it. Hand pass clears the congestion to Joyce, who hacks it to a one-on-one on the wing.
Oh, it was Quaynor versus Cameron. Cameron used his body, got Quaynor out of the road, then gathered the ball. As tackled, though, he got the handball away towards Reville. Reville monstered off it there by Maynard. Well done. Got the handball back to Quaynor. He goes central into the corridor, and he's found Dacos. Josh, without his brother tonight, he plays on. Wheels around. The man on the mark kicks it long towards the goal square. Good spoil by Ty Gallup. Towed off the deck by De Goey. Picked up by Lockie Schultz. Has a snap. That's a ripper.
Super guy.
Negotiated the traffic beautifully. Did Lockie Schultz, gets his goal, and the Magpies get on the board in this third term. 10-10-70 the Lions, 6-3-39 to the Pies, 31 points the margin, and we've played around about 9.5 minutes of the third quarter.
Well, you ask you what they need to do. They need to do the switching of the play. That's exactly what they did. Howe got the free kick, switched the play, aggressive running. You've got to be, when you've got ball in hand, you've got to try and outrun the opposition. You've got to get them to defend you, and that's exactly what they did, and they're able to put the ball inside forward 50 to get that result. So
the contest needed it. Collingwood needed it.
Yep.
Can I say, Lockie Schultz, it'd be a horrible night to be him, because the ball that's coming in from Collingwood has just been awful. So, you know, he hasn't been able to have a great night just yet. Good goal then.
Back in the middle, and Darcy Cameron over the top of Darcy Fort, but rode by Levi Ashcroft to Brisbane. Hand pass to Neal, who gives it up. Under the pressure there of De Goey. 50-50, half forward for Collingwood. Dacos puts a toe poker inside 50 to the advantage of Elliott. Couldn't gather first time. He's harassed off it by Wilmot. Elliott goes again. Tackled by Reville. Hand pass comes clear. Will Ashcroft tries to tackle Long. Long gets a hand pass backwards to Dacos. Kicks it across the half forward line to the opposite flank. Under pressure, Perryman. He's hassled off it by Berry. Tunstall wins the race for the ball for Brisbane, and he keeps it alive, and the Lions have got it. He hands to Berry. Berry to Coleman. Left half back. No, hold on. Boundary up, said it was out of play on that far side.
Well, that's a let off. Oh no, free kick, is it? It's coming back to Collingwood, is it?
Yeah. No, it's out of play, but I think it's a throw-in.
Okay, that's all right then.
Yeah, boundary throw-in at right half forward for Collingwood. It's Brisbane leading by 31 points. 11 minutes third term. Quentin Hull, Michael Price, Jason Ackermanis, Jeff White and Zane Bojack. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Darcy Fort versus Darcy Cameron. I'll give that one to Cameron. He tapped it down, but it was stolen there by Berry. Berry into the corridor, contested situation. Picked up by Quainer, tackled off it by Lohman. The ball spills. Bailey toes it forward. He's got the pace. It gets to the arc. Nicely picked up by Logan Morris, though. He's going to have a launch. Strike! What a beautiful kick. His second goal, he struck it from the arc. And there's no better sight than a yellow Sharon on an Easter Thursday night floating through at goalpost height. The Lions now get their 11th. 11-10, 76 to 6, 3:39. 37 points the margin, 12 gone.
Look at Craig McRae, my great mate. He was concerned last quarter. I could tell what he's doing and yelling. He's got no answers, and Collingwood have no answers. But what a goal, though!
It was almost like it was when Logan picked up the ball. All the other Brisbane players just evacuated. They just knew they just knew that he was going wheeling around, and such a good finisher.
Oh, that's terrible defence in some ways. They have been just led to the ball and looked second-rate most of tonight, Collingwood.
Jason Ackermanis with you on ABC Sport. Ball up in the middle. Well, Steen flew, but Fort rose for Brisbane. Hands it to Bailey. Clearance for the Lions. Rush kick to half forward. McCarthy underneath. Couldn't mark. Morris does a little twizzle, getting the ball and trying to evade. Frampton then tackles him. Ball comes free. Collingwood's ball. Dacos hand pass being mishandled by Crisp. Stolen by McCarthy. 60 out for Brisbane. Chip to the pocket looking for Dunkley, but Quaynor punches us out of play.
Oh, they are living on the edge here, Collingwood, to get blown off the park.
Yeah, it's a 37-point margin. Mind you, Collingwood won this corresponding game by 52 points last year. Gabba faithful, though. They want more. Steen, double-handed tap down for Collingwood. But rode by Lohman. Hand pass over his head to Levi Ashcroft in the pocket. High kick to the goal mouth. Great courage, Maynard. Went with the flight. Takes a mark for the Pies in the last line of defence. Kicks it to the middle corridor. Steen marks. Plays on with a hand pass to side bottom. Hands it to Maynard, who chips wide to Quaynor, and the exit finds its way to D50 left half back. Brisbane 11-10, 76. Collingwood 6-3, 39.
The dinky little kick went back inboard to Maynard, and then he gets it to the side bottom. He stuck out his back bottom, and as McCarthy went past and just gave him a little bump as he was running around the man on the mark. Beautiful kick to the wing, but it was an equally good mark from Ty Gallop against Membry. Youngster did beautifully, went backwards.
He's done well tonight on Membry.
And Dara Joyce, indeed he has. For a bloke who, played his 6 AFL games up forward before this year being thrown down back after Harris Andrews got suspended. Now it's in the centre corridor, just behind the centre circles. To Levi Ashcroft, kicks it to Jasper Fletcher. The father-sons combining. The Lions really content just to keep the ball in their own hands. He flares it out wide to the left. Darcy Wilmot's floated out to the outer wing in front of the Collingwood benches and takes a mark.
This is too easy at the moment. Just no defence.
We're waiting to see signs that the game might turn, Jace, but I don't think we're seeing them just yet. Wilmot kicks to half forward in a pack. Berry roves, tackled by Lipinski. Hand pass stolen by Perryman of Collingwood. There's a whistle, though. What's going on here? Free kick going back to Collingwood, so no advantage. No, it's going to Brisbane. Jared Berry got taken high, left half forward, 68. He kicks it off his shin along the ground inside 50. Not a good kick. Maynard is going to exit for Collingwood.
Look out.
Long ball to the wing. Draper front on contact on Darcy Cameron.
That's a good free kick, though, because they were out then.
Yeah, so. Cameron on the wing, picks himself up, kicks in field to Long. Marks, hand passes to Maynard, runs the bullseye. Probing left foot entry on the head of Membry, can't mark. Rove, though, by Steele, hands it to Hayes. Hayes infield kick finds DeGoey. And Jordan DeGoey marks 45 out, 45 degrees to the left.
This is some type of game. They are just being beaten everywhere. They're hanging in there, I know, Collingwood. They've got talent. But, boy, oh boy, they have just been outclassed, outworked, out-hustled most of the night.
But this is the kind of guy that can spark a moment, Jace. Jordan DeGoey, just inside 50. Right foot strike. DeGoey delivers again for the Pies. Boy, they needed that. Brisbane's lead cut to 31 points. Jordan De Goey's first goal of the night. Brisbane 11-10-76. Collingwood 7 goals, 3:45. 16 minutes third term.
I don't think you would have liked kicking a goal and coming on the bench, going on the bench.
No, I was oh, God. Why do they do this?
Like your back's up, you feel good, you've kicked a goal, and then you do I know it's part of the rotation, but
he's a good bloody player.
Yeah, leave
him out there.
Yeah.
God, I know you got rotations, but go down forward, get a rest deep because
someone else can rotate.
That's just silly. But anyways, great goal, great finish. He's now on the bench doing nothing.
No, he's resting.
There's the thoughts.
Resting is something.
The thoughts of Jason Ackermanis with Jeff White here on ABC Sport. Back into the middle. Once again, it's well done by Steen. Got the tap down, but a shark there by Will Ashcroft. He kicked it to centre-half forward and getting on his knees to take it for the Pies was Dan Houston. Measures a kick back into the middle. McCreery playing his 100th tonight. Just beside the centre circles. Kicks it inside 50. McStay the target.
Great grab.
Good hands. He plays on. Had a brain fade. It was picked up there by Jasper Fletcher. Handball to Darcy Wilmot. But hang on, what's gone on here? Free kick. It's going to go back.
So Wilmot, I think it's high.
No, hang on. It is. It's going back to Darcy Wilmot. And that's probably Dan McStay being frustrated that he played on.
They had a man free in the square. If you don't know, that's
and then he kicked the ground as he was trying to kick the ball.
So Gallup receives in the right back pocket. Excellent kick and Reveal out. Mark Steele one-on-one. Good mark from Bruce.
He's won a lot of one-on-one contests tonight, hasn't he?
He's been better.
Been good.
Year, he has done so much more in that area.
Reveal just forward of right half back. Kicks a high ball towards Oscar Allen. It's got a couple to beat. Brought to ground level. Roving the pack, Will Ashcroft bursts through the tackle of Maynard. Hand passes to McCarthy on the boundary near the wing. High kick to half forward. Steen reads it best. And the second gamer, Oscar Steen, takes the mark for Collingwood at left half back. Takes a moment or two. Gets on his right boot. High ball to a contest on the wing. Mistake was he shepherded out of it? No. Fletcher got in front of that tangle between Gallup and McStay, and Fletcher takes the mark for Brisbane. And they're going to play Keepy's off in the back half. He kicks it backwards to Kitty Coleman. Has a fumble, has time to regather at centre half back.
Beautiful left foot kick, as is customary from Kitty Coleman. Finds Jared Berry. Just behind centre wing on the Stanley Street side, the outer side. He measures another pass to find Josh Dunkley, his midfield mate. And again, they're just content to hold on to the ball. He chips it forward, back onto the wing.
This is what they're not doing, Collingwood. They're not chipping it around. They're just going long down the line. Too easy for the Lions.
Ryan Lester from the logo on the outer side. Inside 50. Draper the target. Oscar Allen flies. And it's fisted forward by Frampton. Rowe front and square by Josh Dacos. Beautiful dummy. Then the handball to McCreery. Has a bounce. Traverses the logo on the outer wing. And that's a beautifully weighted kick to Membry, who acknowledged it with a good diving chest mark. 20 metres out. Just slight angle to the right.
I think what Collingwood's got back to is decision-making, but on the half-back line. So taking the grass, not actually bombing it or going wide, taking the grass and going central. McCreery did it. Josh Dacos did it then. Great great play there from Collingwood.
Lions happy with it as we look at this goal. But Brisbane Lions are getting sucked up. They won't be happy, Chris Fagan. There's no spread there, no defence out of that stoppage.
So Tim Membry hasn't troubled the scorers so far tonight. From 30 metres out, drills it over the goal umpire's head. The Pies have 3 goals on the trot to reduce the lead. It's gone back to 25 points with 20 minutes gone to the third term. 11-10-76 to 8-3-51.
When they went wide there, Brisbane, there was players in the midfield. There was Will Ashcroft, Levi Ashcroft. There was Jasper Fletcher. They were pointing, let's switch the play, let's hold the ball, let's try and switch it. But they went down the line and that worked in favour for Collingwood. Then the slingshot footy. Great offensive running from Membry. He was right up at the wing, just took off. Great. He just separates, makes the ground bigger, and he was able to get on the end of it.
It's a falling backwards chest mark. That's not an easy thing to do.
And you're doing it at full pace.
So Collingwood with 3 of the last 4 goals. We asked if they had a response. Well, it's back to 25 points here. 21 minutes third quarter. Ball up in the middle. Steen almost clean possession. Knocked it to the advantage of Just Akos. Didn't have it. Rayner dragged him off the ball. No free kick. Lions ball. Neil wins it. Hands it to Rayner. Kick inside 50 through the leading fingernails of Allen for Brisbane. Rode by Maynard. Chipped the half back. Allen's got it. Hands it to Dacos. Feigns infield, then chips to the wing to Steam. Pies have just got a bubble here. Marks hands it on to Allen. Kick the half forward to Goey Marks. Right on edge of range.
Oh,
but taking responsibility.
Look up.
Hogging it or taking responsibility. Choose your pick, but maybe the result's the outcome.
Had been on there. All you had to do was turn around.
So the man on the mark's 51 out. Well, he is a top player. He knows whether he can kick it or not. 50, he's mishit the kick. Went for everything. It's going to come down in the pocket. Draper first hand. Couldn't take the mark. On the deck. Picked up by McCreary of Collingwood. Hand pass to Long. Hand pass to Sullivan. Whips it over his head. No one there. Rumbled clear of defence by the Lions. Bailey's got it. Gang tackled. Lost it. Pies have up the ante. There's going to be a ball up at right half forward for Collingwood. And don't write off a contest on Easter Thursday just yet. Ball up right half forward for the Pies. Brisbane by 25 points.
From the ball up, slapped forward by Collingwood. Lions with the numbers. Zorko goes one way then the other. He's on the arc, gets onto the left foot. Tries to measure a pass to Bailey, misses the target. It gets to the boundary line. Well done, Perryman in front of Morris. Takes it over the boundary line between the wing and right half forward for the Pies. Craig McRae standing up on the bench.
What's happened the last 5 minutes, gents?
Oh, they're just winning the ball. Their pressure's great. They are running. They are doing everything they weren't doing.
Throw in out of side. Draper in front of Steen. Got it down to Neil. Neil handball to Zorko, then to Zach Bailey. Bailey long to left half forward. McCarthy in front position, beautifully spoiled there by Quainer. Front and square, Ned Long. Handball Maynard. Intercepted by Will Ashcroft. Chips it towards the arc. Logan Morris. Diving towards goal. Reaching out. His body at 45 degrees to the ground. Takes it 40 metres out. 45-degree angle to the left.
That was
great intercept from Will Ashcroft because they were out. Collingwood, they were going. And that's what they've taken on. You asked the question, Q. They've just taken on. They're just going as quick as they can. So they're going to, if Brisbane can catch them and intercept it through the corridor, this is what is going to result in.
Yeah, they need this one. They need to stem the momentum because they've just got their tails up. These are the ones you've got to make. And he's a good kick, but
he's off the long run. He starts 60 from goal. Launches it from just inside the arc. Logan Morris has drilled it to the left. 2 goals, 2 for Logan Morris tonight. The Lions 11-11-77, now 26 points in front of the Pies, 8-3-51.
Houston short with the inbound. And Perryman takes the mark in the right back pocket for Collingwood. White at the top of the Brisbane Lions race. Down that western end of the field. Perryman with a long kick to the wing. Draper over the top of Steen. Gee, that takes some leaping to get over him. Good mark for Brisbane. Hands it to Zorko. Kicked to half forward looking for Coleman. Spoiled away, though, by the Magpies. Picked up by Houston. Hand pass to Sullivan. Kicks it wide to the wing for the Magpies. Allen first to meet it. Tackled by Levi Ashcroft holding the ball. Picked up by Fletcher. Advantage taken. He kicks to half forward. Lohman can't mark under pressure from Quaynor. Side bottom Robes. Hands it through Quaynor to Houston. Magpies swing it to halfway. Crisp receives. Breaks a tackle. Kicks very centrally. It comes off. Steen marks. Hands it to McCreary. Kick to right half forward. Lipinski runs to 47. Big moment this. Lipinski has missed across the face of goal.
Jeez.
That would have been 4 out of 5 goals and 3 in a row for the Magpies. As it is, it's a point. Brisbane's lead 25.
Turnovers. Just both sides. Who can take advantage?
I like that Collingwood shifting the ball. They're changing the direction of the ball now. They're not going down tram lines. They're trying to change it.
Right here.
The Lions brought it inboard. Jasper Fletcher ended up with it on the arc at right half back. Chipped it barely the required distance to Levi Ashcroft. He's standing there looking both inboard, and now he has to go long down the line. The Pies have set up nicely. He does towards Oscar Allen, who flies and spoils it over the boundary right in front of the ABC commentary box on the Vulture Street side. Will be a throw in centre wing. It is the Lions by 25 points, 26 gone, third term.
It's Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. I'm Quentin Hull. He's Michael Price, Jeff White, Jason Ackermanis, your analysts. Zane Bojac's on the boundary. As the ball's tossed in, a bit of a shallow throw in, both ruckmen tangling each other. Will Ashcroft comes through, ineffective hand pass, but it ricochets to Coleman. Brisbane's ball defensive side of the pack. Hands it to Levi Ashcroft, gives it to Will. Will chips it to Bailey. Yeah. Bailey, infield 45 bullet, bites off the dangerous kick to Zorko in the corridor, who kicks it down the throat of the leading Morris. 35 out directly in front. What a kick from Zach Bailey.
Just saw him. I could see it up here, this gaping hole. And who better to have it in the hands of Dane Zorko? And he gets another chance here, Logan Morris.
But the connection, though, the synergy with Logan Morris, he ends up over there because he can see what's happening up the field. Great. He just took off. He knew that there was a change of the direction of the ball inside the corridor.
I'm just going to say, it's about time these boundary umpires, got on the waste program. That's a terrible throw.
Morris, no angle, trots over 50, hits from 45. Hits the post. That's 2 goals 3 for Logan Morris. And in a tight game, he's just missed a couple of kicks that set big key forwards should kick. Anyway, 26 to lead to Brisbane.
So very late in the third term, the Pies bring it back in ball to the outer wing. It's fisted forward by Draper, rowed by Bailey. He runs to 55. Bailey towards the goal square. It's going to go through the behinds, off hands.
Gone through for a point.
It will count.
It will count. And it has been flagged down. So that is one score to finish the third term here at the Gabba. 11-12-78, the Lions to the Pies 8-4-52. It's a 26-point margin.
No,
sorry, hang on.
The scoreboard hasn't added the points which was just scored, so it's actually 11-13-79.
Why am I relying on the Gabba scoreboard, Ken?
I don't know.
Well, it's...
No, after all these years, I've got to learn my lesson.
No, it's okay. I just thought
No, disrespect, but gee whiz.
Yeah.
11-13-79 to 8-5-52. So it's a 27-point margin at three-quarter time. That's after the Lions led by 21 at quarter time. They led by 29 at half time. Back to 27 points.
So, Oscar Allen with 3 goals. 3 goals for Kai Lohmann. 2 goals for Logan Morris. Single goals for Will Ashcroft, Link McCarthy and Dane Zorko. Collingwood's 8. 2 for Dan McStay and the rest are singles. De Goey, Elliott, Schultz, Membry, Sullivan and Steele. So that scoring progression again, Brisbane by 21 at quarter time, by 29 at half time, and now 27 at the final change. Lions 11-13-79 to the Magpies 8-4-52. You can get in touch on the SMS 0437 774 774 if you've got a thought. 0437 774 774 is the number. Please send us your name and where you're texting from. Lions by 27 points, three-quarter time. It's Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Get your footy fix with ABC AFL Daily Podcast. Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron are joined by a cast of AFL legends to pull apart the biggest stories in Aussie rules. Search for the ABC AFL Daily Podcast on ABC Listen.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
It's just hovering. Somebody's dived on it. The Lions are appealing. The Lions will win the free kick. Kai Lohmann's going to go back.
Set shot.
Have a shot. Leans back on it, drills it. Kai Lohmann's got 3. And the Lions start the second half beautifully. The man on the mark kicks it long towards the goal square. Good spoil by Ty Gallop. Towed off the deck by De Goey. Picked up by Lockie Schultz. Has a snap. That's a ripper.
Super goal.
Negotiated the traffic beautifully. Did Lockie Schultz, gets his goal, and the Magpies get on the board in this third term. It gets to the arc, nicely picked up by Logan Morris though. He's going to have a launch. Strike! What a beautiful kick. His second goal, he struck it from the arc. And there's no better sight than a yellow Sharon on an Easter Thursday night floating through at goalpost height.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Three-quarter time at the Gabba. I hope you're enjoying the start of your Easter weekend with us. Quentin Hull with you for Thursday night footy. The Lions lead the Pies by 27 points at three-quarter time. In a moment, your experts Jeff White and Jason Ackermanis will tell you how we've got here and what to expect in the final half hour. Just before that, around the grounds, unbelievable scoreline up at Dolphin Oval. Manly, who were winless through 3 rounds and sacked coach Anthony Seibold last Friday, lead the Dolphins 46-0.
It's over. That game's over.
Big call, Jason. There's 12 minutes to go. Manly Warringah 46, lead the Dolphins 0. Doesn't always happen, sack the coach, win the game, but boy, that is a weird one. What about here? We saw Collingwood start to get going in that third quarter. They won it, the quarter, by a couple of points. 27 the lead to Brisbane. Quarter to play. What say you, Jeff and Acker?
Yeah, well, they definitely halfway through that third quarter got the pressure up. But they just started to change direction of the footy. They weren't going down tram lines. It was coming in one end. It was going back the same way. That's where all the numbers were. Then all of a sudden, Jeremy Howe decided, no, we've got to change direction here, boys. Change direction, resulted in a goal. Then they just seem like they're playing on at every opportunity. There's a couple of times there where they were running from behind. They were a bit too early. They're just trying to look to give the handball receive, eliminate that man on the mark, get the ball happening, go fast footy. They are going to turn it over a couple of times. If you are going to play like that, you are going to run the risk of doing a few turnovers. And it went back, and Logan Morris actually was on the end of a couple and didn't actually put the scoreboard pressure on. But, yeah, Collingwood's still in this. They've just got to keep going, and it'll show, if they put pressure on here, what does Brisbane do? Do Brisbane try and retain the possession? Do they try and hold it, Acker? Or they go and just put the foot on the throttle and go for it and be ruthless?
I think they want to do that. They've spoken about this to be much better at home. 4-quarter team. When you've got a team on the ropes, you've got to capitalise. That's it. Collingwood were much better that quarter. Intensity, like you said, Jeff. Tackling was better. Ball movement was a bit better. They got some good ball coming off half back. Got some linkage with handballs. All of a sudden they're out. They're 1-on-1 up front, and their good players just stood up. The goal kicks a goal. All of a sudden, hey, it's a battle out there. That said, it is 24 scoring shots to 12, so they have been annihilated in inside 50s and scoring. But Brisbane were getting ahead of themselves there, and I know Chris Fagan would hate that.
So the actual discrepancy, 8 is the inside 50s, 46 to 38 inside 50s to Brisbane Acker. So, but you're right, those scoring shot numbers, what did you say, 24 to 12.
Yeah.
Will Ashcroft, 26 possessions, leads all comers. Next best for Brisbane, Jasper Fletcher and Levi Ashcroft both with 21. Collingwood's best, Dan Houston with 22, Maynard with 20, Josh Dacos with 20. Last term is upon us. 27 points is the lead to Brisbane. Here's Michael Price.
Fort versus Cameron. Give this one to Fort, drops it at the feet of Will Ashcroft, who toes it forward. In return, Houston towed it forward to Lockneil from a standing start inside 50. Big fly. Morris. Logan Morris, 40 out, slight angle to the right, one clung.
Oh, jeez, that wasn't an easy ball either. You didn't see that, but Lockie Neal's just chucked it on the boot. It actually had like you would, like a banana kind of forward spinning ball.
Such good head.
And he is, you can just see the way he jumps. He's not the tallest guy in the world, but he's just super athletic in his hand.
But he reaches the highest point, doesn't he? At 6'3", he's just such an athlete. That's a great mark. That was coming in sideways.
It's a fair leaper behind him in Jeremy Howe as well. Couldn't get his fist to it.
Third set shot in about 15 minutes.
2 goals, 3 for Logan Morris. He strikes it from 40 metres and gets his third goal. To start the final term, the Lions have extended their lead 12-13-85 to 8-4-52. Takes it back out to 33 points with only a minute gone.
That's the start they wanted, Brisbane, and what better way to do it than Logan Morris? And it also shows the forward line structure too. Logan wasn't going up. He went up against Howe, sort of almost like a one-on-one. So good forward line structure there to show that they set up for that dump kick.
Was everything
great set of hands.
But he had those 2 misses late in that third quarter, so really good for the young kid. That's what you have to do. That's what good teams do. That's what good players do.
And all of a sudden, the 2-time premiers have got a raft of bailout mark options. Now with Oscar Allen and Sam Draper in the team, along with the development of this guy.
And there's Ashcroft up in the nosebleed stand.
There's a shot on the big screen of Marcus watching on as he does. Lockie Neal gets the clearance from the centre stoppage, breaks a tackle, takes a moment, and then another hoping kick to half forward. Bailey marks it. 45 out on his chest.
The same type of kick too, Q.
Yep, didn't go as deep that time, but Zach Bailey protects the drop.
Choppers on the big screen.
Standing high somewhere in the...
does that, and he's got a poker face too. He just gets... his boys could get beaten up and he won't do anything. Like, he just no emotion. He's amazing.
So Zach Bailey, well, Collingwood maybe had some hopes of a last quarter surge, but maybe 2 Lions goals to start the final term shuts the door. Zach Bailey kicks the goal. Bang, bang, 2.5 minutes into the final term. What was 27 points is now 39. And perhaps a bridge too far for the Magpies at 13-13, 91 to 8-4-52.
Better song?
Yeah. Is that this one for a while?
Yeah.
This is the DJ Otzi version.
Oh, yeah, a bit more bass, a bit more techno. Jeff White and I used to love that back in the 1977 boys that we are.
Fly would be killing himself right now. 2 dumped centre clearances.
And 2 marks.
2 marks, 2 goals.
Yeah.
They're getting beaten, had been beaten at stages too often.
I don't want to put it again. I should have started. It's all good in hindsight, but I wanted to see Oscar Steen start this last quarter. Now they've put him in.
So it will be the youngster in his second game up against the experienced Darcy Fort. He jumps high. We'll call it a draw at ground level. Lockie Neal gets it back to Ashcroft, back to Darcy Fort. Slews off the outside of his right boot. Goes to right half forward. It's Perryman versus McCarthy at ground level. McCarthy overran it. Perryman gathered. Looking for an inboard. That's a wobbly kick inside to the corridor. And it's cut off there by Josh Dunkley. He's got the handball receive in Zorko. It's a typically long kick and fly. Rayner's taken a freakish mark. He fell over. Hang on. It's going to be a free kick. It'll go to Collingwood. I tell you what, for the highlight, it deserved a mark. He fell over and took it when it hit the ground.
It was at the back of the pack, on his back, and the ball fell in his stomach. And he marked it, but there was an infringement, which meant it was no mark.
Oh, such a shame.
We're now getting a replay. Meanwhile, ball's gone out of play left half back. I just have to watch the replay.
It was him that did it. He pushed his opponent straight under the ball.
Okay, so... Now Schultz from left half back. Kicks Collingwood to half forward. No one there for the Magpies. Fort does the roving for Brisbane. Hands it to Berry. Kicks it back to Schultz. Couldn't take the mark, but his fumble ends up in the hands of Maynard. Hands it on to Dacos. Tackled by Dunkley holding the ball. The mob will love this. Josh Dacos run down by one of the best defensive mids in the game. The best and fairest winner.
There's a few players, I reckon, who get a little nervous when they see Kitty Coleman in their vision.
Well, that one was Dunkley with the tackle, but I get your drift. Yeah, he gave Steele Sidebottom's ribs a rattle early on. Chip mark for the Lions here. Zorko kicks to the middle of the ground for Leicester. Then he scurries off, but Leicester takes a moment. Now he's going to kick it high and deep towards the pocket. 2-on-2 contest. Rayner from behind. Clean clunk, reads the flight, takes the mark.
No free kick then.
This is when they look they're dangerous and they chip mark through the corridor, but it's off the line where they kick it. They come in through the corridor, but they're kicking off the line. It allows their forwards just to run and jump, and that's what Cam Rayner did.
Aerial supremacy at the moment.
Yeah.
This quarter.
A lot of weapons, haven't they, up forward?
They really do. Now, can he kick it? He hasn't had a goal yet, has he?
He has not.
Didn't think so.
He's kicked a point so far tonight. Cam Rayner. Slight angle right. Man on the mark, 35 metres out. Cam Rayner with the right boot. Misses to the near side. 13-14, 92. Leads 8-4-52, so it's Brisbane by 40 points. 6 minutes final term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
That's a game high margin as it's kicked straight down the corridor on the inboard, waiting at the back of the pack. It's Zorko. He kicks it to the front of the centre circles to Kitty Coleman.
Didn't need to do that. He could have got it in deep. They were outnumbered.
Again, they just want to possess the ball. The lead-up player was Will Ashcroft. His disposal, number 30, coming up. An absolutely phenomenal young player. Kicks it inside 50. Berry was nudged under it by Ed Allen at ground level. Well done, Perryman, who's
negotiated the traffic beautifully, but then he sold Josh Dacos a dumper. Tackled by Ashcroft. He got it away to Schultz, then by hand over to Crisp, who kicked it to left half forward. Darcy Cameron. That's a really good mark under extreme pressure from Dara Joyce. He takes it 55 from goal, left half forward. For Collingwood, he kicks it inside towards De Goey, and there he is. I heard him described during the week as the Swiss Army pocket knife of Brisbane. It is Ryan Lester. He is built for all occasions. He took a great defensive mark.
But Darcy Cameron took too long and allowed Lester to take that mark. Great mark, but it took too long.
High kick from the right back pocket. Draper went flying out of the front of the contest, and the flying mullet is seen and rewarded with the free kick. He got a nudge.
It's like a mullet with tracks. Was that ever a thing? I know tracks was, but
I've never had that much hair, Jason, to make such a decision.
That's a great point.
Draper from right half back. Drainer again on the fly. Quainer knocks it away from him out of play. But, you know, we're starting to see, I think, Jason and Jeff, the first little indication of what does Oscar Allen add? What does Sam Draper add?
Plenty tonight, plenty.
Yeah, and look, this is a Collingwood team without Darcy Moore.
That's one player.
But, obviously one of those lieutenants of the skies that will control things. But they were touted as big-name recruits and starting to build by the week. Draper taps down the throw-in on the wing, rode by Bailey of Brisbane, hand pass to Wilmot, smothered by Schultz of Collingwood, wins his own crumb, hands it to Dacos, who hands it over the head of McCreery, and the 100-gamer couldn't pick up. Out of play for a throw-in, not too far away from our man, Zane Bojack.
He's watching the precipitation come down, Q. It's not good for Collingwood when you're down by 40 points, and it's going to get a little bit more slippery and a little bit harder.
Well, if that doesn't signal Easter in southeast Queensland, nothing does. A little bit of rain.
Better than the cyclone, let me tell you.
That's a very good point. Draper just took it out of the ruck from the throw-in. Handball to Zorko. He skids it beyond centre wing towards the boundary line, and it's going to go over, and it will be a last disposal free kick.
That's one area that Sam Draper's improved. At Essendon, he grab it and just dump kick. Now he grabs it and hand passes, more effective.
Frampton to Houston. Houston into the middle of the ground. Nicely taken there by Jeremy Howe, just behind the circles. Handball to Elliott. Intelligent tap forward. Hayes fell over as he tried to gather. Picked up by Coleman. Handball Neal. Handball Wilmot, then back to Zorko, and then flares it out to left half, back to Cam Rayner. He's got somebody open on the wing. Delivers it beautifully to Berry. Berry feigns to handball to the run of Neal, then kicks it long to left half forward. Beautiful kick to find Link McCarthy. 60 from goal. Some of the disposals tonight have been absolutely sublime, and in these slippery conditions now, we'll see what McCarthy can do. He's just going to bomb it towards the goal square. Allen buffeted over before acceptances. Front and square. Reville. Barouche hits the post halfway up. One behind.
A few posters tonight.
93 plays 52. Game high 41-point margin. 10 gone. Final turn.
That was, what was that, 3-on-1? 3-on-1.
Josh Dacos, precise on the inbound to Jack Crisp. Would you believe that amazing run of consecutive games started here for the Lions against Gold Coast in the Q clash? He's now 266 consecutive. Amazing. As De Goey runs inside 50 and delivers to full forward. Arkle free kick to McStay.
Should be 50.
Latter. Free kick to Daniel McStay, who has had moments from this range at the Gabba which has made the locals nervous. And he has got no angle whatsoever. Well, he's 10 degrees to the right, setting up for the snap pump. He's got it though. Dan McStay kicks the goal. He's got 3 tonight. 3 of the 9 that Collingwood has posted. 9 goals for 58. Trails Brisbane's 13-15. 93. We're 11 minutes into the final term. It's Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Lone hand down there. That was a better sequence from the Pies. That said, the rain looks like it's stopped, which Zane will be very happy with, because I know he's thinking about going out after this and walking around the town. The big fella. But It's amazing, though. The Lions have come out and cracked it open, and maybe probably get one back.
He wouldn't be going out tonight. You know that one of the weird things about Good Friday in Queensland is everything's shut as soon as you hit midnight. It's pumpkin hour tonight, isn't it, Zano?
Have you got a drink card for City Rowers for me?
Oh, I would. I still do somewhere, but unfortunately it doesn't exist
That's
anymore.
a blast from the past. Famous nightclub here in Brisbane as Draper gets his own clearance. The handball to Bailey. He gets it over to Lohman from 45 under extreme pressure, out of bounds on the full, but it's coming back. High contact, well called Acker. Lohman will have a go, and Draper steps in as they Maynard went to have a crack at Lohman, and then Draper with the Don Mattingly, I told you to cut your sideburns haircut. If we're all Simpsons fans, you'll know what I'm talking about.
Oh. He does look like that Simpsons Mattingly character.
Really? Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Zane, can I just tell you, though, I did meet my wife there, and we're still married.
Oh, really?
Oh,
you met Megan at City Rose?
I did indeed. Both
it's a love story.
It was.
I thought she was too classy to go to a talk like that.
You'd think so, right?
There's another line there I'm not touching.
It was downstairs out the back, can I just say?
Ty Lohman is going to kick it from 50. Let's go. That's a nice strike. That's a beautiful strike. Kai Lohman's got 4. And he gives it back to Maynard and Ned Long and says, how about them apples? 14-15, 99. Plays 9-4, 58, 41 points the margin again. Nearly 13 gone in the final term, ABC Sport.
Well, obviously the message at three-quarter time was to be ruthless from Brisbane, and that's exactly what they've done in this last quarter.
They've killed them out of the centre square. They've been cleaner.
Yeah.
I mean, that was just a high shot, average free kick, trying to chase him down. But he still had to go back and kick it. Good work, Kai. Looks like a different man.
Centre bounce clearances last quarter. Brisbane 4, Collingwood
0. Big fat donuts, Chief Wiggum style. I'm on foot. I repeat, I'm on foot.
But this is why they brought the rule in, Q. This is why I'm a big advocate, massive fan of get momentum, or you can just squash a game, and that's what they've done. This centre ball up clearances. So
Collingwood kicked 3 of 4 to get within 25. Lions have kicked 3 of the next 4, and it's back out to 41. Back in the middle. Collingwood shunt the stoppage forward, but Fletcher first to meet. Mishit his kick. Stolen by Allen of Collingwood on the wing. Hands it to Long. Hands to Sullivan. Runs to centre half forward. Kicks from 60 to full forward, and McStay outmarks Gallup. Good mark, Dan McStay. And in a cause that looks like Brisbane's going to triumph, outside of Dan McStay doing a good job for Collingwood, this is a great education for Ty Gallup in defence.
It is. He's one out there. Tough had to go back into him, but too smart, McStay. Too experienced.
So this for 4 goals against his old team. Daniel McStay, no angle, traditional drop punt this time. And he kicks the goal. 4 for Daniel McStay. And back to 35 points, the margin in favour of Brisbane at 14-15-99. To Collingwood's 10-4-64. Just a shout out, make sure you stick around the post game. We'll get Zane down in the rooms. Your text welcome on 0437 774 774. Official crowd 34,648. 34648, which is just under last year's 34802.
Yeah, but there's a problem. A couple of people couldn't get here because they've run out of money. They can't actually buy fuel. But hopefully next year we could beat that again. But they've been treated to a very, very good game by the Lions. Can Collingwood get some self-respect, kick a few more goals late in this? Well, it's half quarter now.
15 minutes gone. Final term, 35 points to margin, the Lions, and it's Darcy Fort versus young Oscar Steen. Steen gets the free kick, plays on by hand to Josh Dacos. He launches one inside 50. De Goey with the contest against Ryan Lester. Lester wins out, gathers, then hoiks it towards centre wing, outer side. It bounces kindly for Dunkley. What a tap towards Rayner. Rayner gets away from Quainer. Rayner and Quainer. Beautiful stuff. It gets to Levi Ashcroft, who does a 9-iron back to centre wing towards Bailey. Central kick to Darcy Fort. Boy, it's quick. Still. Charlie Cameron handballed it to himself. He's that quick. Then kicks it inside 50. Through the legs of Steele side bottom. Lohman. Handball in front of Bruce Reville. Can he pick it up? He can. Wheels around onto his right foot. Drills it back. Central kick. Touch play on. It was Jasper Fletcher who took it. He stopped. Then the umpire said, I'm going to ball it up 35 metres out directly in front.
There weren't too many that knew that. I think he just yelled it out. Will Ashcroft roves, kicks it into the pack though. Not a mark. Went to Morris on the full. He kicked it off the ground to Bailey. That was an intentional toe poke off the deck. Zach Bailey gathers in the goal mouth, kicks his second goal. Very clever, very innovative from the Brisbane Lions, who cracked the ton at the Gabba. Lions 15-15, 105 to the Magpies 10-4, 64.
Logan Morris just plays on instincts, doesn't he? It's great to watch.
He's a
little deft touch. And then great pick-up from Zach Bailey.
Well, Zach was on the move at this stop.
Yeah, he was.
And he just kept going.
Yep.
G'day to Anise in Geelong. She must be a Collingwood supporter. She says on the text, please repeat the statistic you mentioned at the very start of the show. The one about whoever has won this particular match. No, it's not the one who's won this game. So the team who loses this game has won the flag the last 3 years. Brisbane has lost it the last 2 years. Collingwood lost it in 2023.
Means nothing, kid.
It's a fair stat.
Good stat, though. If Collingwood supporter.
I can understand why you'd want to repeat it as Josh Dacos extracts, and then good tackle from Big Darcy Fort. He launches it now inside 50. It's going to be Logan Morris at the front of the pack. Nicely spoiled, front and square. Lockie Neal from 45. Lockie Neal to the line. Quainer got there, goalkeeper style, batted it through for a point. 106 plays 64, game high 42-point margin.
Quick entry to the left back pocket. Maynard receives, kicks it to half back. No one there for Collingwood to gather. It's Berry with a hand pass to Leicester, kicks it back into attack for Brisbane, fisted off the pack. Steen roves, hands it on to Long, or mishits his hand pass. Intercepted by Ford to Brisbane at half forward. Hand pass to Neal, breaks a tackle, hands it to Berry, back to Neal, who's running backwards, almost back to the wing. Chips it to the bullseye where Leicester is there to take the mark. And Ryan Lester decides to chip it to Zorko. Zorko chips it to Ashcroft. Will, left foot kick. Untroubled, whatever, to hit Fletcher. Fletcher kicks to Bruce. And Reville has the ball 40 metres out. And he now points to the sticks.
Oh, he had the ball round there, and he could have just chucked it on the left slipper and had a shot, but no, he came back in on the right foot.
So, what's he added, Acker? Like, as I mentioned, only 6 games up to round 20 last year, but since round 22 when he forced his way back into the team, played all the finals, played every game. Here's Bruce Reville on 50. Nice strike on the right.
That's what he's added.
And the Lions are going to start Easter weekend with a win at the Gabba. Bruce Reville with his first of the night, and the Lions lead by 48 points.
This is stamping the authority to the competition, isn't it, Acker? If you come out, kick the first 2 goals.
He's gone clean as well, Bruce.
He has, and can I just say, though, for a few seasons, Mitch Hahn was like, this boy can play, get him in, really lacked opportunity. And then when he did, he really lacked confidence. And then over these last, what has it been, 7-8 games, he's finally worked out, I can play at this level. Yep. He's tackled, he's chasing, he's just not a ball watcher anymore. He's got amazing skills. He can mark and he can play a role they need, which is in the midfield.
Well, that's explained beautifully, Jace. How do you get into a premiership team and pick up a flag? There you go. Bruce Reville, missed 24 GF. Won the flag last year.
Collingwood get this clearance. Handball indiscriminate forward. Picked up by Berry. Handball back to Zorko. Outside of the boot, Sublime there to Lohman. Had time to drop it. Give it to Jasper Fletcher by hand. Then run past for the handball receive. A left footer inside. Oh, yes! Oscar Allen has flown. Controlled it with one arm. And then caressed it to his chest. What a fly. That was beautiful. He takes the mark. 45 from goal, 45-degree angle to the left.
That's a great grab in the
one mid up.
Just watching. Oh, yeah.
Jumped over Quainer.
A little bit of a juggle, but
not that hard.
As I said, one hand guided it down to his chest. So Oscar Allen, his best night out for his new club so far, comes up to the arc of 50 and blows his lines and kicks it towards the pocket. Big pack flies at ground level. There's a chance for Brisbane. Picked up by Howe. He extracts with a handball. Now Collingwood should be out, and Crisp gets a bit of room.
Oh, he has hand pass to a man who had his back turned. McCreary wasn't looking at the ball. Stolen by Reville of Brisbane. Handed it to Will Ashcroft. Hand pass to the pocket. No one there. Howe had it. Got tackled off it by Bailey. Ferocious from the Lions. Even with a 48-point lead, they force the ball up in the forward pocket. Zane on the boundary.
Oh, look, tell you what, the Lions have every right to just take the foot off the gas, but they're going for it here. They know that they've got poor percentage at the moment. They're trying to increase it.
Allen won the tap down for Brisbane, but it's rode by Houston. His hand pass picked up by Sullivan near the boundary, but no room to create. Out of play for a boundary throw in. Brisbane 16-16, 112. Collingwood 10-4, 64. We are 21 and a half minutes into the final quarter at the Gabba. Last year, Collingwood won this game by 52 points. And close to that margin again tonight, Pricey.
That's a 100-point turnaround at the moment. 48 points the margin in favour of Brisbane. The extracting kick cut off there by Kitty Coleman. He puts it back inside 50. Link McCarthy with a juggler from behind. Takes it. He's got some superior aerial skills for a man his size. Just got over the back, juggled it over the top of his opponent in Perryman. He's 35 out more or less directly in front.
And off the back of two knee recos.
Yeah. What's the marks inside 4?
At 32 years of age. Who thought we'd see Link McCarthy back here when that second news of a Rico came through?
I thought he was...
I thought he was done.
Yeah, but clearly Link didn't think that.
No.
That's all you need. Can he kick it though?
They've marked really well inside 450 tonight, the Lions.
He's got one goal tonight. Let's go from 35. He strikes it magnificently. And they all get around him. What a sight. Link McCarthy with all the teammates rubbing the hair as he puts the Lions even further in front. 17-16, 118 to the Magpies, 10-4, 64. It's blown out now to a 54-point margin. 23 gone, final term.
And I say this in all seriousness. It almost seemed like polite that Brisbane didn't totally delist him off the back of that second knee. Yeah. And that's only an outside looking in kind of, because you thought, how's this guy in a team that's flying, how's he going to get back into the top 23? And here he is, 2 goals.
Yeah.
Behind the scenes,
they love him.
He's very popular.
Yeah.
That's why you need guys like that. They're good for your group. Just because he's getting older, he's still a champ. Look at Froggy Lester.
Yeah, and of course he had such bad injury run at the start of his career. Great story, Link McCarthy. Centre stoppage, Draper taps down. He's got it back, Draper kicks it off the ground to half forward. Not an effective kick. And, eventually Morris picks up for Brisbane on 50. Hands it to Rayner, hands it out the back to Dunkley. Hand pass back to Draper, 60 out, the big lumberer. Gets his right boot to it. High kick to the pocket. Lyman had a fly off knuckles and through for a point.
Oh, Draper.
17-17, 1-1-9 to 10-4, 64.
What a game he's having, Draper.
Yeah.
Outstanding.
Collingwood bring it back in quickly. Steele side, bottom crunched earlier, recovered. Gets it out to left half back and overcooks that kick badly. Out of bounds on the full. The Lions want to play on. Lester brings it backwards, just short of centre wing on the outer side to Darcy Wilmot. Back to the point of the centre square at right half back to Coleman. Coleman forward. Just the 15 to Zorko. The evergreen Dane Zorko chips it to dead set, best on ground for mine. Will Ashcroft on the logo.
This is impressive from the Lions, though. They were challenging that later bit of that third quarter, and to come out and do what they've done this last quarter.
We haven't seen it.
They did it last week too.
Ashcroft back to Coleman. They're just retaining the ball back to the logo to Zorko. Zorko now wants to go quickly. Finds his man at right half forward. He's got space, and it's Lockie Neal. Takes the mark, 65 from goal. The Brownlow medalist kicks it inside 50. Here's Tunstall flying. Couldn't quite take it. Collingwood at ground level have got it through Lipinski now. And the hands off there to Hayes, who's thrown Steele. He's pressured off it by Dunkley. The ball spills outside of the arc and Charlie Cameron delivers one back to the corridor. Here's Zorko.
65 out. Bullet pass to the leading lineman. Drops the mark. He should have tried to hands out in front instead of let it take it on his chest. He regathers though. Hands it to Will Ashcroft. Backwards to Fletcher. 60 out. Hands it to Cameron. Off a step. He spears the ball to the pocket. One-handed Draper once, twice. Controlling touch was beyond the paint of the boundary.
Good body work.
A crowd catch in the end.
It was 2-on-1 there too.
Yeah, Darcy Cameron was with him, but the controlling grab in his right mitt was beyond the boundary line. Ball thrown in next to the point post. Brisbane in attack. Darcy Cameron first hand for Collingwood. No rover. Allen crashes through. That's Oscar for Brisbane. Hand pass stolen by Howe. Dump clearance on the head of Silk. Spoiled away by Wilmot of Brisbane. Roved by Morris. Hand pass too hot for Cameron. And Cameron plays tackler on Sullivan. Play on, ball ricochets to Wilmot. Hands it out the back to Zorko, who's back near the wing now. Chips it to Morris, marks it 60 out, right half forward. Centering kick, looking for Dunkley. DeGoey arrives to win the ball, though. Dunkley tackles him, neutral ball up.
They don't get out of Dunkley's ice very often.
That was a great contest by both players.
And he texts, Zorko is 37? Yeah, he is. He is 37 years of age.
I think you called him the Benjamin Button of AFL not long ago. He's fantastic.
He's
Zorko
going
gets
good
younger
tonight again,
every year.
too.
Well, how about his super?
How about this? Indeed. He would have racked it up. Zane Bojak's on the boundary.
Yeah, but I think he's going to spend all that super on his acupuncture fees, isn't it? That's been the secret to the Benjamin Button part.
Absolutely. Some great needlework there. Ball up, 45 out from the Lions goal. Draper got it down, but Houston stole it for the Pies. Handball back to Howe. Howe goes straight up the corridor and finds his man in Jamie Elliott. Hasn't been too prolific tonight, but not too many chances. He flares it out to the right to find Lipinski. He goes backwards with a 45 kick to Quainer. It came off his hands and Howe had to come and rescue the situation. Drills it another 45 metres forward to the wing to find Elliott. Elliott with the inboard kick finds his teammate there in Long. He's got a runner in Houston. Wasn't the greatest kick to the lead there of Hayes. He gathered though, got the handball back to Lipinski, now through hands. It's a bit of a training drill here. Goes through Long, through Elliott. Quainer, long kick towards the square. Big fly off hands. Schultz was spoiled and the ball spills to Berry.
Now the slingshot. Berry for Brisbane, kicks it to the wing. Marked by Lohman, has a moment to look at the tidal wave come from behind. He doesn't kick straight away, takes a moment, chips it to Charlie Cameron. And he'll take his time. No John Denver so far tonight. He kicks in field, Charlie Cameron, marked by Neil.
They had it before the game, though, can I say?
Defensive side of the bullseye. He kicks out to the wing. Dunkley marks, hands it to Fletcher in plenty of space. Spears it to Oscar Allen. Quainer makes the spoil from behind. Good spoil, rode by Houston or Collingwood. Handed to DeGoey. DeGoey's hand pass through Elliott. Back to Houston, to Long. Hand passes to Sullivan. Runs to 50. Sullivan to an open goal mouth for Collingwood. The bounce is to the wrong side. Off to the left. It's a point. And Brisbane lead by 9 goals at 17-17, 119 to 10-5, 65.
What Brisbane have been really good at tonight, you would have seen that with Kitty Cobban on Steel, is that forward hand pass, the ability to press up and be able to spoil that from Collingwood tonight.
The Lions with their disposal, beautiful. There's Fletcher at centre half. At left half back, receives the kick there from Zorko yet again. He chips it forward to Levi Ashcroft. Yet again, Collingwood spreading across the field, and Levi gives it back to his brother so he can have another possession. 36 coming up for him.
Cue the
waxing.
Choppers up the back.
Levi receives it again at left half back. Just holding on to the ball here.
Ashcroft Inc. Up to 61.
Yeah, that's a fair night out for the Ashcroft brothers. Now Gallup decides to go a very aggressive kick to the outer side. Coleman to the lead of Charlie Cameron just beyond right half back. Cameron chips it to the lead of Berry, who did a lot of running from one side of the field to the other. Now he chips it back onto the logo to Ryan Lester. And they're just waxing now, the Brisbane Lions, to Wilmot in the middle of the ground.
Near the bullseye, Wilmot will kick to Levi Ashcroft. 60 from goal. He takes the mark uncontested. Chips it to Lockie Neal. Closer to the boundary more so than the goal. At the left half forward flank, Neal comes inboard now, uses his right boot, kicks to the pocket. Draper spoils Frampton, roved by Bailey. No, Draper spoiled Frampton over the back of the ear. Free kick for high contact. And Billy Frampton will take, and that's the end of the contest. Brisbane has won comprehensively, and the reigning champs level their season ledger at 2-2. The Lions by 54 over the Pies. Brisbane 17-17, 119. Collingwood 10-5, 65. The Lions extending in that final quarter, kicking 6 goals, 4-2-1. 21 points was the lead at quarter time for the reigning champs. 29 at half time. Collingwood won the third quarter. Only just. It was a 27-point lead to Brisbane at the final change. The Magpies did make a bit of a surge. They got within 25 points in that third quarter, but then, as mentioned, 6-4 to 2-1 in the last quarter for Brisbane. And the Lions, too good by 9 goals, and both teams go to gather round with a 2-win, 2-loss record. Kai Lohmann kicked 4 goals for Brisbane. Oscar Allen kicked 3 goals. Logan Morris kicked 3 goals. 2 goals for Lincoln McCarthy. 2 goals for Zach Bailey. And a goal for Will Ashcroft, Dane Zorko and Bruce Reville. Collingwood's goal-kicking list dominated by the ex-Lion Daniel McStay, who kicked 4. He was the only multiple goal kicker for Collingwood. Jordan De Goey, Jamie Elliott, Lockie Schultz, Tim Membry, Lockie Sullivan and Roan Steele kicked the other goals for the Magpies. 17-17, 119 for Brisbane. 10-5, 65 for Collingwood. The Lions are in wine country to take on North next week. Collingwood play Fremantle at the Adelaide Oval. But we've got the rooms to get through. And your thoughts, what do you think? 0437 774 774. We'd love to hear from you on the text line. 0437 774 774. Love to hear your thoughts on the night of the footy here, what you're up to for the Easter weekend, any thoughts on the weekend ahead. But let's sift through it as players exchange pleasantries out in the middle. Jason Ackermanis and Jeff White to explain how the Lions got the better of the Pies.
Yeah, they were just, that last quarter was just brilliant. A la what they did last week against St Kilda. Got the ball on their terms. They just got the game on their terms. They worked, even their work rate, so they're right to the end of that quarter was out. They're fit, they're strong. And to think they've still got Harris Andrews, Hugh McCluggage, the list of players to come back into this side. They're not going away anytime soon, and you wouldn't think that either with the way they were playing at the moment. But their pressure on the ball, and what I was really impressed with, Acker, was when the sides are doing a lot of the forward hand pass, and they cut off those quite a number of times. You saw obviously the big one with Steele. But the forward hand pass, they cut off really well. Just before Acker, I see Jeremy Howe taking a real moment to address the Collingwood players there. They just were in a huddle at the attacking 50 arc down the school end. And, just quite noticeably, I'm pretty sure it was Jeremy Howe addressing the group. So, very mature footy club, very, very good group of players. It's only one night at the office. Not a good night for Collingwood, but even there, just showing the diligence in having a chat through their night's work, Acker, before they go down into the rooms.
Yeah, and that's what you need from your leaders. Look, fellas, it wasn't our night. We've got a lot to improve on. They were great. Let's lick our wounds and let's really, recover well. We've got a big couple of weeks coming up. The season just rolls on. Unlike your wonderful stat, it's safe to say this will probably be the year where your theory on the loss.
No, it's not a theory. It's just fact.
Well, it was fact.
The team that has lost this game for the last 3 years has won the premiership. So Jeremy Howe's probably said, "Come on, lads, we're lucky now to win."
Probably say that. You could do the Lions when they win in round 8. Go on to win the flag.
Just play nice, Jason.
All right, it's a wonderful stat. But unfortunately, bloody, they got flogged tonight.
Yeah, they did.
They got flogged. They were beaten everywhere.
Mind you, Brisbane got flogged by 52 points in this game last year.
I was just going to say that.
50, very similar type of story in that regard.
In that regard, but that was I felt like last year was a much better game. Like it had everything, emotion. It would, the guys. They won comprehensively last year, should say Collingwood, but Brisbane this year, and that has been the knock on them. We say it all the time last year. They do not put sides away. Keep going. You must absolutely. They should have flogged a couple of teams and just put the foot off the gas. So that is a great sign. That's what we want.
But that's 34 scoring shots to 15. I think is. Yeah. There's another bit of fact to throw into it. 30 for 17 to 10-5.
That's a whooping.
But 2 weeks in a row, Q. 2 weeks in a row where they've just said, you know what, it's time to put the foot down, and they've done that convincingly.
Well, I mean, you look at what happened in the off-season with Sam Draper coming to the club, Oscar Allen coming to the club, the Ashcrofts get a year older, Rayner gets a year, Logan Morris gets a year older, Kai Lohman gets back from, and all the off-season talk was, well, how are these guys that have won the last two not better in 2026? We'll put it this way, the last 5 quarters of football has started to show us a little bit that, you know what?
And the confidence...
Again, don't want to go off with the early crow, but we're 4 rounds in, and they might be better this year.
Now,
doesn't mean they'll win it again, but they might be better.
I know he's back-to-back Norm Smith medalist, but now he needs to be spoken about in All-Australian.
Oh, he has to be. There is no doubt. He took that game.
He dismantled that game for 4 quarters. Not only, another contender from goal of the year, but he's sort of gone through the last couple of years, and he's primed himself, obviously, for finals footy, and done a sensational job at that. But you've got, after that performance tonight, the way he used the ball, he has to be spoken about in All-Australian selection now.
The Lions' probably best 5 quarters, as Q just said, have been this game and the last quarter of last week's game. It was a 3-quarter time against St Kilda where Chris Fagan turned around and said, mate, I need something from you. And he dragged them over the line.
Yep.
And he was the impetus. And tonight, he was extraordinary.
How we get... Can I just say one thing about Will Ashcroft? Last year, I've lost count how many games he started with his brother on the bench. Now he doesn't do that. He starts in the middle. They're little things, right? They're little things, but that's one big difference.
You know how the captains, when they have the big press conference at the start of the season, which other team's going to do this and who's going to win the Brownlow? I would love the anonymous captain's list of, if you had your choice between Nick Dacos or Will Ashcroft, who would you take? Now, Nick was due to play game 99 tonight if he didn't catch up with the news, calf injury. So I think he was on target to play 100 against Freo next week. Now he's on target to play 100 against Carlton at the MCG. If he's right, it'll be 99 against Freo, then 100 again. But so here we have Nick Dacos, 23 years of age, 98 games and counting. Yet Will Ashcroft, 21 years of age, 62 games and counting, 2 Norm Smith medals. Due to the AFL media department, next year's captain's call, ask the question as the Lions are about to leave the ground, having triumphed in front of 34,648 fans by 9 goals. 0437 774 774 if you want to get in touch. Stay close. Saint's going to be in the rooms, and you call them in just a moment.
That's the coaching staff of Brisbane will be really satisfied. Last week, yes, but hey, is that a once-off? No. They got challenged in that third quarter by Collingwood. Collingwood were flying. They kicked that last goal near the end, and it's in the teens.
Back to 4 goals.
Yeah. So it's and then all of a sudden, kick the first 2 goals of that quarter out of the centre clearance.
Well, he's in position. Zano, you're out of the rain. I think it's stopped. You can call him in, mate.
And it is Froggy Lester that's leading him in. He's led this young defensive group tonight for a big win against Collingwood. He's going to take a sports drink. I've got to tell you, Q, things have changed. There's protein shakes out here on the table in front of me. Some of are iced coffee. Would you like to have an iced coffee after a game of AFL? I don't know whether I would, but some of the boys are taking them. And certainly there's hugs all around. We're going to talk to Lincoln McCarthy very shortly. He's just had a big hug with Alistair Lynch. Someone that knows about kicking goals here at the Gabba, and that's what Link did tonight. Logan Morris, he was able to put it through the big sticks. Oscar Allen, they're all coming in here. The big mullet man in Sammy Draper. He gave me a big wink too, so I'm pretty happy with life. The big number 2, he's just knocking himself into some water. All sorts of options here. What are they going to do? They're going to put some people in the middle, not quite sure. Lockie Neal's got his arms around Levi Ashcroft. Jasper's joining the fray. Here's the skipper and Joshy Dunkley. Let's get ready for the song, the second win of the year for the Lions. and sang that song with gusto. He's got to sing it once before. This is the first time he's done it here at the Gabba. We're looking forward to chatting to Link McCarthy. He's sung that song a few times, Q. But, of course, there was a long period of time where he wasn't singing any songs because he was out with those knees.
Yeah, it'll be great to hear from Link McCarthy. Thank you, Zane. We'll stay close, as now it's the charge of the Light Brigade to the middle of the Gabba. There's kick to kick tonight. Oh, that's great. They've got the centre wicket area roped off, though. So a portion of the 34,500 get out to get a taste of things after a 54-point victory for Brisbane. So, yeah, just reiterating, the Lions go to the Barossa for North Melbourne and gather round next week. Collingwood's got Fremantle at the Adelaide Oval, so both teams are 2-2. And, yeah, a bit of a watch on Steele Sidebottom, who copped an absolute rib rattler, literally and figuratively, with a tackle from Kadeen Coleman. He was able to progress throughout the game. So hopefully he's okay. And let's get back to Zane, who's got the link man next to him.
32 years of age, 2 kicks straight through the post tonight. And look, he's got that knee strapped, but what an effort it is. The return to the Gabba and a goal-kicking Gabba as well. Link McCarthy, how was that the second win of the season for the Lions?
Yeah, it was good. We needed it, obviously. 0-2 to start the season. We really need to get these next 2 wins at St Kilda and Collingwood. So, yeah, we're really eyeing Collingwood off this week. They've won the last 3 Easter Thursdays. So, yeah, just stoked to be out here tonight, trying to contribute with the boys, and we got the job done. So, super pumped.
When you got your first goal, the crowd went off. They love you here. What's it like for you? I know how much work you had to do last year, but for those that don't, explain, there was even talk that you might be about to pull the pin, but you didn't, and now here you are.
Oh, look, if you jumped inside my mind, mate, it's a bit of a roller coaster, but yeah, I bring myself back to all the things I'm grateful for, and that's the opportunity. The club's been amazing at just giving me the opportunity to keep on, I guess, trying to get back. And I had a crack at that first ACL, failed second game, and they could have pretty easily cut me. So yeah, every time I walk in the doors, whether it be Monday, Tuesday, or a Thursday night here at the Gabba, I'm just super grateful, and yeah, I can't wait to just keep getting better this year.
That forward line has changed a lot since you had your first injury, Link. I mean, when you see the progression of the Kai Lomans and obviously see what Logan Morris is doing, do you think to yourself, this is such an exciting group to be part of? I want my share. I want my premiership medal.
Yeah, like there's no sense of entitlement from my behalf. Like I said, I'm just super lucky to be working with these young players. We've got an amazing group. Everyone's hungry. We've had some good team success the last couple of years, but the boys just keep rocking up hungry. And that's amazing to be a part of as an older player now. I've never said that yet, but I am an older player at 32, that's for sure. And I just want to hang on and be part of it. And if I can contribute, I still think I can get better as a footballer, and that's what keeps me hungry. As soon as you think you can't get better, it's probably time to, pass the baton over. And so just super pumped, mate.
Talking about passing the baton over, I'm about to pass the microphone over. You're about to speak to Quentin Hull, to Michael Price, to Jeff White, and to Jason McAmanus.
Right, yeah. Thanks, mate.
Link, it's Quentin here. Congrats on tonight. And you just sort of spoke about it then for a moment, and I said in the call, and with all due respect, it almost at a point, off the back of your second knee, it almost seemed a polite decision from the club to give you a chance. Can you just take us into those conversations with the medicos and Fags and your loved ones as to why it was worth coming back again?
Yeah, look, not many players get the opportunity, mate. And when I did my second ACL, I considered just making a run for it and trying to play finals last year. And I sort of I thought, what a great challenge for me or for anyone to be, 31 off the back of 2 ACLs, try and get back to playing elite footy or elite sport in general. So that was my mindset. It was like, well, if I put the cue in the rack and leave footy, I just don't want to regret things later on. And so yeah, it was a pretty simple decision, to be honest. Your body gets pretty banged up and blah blah blah, but we've got such good resources around us these days that we get so well looked after. And yeah, we got the ability to keep fronting up with great support, and mate, I just love it, to be honest. It's been great fun lately, and it's good to be back playing.
And that being said, I mean, you got a bit of practice early in your career, didn't you? I mean, basically you got that second chance to come to Brisbane after that tough run you had at Geelong, and then you stayed sound for so long. So I wonder, did that resilience become a part of the reason why we see you here tonight, what you had to go through as an early footballer?
Yeah, certainly. I'll probably run out of chances, aren't I? But nah, look, it definitely did. It set me up. It's, you know, I wouldn't wish it upon anyone to go through stress fractures and stuff in your feet that could end your career, because it has happened to a few players. But it really gives you some early days perspective, and it makes you grow up really quick. For me personally, it just made me get smarter and have a better mindset on everything. So I'm just super lucky that it works out, because it doesn't work out for everyone, and I'm going to make the most of the opportunity.
Hey, Link, well done tonight, mate. Jeff White here. Now, you and I both know we know a hang. We love taking hangers. Did it cross your mind when it went inside forward 50 then, when you took the juggling mark?
It did. But the ball was... Actually, I cannot jump like you, mate. But let's just make that clear. But it was sort of swaying around. I was about to sort of get separation and try and maybe get a little hang happening, but it was swaying around too much. So I just did the Timmy Membry double leg jump, and it sort of stuck and then bobbled out and then stuck again. So I was lucky.
Link, it's Acker here. Groups change every year, but you've got arguably the worst moustache and hair in Sam Draper in the team now, and then you've got Oscar Allen coming in. I mean, there's players that always come in and out. But how have you found those two boys? Because they have, after a few rounds, 4 rounds, looking at home, obviously Sam was injured the first week, but they are starting to get it. And Sam Draper was, in my opinion, the best on ground today in pretty much most of the quarters.
Mate, he was great tonight, and so was Oscar Allen. It's not easy moving clubs and having an impact early days, and those boys have just been building nicely. Sam off the back of injury, and Oscar just off the back of settling back into a new team and new environment. But tonight they were brilliant. I think Sammy Draper is so athletic for a big guy. I don't know how many kilos he is, but when he jumps on a pack, he sort of jumps and then gets a bit higher again, and the pack just sort of crumbles, and then he sort of gets one in on him when he lands as well. He just makes people hurt, and it's just a privilege to have him in our team, mate. So he's set us up really nicely tonight.
Lincoln McCarthy is with us in the rooms after Brisbane's 9-goal win over Collingwood. And perspective on footy now. Link, you left a footy team which basically had Charlie Cameron scurrying around trying to kick to space, Joe Danaher and Eric Hipwood as the leaping talls. And now you come into a team where you've got a young bloke like Logan Morris, Kai Loman's there, Oscar Allen comes into the team, and also a couple of Ashcrofts and a Fletcher pumping it down your throat. I mean, it's a different look, and it's only been a couple of years.
Yeah, it's not horrible, is it? Like I said before, mate, these guys that we're getting our hands on at the moment are just coming in super footy ready. You play the game for 15 years and these blokes just come in and they're better than you already. It's humbling, but it's great. We still get to be there for them to support them in other things on their journey and just keep letting them grow. And I think the whole footy world's been able to see that.
Now, before we let you go, Link, what does the club allow you to do? It's Easter, are they letting you have a couple of days off, or you've got recovery and then you've got your own time?
Yeah, I've got 3 kids, mate, and they like myself, enjoy a chocolate here or there, so we'll be tucking into a few of them and maybe a little pigs here tonight. Yeah.
And Link, as I let you go, thank you for your time. Very respectfully, I'm going to ask, how much of a mate have you had to be to Lockie over the last couple of months? We know it's been a very tough time for him, and you basically came in the package deal. That's a different challenge in life altogether. It must be really important for him to have a guy like you around.
Yeah, mate, we all try and stick together for all of us here at the club, and this has been no exception. And so, I know, obviously we don't want to be going through these situations, but we just got to keep supporting our guys, and we'll continue to do that.
Yeah, respectfully, thank you for that, Link. Great to see you back out there, and well done tonight.
Thanks, guys. Good on you. Enjoy Easter.
Lincoln McCarthy, great story to himself, and was basically part of the deal that got Lockie Neal to the club a couple of years ago. We know that he's had a very challenging off-season, the two-time Brownlow medalist.
We saw it when he kicked that goal after that double grabber. The whole team got around him, Q. What does that say for how important he is to the actual fabric?
Yeah, and, you guys have been in footy clubs. The intangibles are what fascinate us as fans.
But it's guys like that they go through the adversity. They pin their shoulders back. They're outward people. They express themselves. They're not inner people. They're not worried about, hey, poor me. You can tell the way he's talking. No, poor me. I've got an opportunity here. I want to. Hey, what's my goal? I want to come back as a professional athlete that's got through 2 knee recos. And, it'd be great if he could just get a taste of finals footy and just go through the year, touch wood. He's all healthy. He's playing good footy. Look, it's those are great clubmen, aren't they, Akka?
They are.
Those guys are just there. They're consistent in their messages and their energy.
It is a different forward line look, though, isn't it, Jace, that he's come back into? Because he was sort of the second buzz guy behind Charlie.
Yeah.
Charlie was the ground level buzz guy, and he was the sort of the aerial. But that forward line's different now.
Oh, it's light and day. You've got different bigs, you've got different ages, you've got different skill set. I mean, he probably, in his own mind too, wouldn't have a clue what's about to happen in some sense because it's so different for him. But he's a smart footballer. He's a good footballer. I think everyone in that team just loves so much because you see them. You know what it's like when you're injured, Whitey. They see you all the time. You see them, and of course they know that it can be really depressing. It's so long, and to have that and then come out tonight and do that when most people would think, mate, your shot, you'll never get a chance again. And we hope you do, but good luck. And he did. And he did exactly what he should do. He took his opportunity.
But just for the listeners,
and he's coming into the team that's played 3 grand finals in a row and won the last 2 flags.
Yeah. And
so you don't, charity doesn't exist in footy, let alone at that end of the ladder.
Well, you got him and Kitty Coleman as well. Kitty Coleman's probably, if they win that grand final in 23, he's best on. Yeah, Kitty Coleman was unbelievable.
But he's like 26 now.
Yeah, I understand that. But the other thing is too, for our listeners, is that when you're injured, you're at the club double the time. It is 20. Well, I wouldn't say 24/7, but you're there a hell of a lot of the time. You're doing your rehab. Do that back to back when your side is playing in the finals and eventually win the grand final. The mindset of that he's had to go through. Geez, I hope he's been rewarded this year. And hopefully Brisbane as well. But
the universe.
Speaking of rewards, it's going to be much talked about towards the end of this year with especially Zach Bailey. But you mentioned Link going into that forward line and how stacked it is at the moment. What about young Logan Morris? He's going to attract a hell of a lot of attention. I know his contract was extended, but 20 disposals tonight. He also had 10 score involvements. Could have had a bag, but kicked 3 goals, 3. And for an undersized full forward, as you called, Whitey, he's a prodigious talent.
He's so athletic. Well, they came back when we were with the Brisbane Lions women's side. We were going through the finals in December, I think it was. They just started coming back. They had to do this run. I think Akka's probably done it before. You got to run 3 minutes, got to run 2 minutes, got to run 1 minute. It's a taxing fitness drill. Logan Morris was out in front of everyone every time they did it.
He's got a big engine.
He's got a massive engine. But the ability to sync up with it, particularly that. Remember that kick that Zach Bailey kicked to, I think might have been Zorko in the middle?
Yeah.
And linked up with
the inside 45 from the wing, bullet basically back.
If you look at behind the play, Logan Morris is in line with Zach Bailey on the wing, on the boundary line. He knows exactly what the sync's going to happen. He sees that 2 steps ahead. He is such a good reader of the play. That's why, he kicked 60 goals last year.
And he's got a bit of cheek and confidence.
Yeah, confidence and swagger, hasn't he?
Yeah, and you just sometimes you draft these guys so you have no idea what they're going to be like once the heat comes. He's been amazing. Amazing.
Brisbane's won by 9 goals here. 17-17, 119 to Collingwood's 10-5-65. Kick to kick still going on out there. The gathering of 34,648. If you want to get in touch, you can do so on the SMS 0437 774 774. Brett says, great to hear Jason and Jeff on the wireless. 2 legends of the game sharing their candid views. Keep it up. Good on you, Brett.
Haven't heard the wireless call for a while.
Well, he said wires, so...
Magical talking wireless, I think.
0437 774 774. Full run of the stats in a moment, but let's spend a bit more time looking at Collingwood. So, first up, beat the Saints by 2 goals. Got beaten by Adelaide by a bit over 2 goals at the MCG. beat the Giants at Docklands by 5 goals, come to Brisbane and lose by 9 goals. So 2-2, Freo next week at Adelaide Oval. I like, one of the good parts of Gather Round is when you get two teams that you expect to be among the contending throng. You get them at a neutral early in the season.
I agree with that. Yes, I love that.
We
both have to travel.
We try and find meaning in every game and every week, and it's hard because the draw is lopsided and all those types of things. I reckon we get it's a meaning game. It's a meaningful game next week.
Yeah, and
neutral venue, mind you. Freo's got the inverted commas advantage of already being in Adelaide for tomorrow's game, so they've been able to stop there.
Yeah. But still, their neutral ground, I agree, yes. But that's winding up as a big game, and now the focus will turn on to. I think Darcy Moore's out for a little bit longer.
Yeah, he won't be back until after Anzac
hopefully
Day,
obviously they can get Nick Dacos back. Geez, he looked proppy today though.
Oh, he looked
very proppy. With the calf.
They take weeks sometimes. They're so annoying. And you can't just run them out like a hammy. You can't do that. You've just got to wait. It's very frustrating. But they look, and then they got Bobby Hill. What's Bobby do? He could come back in the next month and a half.
He's obviously just returned to the footy club. But you look at Collingwood's injury list, and there is none, basically. Well, so there's Hill out with his, back at the club, just, getting over his personal issues. But then there's Moore and Pendlebury, but now you add Dacos to it.
Yeah, well, that's three classy.
It is the Holy Trinity, though, isn't it? Yeah. Pretty much.
And that's the second worst discrepancy in clearances under Craig McRae's coaching tonight. They were minus 18, 42 to 24, and that's because Nikos wasn't there.
But that being said, they've been beaten by a team that has the like-for-like guys out. I mean, no one can replace Pendlebury, but at the same time, you've got your serial top three in the best and fairest midfielder in Hugh McCluggage, all Australian. So you've got the midfield gun. He didn't play. Yeah. The captain, who's the backman general, well, Harris Andrews didn't play.
Correct.
So it's almost a fair fight.
Well,
and they got done by 9 goals.
But Brisbane's depth is significantly better.
Well, now that's the next part of the conversation, isn't it?
And that's it. Yeah,
healthy academies.
Yeah, and. Yeah.
But can you take that spoon out of the pot and stop stirring, please, Michael?
But then you talk about the depth. We haven't mentioned Eric Hipwood.
Yeah, he still
can play.
Mid-year knee.
Jack Payne.
Probably
out for a considerable time, but he's still an option to come back this year. Gardner, I thought he played really well last week before he got injured. So, geez, they're stacked. They are seriously stacked.
Duday, who hasn't fired a shot yet. He's a talent. They don't go away.
He's been on the list for 3 years now, Tom Duday, hasn't he?
I know. He took number 12, one of the luckiest numbers in this club.
He did quite well from reports last week against Southport down back. And
there was talk that he would get a game tonight, almost, and that's. Fages is a bit like that, isn't he, Acca? We've just spoken to Link McCarthy. Darragh Joyce, twice an emergency for the grand final. God. So all this time it's like, no, you've been the guy that's waiting for next man up.
You're in.
So in he goes.
Yeah, and as you heard though, Link's not. They're not stupid. They've lost the last 3, and they would have been incredibly disappointed with last year because they were going. They were both those teams were up and about. So tonight, they have a good win. Collingwood well off their best, got beaten everywhere. Nick's a big loss. You just forget the 20-25 times that Nick Dacos does things that brings others into the game, that starts to split a pack and make a run, a handball receive here. He's just that good.
But his foot skills too, to put his teammates in the position that they should be, where the space is, puts him in the great position. And
hands, kicks. But it's like Will Ashcroft and him with their hands. They could be in the air and find you. It's amazing how quick they are. So they missed him, no doubt, but can't replace.
Dare I say it, Jace? So you guys won your 3 grand finals in a row, yet made a 4th. The current Brisbane has made 3 grand finals in a row, lost their first one, has won their next 2. Describe this list, this depth, this Brisbane Lions team now vying for a 4th grand final compared to the one that you were a part of.
Oh, it's really simple. We had an amazing talent, but back then you could not move. You couldn't move players like you can now. Obviously, the talent, the depth is
I think, of what they've got now is amazingly better, but we couldn't move players. We couldn't bring them in and out. Look who they get this year, Sam Draper. We couldn't do that.
Yeah. Let's see if we can get to Craig McRae, the Collingwood coach's press conference.
Well, you spent all those petrol tickets trying to get back into the game in that third term?
Oh, look, honestly, I felt like we got outplayed for most of the night. Clearly, the scoreboard would say that. Stoppages just got away from us. And you lose territory against this team, it makes it really difficult. I just want to probably give credit more to them than us, but I did say to the playing group there's a lot of stuff right in front of us that we can fix really quickly, and we need to get to work on that. It's early in the year, you get sort of a bit of a wake-up call in a couple of parts of our game. Stoppage is clearly one. We've got some work to do.
Nick went out late. What sort of things did you, throughout the game, did you try to shift around the stoppage to try and hold that momentum?
Credit to them. We bring forwards up, we put Josh in the midfield in the third quarter, thought he gave us something. Trying Geordie in there, sometimes Geordie out. It wasn't through a lack of trying, but I think in reality we just didn't execute. There's so many times that we just didn't execute the structure to forwards behind the ball and at the ball, mainly at the ball. They just cleared the ball way too easy for us, and I think that some of that stuff is really something we can fix quickly in terms of around structure and supporting that. But then you've got to get to work on that. So we got a bit of time. We've got 8 days and got to get to work.
Contested possessions there's a big disparity there.
Yeah.
Even marks inside 50. Is that just a product of what you're saying? One out stuff? Or?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of the aerials that, we lost clearance in the last quarter and then marking the ball in D50. That's normally one of our great strengths. You look at all the numbers of the last 4 years, we are one of the best in the competition defending our D50, and tonight we got exposed. Why, I'm not sure, but we'll look at it and we'll try to improve and go back. That's a strength of ours. So you go back to things you're good at. That's the aerial part of the contest. The other one's contest to contest. Yeah, they will just swarm into the next contest. And some of that's balance for us. I'm showing the guys at half time that there's 4 players on one side of the contest and 4 on the other of the opposition. You win the ball, you're out, you're gone. You don't, good luck. And the Lions are the best in the business if you don't win the ball. And we didn't win it tonight.
Can you just give us some clarity around Nick, right? Just through the week and what happened when he gets here and doesn't get up?
Yeah, he had a cork in his calf, and Tuesday training is sort of just wanted to get moving. That was the instruction. Didn't train, sort of hobbling around. And Nick's an ultra positive guy, one of the best professionals in the game, let alone at our club, and gave him every chance to improve, and then gets out here and. We thought he'd start improving, he just didn't. And so then you race against the clock and go, this doesn't look like it's going to happen. So, that's where it landed.
Any concern beyond tonight?
Well, I was hoping he improves. We do have 3 days off. We're back in on Monday. So, like I said, he's such a pro. It's a corky. You'd think it starts to move. I don't know unless it starts to express something else, but we'll see how that goes.
Does it throw things out of whack when it's that close to the first bounce, or you just continue to...
Honestly, I hope it doesn't, because I'm sitting there going, as calm as anything, all right, you're not playing, next, be present, Ed Allen, you're coming in to play a role, you're ready to go, let's go. Now, you'd hope it doesn't, because things that happen before the game shouldn't really affect the first contest or our stoppage structure. They shouldn't. Now, I know you could make a case that you take your best player in any team, it's probably going to disrupt, but you'd like to think not. Yeah.
Were the players on standby for it? So even before the game, looking at the 3 emergencies, they were sort of in their trackies going through their thing. It felt like, looking at it, that you had all intention for Nick to play.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, it wasn't a fitness test either. We just thought it was improving time. But we bring our emergencies for a reason, and we tell them, they come to all our meetings, go, all right, prepare to play. Because if there's a late out, you're ready. And Ed Allen in particular was one that I'd mentioned when he wasn't in the squad. Hey, be ready to play just in case. So, that's every week we plan like that.
How's the York got that big hit and then had the first 10 minutes of that third time?
Yeah, it's a tough puck. It was a good hit, wasn't it? It was a really good hit. And it's sort of symbolic of a bit of our night that we didn't play with good method at times. Our system in offence was... again, credit to the opposition, but I thought we just didn't use the ball at anywhere near what we're capable of, and then that puts a lot of pressure on you. Handballing the ball out in front of guys to get whacked. How many times we do that? There's 3 or 4, I reckon. So that means that we're not using the ball, through the numbers like we practice. We train those fundamentals every single week. How do we get through traffic? Yes.
That's Craig McRae, the Collingwood coach. You're on Thursday Night Footy with ABC Sport. Quentin Hull, Michael Price, Jeff White and Jason Ackermanis wrapping up Brisbane's 9-goal victory over the Magpies. So a little bit of enlightenment around the scenario where Nick Dacos turned up and he looked proppy from the outset and then got ruled out late. I must admit, and we all know Fly here, well, geez, he's a little bit living in dreamland if he thinks coaching structure's going to hold up when you have your best player taken out of the team 20 minutes before the opening ball up.
It never helps.
No, and look, we get it, but at the same time, there are footballers and then there are guys who are like Nick Dacos.
But he did speak about the structure. I know in highlighting that with Nick not being there, but there was several occasions, and this is what he was referring to, where they hand passed it forward, but Brisbane were right onto it. They were sharp. So they did the homework in relation to they're either going to hand pass it back, but if they're facing forward, they're going to give the forward hand pass. So you've got to press up. You've got to come off your man. How many times did we say it tonight when Leicester came off? If Leicester came off and forced the turnover, Kitty Coleman did it a couple of times, obviously against Sidebottom as well. So, yeah, that forward hand pass really exposed Collingwood tonight.
I don't know if you can see in front of us on the ground, there's a couple of figures, but 2 of them, one is Dicko, the other one is Luke Hodge.
Ben Dixon and Luke Hodge, yep.
Yes, sorry, Ben Dixon, Luke Hodge. And the other guy, we've been working with him in the academy. He's a guy called Cooper Hodge. He's a star. It's going to be an interesting year for him. He started last week in our game against the Suns. Where will he go? See, he's sitting right there underneath the lines in one sense.
Will there be complaints about father-son if he goes to Hawthorn?
This is the AFL.
I'm just asking.
I've got to have a problem.
If only we had a dad who had a young fella that went through the Southeast Queensland academies that had links to a Melbourne club to tell us what that's like.
It's amazing.
You just got to sit back and Cooper Hodge just go, make a decision. That's all you got to do. Simple as that.
No pressure.
No pressure.
If only we had someone who could explain to us what it's like when you got your son going through one of the Southeast Queensland academies, yet you're a club champion and a legend at one of those Melbourne clubs, Whitey?
Yeah.
Stuff.
Look, it's... I think the academy has been a great, definitely a wonderful foundation for these type of players like Cooper Hodge was talking about right now, and obviously my son Kalani. But at the end of the day, it's got to be we're happy about I must say though, the beauty that the father-sons do get and involved with the academy is Kalani got an opportunity to train with Melbourne and the Gold Coast Suns. So
does Cooper. Does he
exactly the same thing. So the kids get a bit of an insight. I know when both Acker and I got drafted, we had no idea where we were going, but we had no experience. You go, no opportunity to train. You just drafted, away you go. So you get a bit of a footprint into their understanding and makes a decision.
And before we leave, Cooper, he's actually the captain of the academy. If you just think it can't get any more complex, and that was voted by his peers. He had 31 of the votes out of 39 or whatever.
He's nothing like his dad.
And completely different. He's a right footer. He's amazing, different physique.
Yeah.
And it's amazing, he's a super player. So, that's going to be an interesting decision at the end of the year.
You've got a decision to make on the votes, not just you, Jason, but with Jeff. So here are the final numbers on Brisbane's 9-goal win. Brisbane 17-17, 119 to Collingwood's 10-5, 65. Will Ashcroft, 36. He's not next in line, but I'll go to his brother. Levi had 25, so that makes it 61 for Ashcroft Incorporated. Will, 36, Levi, 25. Neil had 29, Zorko, 28, Fletcher, 27, Bailey had 25, Dunkley, 23, Coleman, 22, Wilmot, 21, Berry, 20, Morris, 20. So, how many is that? Above 20 or more.
Plus 150.
That's a dozen. And the overall disposals, 425 to 310. Michael, thank you for doing the maths. Plus 115 for Brisbane. Dan Houston best for Collingwood with 32. Jacos 25, then Maynard 24, Long 22, and they were the only Collingwood players to touch it more than 20 times. As 425 to 310 overall disposals, Brisbane plus 115.
Question on
They had 129 more kicks.
Wow.
291 to 162.
That's that chip mark.
Yeah.
That's the way you. That's why.
Marks 150 to 71.
That's how you stop them.
It's double in the mid.
Yeah, that's how they control the game. Pricey without question mark notice. Is that Will Ashcroft's? Is that his PB? That wouldn't be. Is he? What's his PB?
That's a good question.
I will find out.
That'd be pretty close.
Please hold.
Please hold. Please wait.
Yes.
Well, I'll give you the tackles in the end. Collingwood 46 to 33, but they had to chase a bit more, I suppose. Inside 50s plus 19 to Brisbane at 64 to 45. But, Akka, you're very good at sort of talking football sense and seeing through all the other wash. Sometimes just scoring shots. 34 to 15. 34 to 15.
Say no more.
What about marks inside forward 50? Because McRae brought that up. He said our one-wood is our strength is our defensive marks, and we called it. They were really good in their forward line, Brisbane.
No, it's a PB.
It is a PB.
I don't have marks inside forward 50. Yeah, his previous best was 35.
There you go.
Against St Kilda in round 7 last year.
There you go, PB.
So 34 against the Suns last year.
Well done. There's his start. I don't even know if Marcus has even left his post at the top of the ground.
It was over there.
It was over there, was it?
It's over there, yeah.
Oh, he's a funny character.
Votes,
yes.
please.
Votes.
Okay, so this will be a good chat.
Yeah.
Who's got the casting vote?
I do today, thank you, Jeffrey. It's all going to Brisbane, naturally. They flogged them.
Yep.
And the only thing when you look at these three players is it would be which order. I think they were the best three. And it's just more their influence on the game. And I know Jeff knows this. Being a ruckman is a difficult position. It's an unheralded. You do so much work. And Draper was unbelievable. Now, he can I say, I thought he was best on ground at the first half, and I thought he continued. That said, he's got these two other guys, Ashcroft, Will.
I could just give him 3. If you think he's the best player, give him 3.
Well, okay, let's go one vote. How could I go past Logan Morris? And if you look, he's got 9 score involvements. He might have kicked 3 goals, 3. But he is an absolute beacon up there. They will love that. He was there all night. He looked dangerous. He's athletic. He ran. He just worked great. So one
hands too, like that dump kick inside forward 50.
Oh, yes.
In the last quarter. Oh, my God.
Good. So good. So he is 1 vote. Unlucky not to get more. And 2 votes to Will Ashcroft. He was everywhere, did everything. Wonderful. I know it's his PB. His problem is he got beat out by a vote because I just thought Draper was unbelievable. 3 votes. He was everywhere. He took marks. He literally made Collingwood. I don't know what else he could have done, Craig. He didn't mention it, but he caused havoc. He taking marks, jumping, busting packs.
I love that. The fact that eyes at a football game, assessing the impact of a player beats numbers. Anyone could look at numbers, Zaka.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And I totally agree.
Yeah.
Even though it's a ruck, but I agree with that.
Oh, and I'm sounding old here, but you've got the modern day that looks at fantasy numbers and possessions, and they think data. Now come to the footy and have a look and work out who are the really influential people.
What are you seeing?
What are you seeing?
He had
Jace, I love the fact that you've gone for
contested.
a ruckman that had 18 disposals. Will Ashcroft had 36 disposals, but
they played different games, different roles. It's hard.
And footy's not just one role.
Yeah. I mean, so many guys get touches, and had he kicked 4 or 5 goals?
This is a Brownlow medal winning midfielder that gave 3 votes to a ruckman.
Except for that effort down there where he should have left it. I'm just forgetting that one.
Jeff, what have you done to him?
He's had the thing I also look at too is that Sam Draper's had 6 marks, so I think 4 or 5 of those were contested.
I think it was the first time I got to see Draper play in the flesh tonight, but even just the last 5 quarters, we've started to see, even the way that Oscar Allen jumped at the footy, the way that those 2 guys, what are they going to do to this football team? I think we're starting to see it, and it's a bit scary.
I'm just happy because someone reached out to me at the start of the year, and I saw Draper. I saw him training. I saw how fit he was looking. And I called it out. I said, put him in your fantasy. Oh, we're not going to put him in the fantasy.
First week.
look what he's done tonight. So I'm pretty happy with that too.
Tomorrow, we've got 2 games. We've got 90 seconds before you wrap it up here. Big day for both footy clubs, North Melbourne and Carlton.
Who's on more pressure? Carlton, for sure.
Just a little.
Oh, so much more. North are coming.
Who are you tipping tomorrow?
North.
Okay.
Carlton have got a problem. It's called the second half, but I don't know what else is going wrong.
Jeff?
Yeah, I think North has just got more depth.
Adelaide versus Freo. What a good Friday footy we've got.
That's a great game. I think Adelaide, they got some big ins.
Yeah, Adelaide.
That left footer for Adelaide, he can play.
Jordan Dawson.
Yeah.
Goes all right.
Dawson, yeah, he's been enormous.
Yeah.
And Rankin's getting back to absolute peak everything.
Yeah, he's been buzzing around. So we've got all of that coming for you. Good Friday footy on ABC Sport tomorrow. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Jeff.
No problem.
Michael Price, enjoy the rest of your Easter weekend.
You too, Q.
Thank you to Zane Bojack, who showed he's very professional tonight, even though the black and white stripes went down. The watermelon shorts. Pete Scott on the Faders, thank you. Thanks to Jules Hay back in the studio. And thank you for your company. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Just remember, you can hear us on ABC Listen as well. The footy to keep you company across this long weekend. If you have the luxury of having some time off, we'll get to work and get to the footy for you and bring you all the action. Both teams are 2-2, but it was Brisbane's night at the Gabba. The Lions too good for the Magpies by 9 goals on behalf of the ABC Sport team. Thank you.
Beautiful clearance, straight to the arms of Will Ashcroft. Measures a pass beautifully to the edge of the centre square to find Cam Rayner, 70 from goal. He kicks it into the pocket. He's looking for Lohman. Lohman got rid of his opponent, took it in one arm, if you don't mind, in the left forward pocket. He's going to have a shot. 25 metres out, he's facing inboard, looking to curl it around. 20 goals last year at an accuracy rate of 63.2. He curls this one around. What a start for the Brisbane Lions on this Easter Thursday occasion. One straight goal. The Pies yet to score or touch the agate. Only 1 minute gone in the first term. Throw in left forward pocket for the Pies. Off hands Fletcher. Tackled. Let loose the ball. Holding the ball. All 3 results possible, and sometimes known as Dan McStray comes in. That is beautiful. The Pies equalise. 2 for McStay and 2 goals apiece to start this Easter Thursday clash.
Rome Steele gathers near the boundary, 60 from goal. His infield kick, well volleyed on the half volley by Elliott. Hand pass through long, back to Steele, Bernardo from the pocket. Rome Steele finishes a brilliant Collingwood passage of play to break the run of goals for the hosts.
Picked up by Will Ashcroft though. He towed it forward. Cameron with the handball. Will Ashcroft with a roller. An early contender for goal of the year. Will Ashcroft has done it again. It's not just the wavy blonde locks. This kid is Prince Charming here at the Gabba. It gets to the arc. Nicely picked up by Logan Morris, though. He's going to have a launch. Oh, strike! What a beautiful kick. His second goal, he struck it from the arc. And there's no better sight than a yellow Sharon on an Easter Thursday night floating through at goalpost height. As Draper gets his own clearance, the handball to Bailey. He gets it over to Lohman from 45 under extreme pressure, out of bounds on the full, but it's coming back. High contact, well called Acker. Is going to kick it from 50. Let's go. That's a nice strike. That's a beautiful strike. Kyle Lohman's got 4. And he gives it back to Maynard and Ned Long and says, how about them apples?
We'll take, and that's the end of the contest. Brisbane has won comprehensively, and the reigning champs level their season ledger at 2-2. The Lions by 54 over the Pies.